know they have to be here. So if they don't, I'll go and find them.
He's going to go to an ad break now.
Yes.
And then once the ad break is over...
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad and that before he's even in here and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Queensland, they're here. Oh boy, are we going to have some fun at Goodwood now, because the weather conditions aren't too bad and these two combatants, WA and Queensland, will be at it very, very shortly. And I've been joined by Trent Ryan, who's captaining the team for Queensland. Trent, thank you. I was chasing up a captain earlier on, but I wasn't sure it was going to be you. What's happened?
Gary Lovett, our skipper for the tournament's been crook for a couple of days, and actually our washout game day one against Western Australia, he wouldn't have played that day. He got through yesterday but's pulled up, still feeling pretty ordinary this morning, so he's not playing.
Now he's mixing with the other teammates, and I'm not a medical person, so I don't think I'm going down the wrong way, but is he okay to be here?
None of us like him, so we all steer clear of him. So no, he's carried it down. He was actually crook last Friday, but he hasn't passed it on to anyone, so no, so far so good.
Magnificent venue here. It's a pretty little spot. I don't know whether pretty's the right word when you're describing a sporting arena, but there's been some wonderful combatants that have been here playing Aussie rules football, and there'll be a good battle here for cricket today.
Yeah, it'll be a good battle today. I describe it as pretty. It's pretty cold today. It's a nice picturesque ground. We played here yesterday, so it's probably our home ground now. 2 games here. yeah, it was good. Pitch played well yesterday. There were a fair few runs scored. Hopefully we do better today.
What's it been like from the team's point of view? We've just talked about the fact that you're meeting friends and you're making new friends because there's a real good feel about it. This is the spirit of cricket, but it's still competitive.
Still very competitive. It's a national championship, so everyone wants to win it. You've got an Australian side getting picked to go to the World Cup in South Africa next year, so blokes want to perform well individually as well. But the spirit of cricket is good in veterans cricket because most of us have known each other for 30 years. We played against each other when we were younger or with each other. And one of the best things that I've found is that blokes that I used to play against in Brisbane grade cricket are now my teammates and good mates, whereas 30 years ago we were combatants on the field. So that's part of it's really good.
Now, you need to help me because I tried to pick out one of the players that I was watching when they were warming up who was wearing a onesie. Is there any reason for this?
Yeah, that's our idiot award for the day. So Clint yesterday did something wrong. So
what did he do?
It's a good question.
Well, give me a good answer.
No, he just didn't participate in something, so it was his go. And he gets to pass it on today to another victim tomorrow morning.
So he has to run around the Goodwood Oval in a onesie?
In a onesie, yeah. A Broncos onesie.
Oh, the Broncos? Well, that's a good plug.
Onesie. Yeah, it's a Broncos onesie. So.
All right, and a final one, I know, because you're getting yourself organised for today. Where are you at with the competition now? Rest day it's gone blown out of the door.
Yeah.
You've got a game today and then tomorrow. Where are you in the standings?
We need a very good win today and then a very good win against the ACT tomorrow, and we need Western Australia to play conservatively today and lose and save themselves to give South Australia a good beating tomorrow, and then net run rate. That's our best hope to get into a playoff for first.
Well, you've got a smile on your face. Thanks for coming over. Officially as the captain today, Trent Ryan, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Walshy. It was great.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
One. Yeah, okay. All right, gentlemen. Okay. He's the home team.
I think you guys are the home team. We're in the first game. Yeah. So let's just go to you guys.
All right. So that's the tails, and that's the heads.
Tails.
Oh, that's tails.
Yep.
And that's the
okay.
heads.
Fair enough.
So.
Looks like a head.
Yeah. Good luck.
Uzi's my inspiration.
No.
Kawaja.
We'll have a head, please.
And there's the tail.
Tail.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Oh no, I didn't want to bowl it.
Okay, get over here, boss. We'll have a talk to the two skippers.
Thank you very much.
Don't go away, Brad. I'll just have a quick word with Trent. You won the toss and you're doing what?
We're having a bat.
Yeah, and the track's all right?
It was pretty good yesterday. I mean, South Australia got 250, so to me that says it's pretty good.
Okay, all right. Then
I got runs yesterday, so it can't.
How many did you
It's
get?
got to be really good. 50 something.
Retired.
Yeah.
Good work. Good stuff. Go and get them.
Okay, thanks.
Good stuff. Now we've got Brad Papato, who's the captain of the WA team. Thanks for popping over and saying hello. And you're going to do what today out here? It looks like the ground's okay. It looks like we're going to get a full day.
Yeah, look, conditions looks great. Weather's perfect. It's not so windy, so it's not as cold as yesterday. It was freezing at Port Adelaide, but the ground, the wicket looks great to bat on. It was a good toss to win from Trent, and we would have done the same thing, no doubt. But we're happy to have a bowl and chase. We bat deep. Plan is to go deep and keep busy, and we think we've got the right mix to take it on.
A W today gives you a chance in the finals?
I think so. I'm not I'll just let that come. I just sort of take all that away from me. I just want to concentrate on what we've got to do every day. And I've got the guys behind the scenes, thankfully.
And what's the feeling been like now? The week has gone by very quickly. Here we are now up to Tuesday. But how have you been in terms of getting your act together with the team getting themselves sorted out for the next few days?
Yeah, look, we announced our squad fairly late. So the first time we got together as a group was kind of on the bus on the way to the first game, which got washed out, and then we went up to one of our sponsors, Private Life, had a nice lunch together, so we got to bond there, and yesterday was our first game together as a squad. So it was really interesting to sort of understand how we all play. We've been talking a lot about what we want to do and our execution, and yesterday was just perfect. So we all stuck to the plan, and we made some really good friends yesterday amongst us. So it was
Good stuff. Well, you're making plenty of friends, and let's hope that there's plenty of friendship out there in the battle against Queensland.
Absolutely, can't wait.
Good on you. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thanks, Walshy. Cheers.
Local umpires are having an absolute picnic here with this championship that's been rolling along for the last few days, and one of the locals is Darren Swain, who was kind enough to pop over as we arrived at the ground earlier on to talk about a few of the players, but more importantly too, another day in the office for you. It's not a bad office, is it?
No, it's not it's a very good office actually, to be honest. It's a bit overcast, but we'll get a full game of cricket today, so it'll be good fun.
We've talked about the players getting to know each other, and that's been one of the real highlights, but also the officials, because you'd be meeting people, even though you've got Steve with you today who's from South Australia, you're meeting some new friends.
Exactly right, yeah. Well, actually Stephen's actually from the Gold Coast, as I found out earlier. It's good to be able to catch up with him and see what he does differently, and we learn from one another, and it's good to be able to make lifelong friends. So when we go up there, we know who he is, and we can actually umpire with him as well, so it's good fun.
We saw a first at Woodville yesterday. We saw the first ball of the game where the fast bowler came in and knocked the opening batsman over first ball. First ball now, and we're all looking and thinking, how many different changes are there? The umpires have got to be on their toes, because it's not just straightforward. There are a few different rules.
There is various rules from the ICC that came in on the 1st of October, but yeah, you have to be on your game from day one, ball one. So so some of the interesting rules, like the old man cat now is now classed as a run out. There's various other rules where you can't walk to the side anymore. You've got to walk straight to the batsman. As soon as you take diversion off that line, it can become 5 penalty runs to the batting side, and so all these new rules. But it keeps us on our toes, keeps the players on their toes too. So it's interesting.
A quick one, because I know you're about to do your job. We were talking beforehand, and that was about the spirit of cricket, which is so clearly evident.
Yep.
And talking about if there was a chance of a catch, and then, oh no, I didn't really catch that. There can be a discussion out there, and a decision to change one's mind can happen.
Exactly right. So what we would do as umpires is that we would come together and we will make that decision as well in conjunction with the player. So if the player says, I'm not sure, therefore it's been down to the batsman. So we would talk about it, as well as talk about it with the fielder and the captain as well. So
good stuff. Well, all the best. It was a delight to meet you earlier on. Thanks for your help with all the numbers, and enjoy yourself.
No worries, thank you very much. We'll talk to you soon.
Good stuff.
Thank you. Thanks.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost, not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
It is now official. We are at a slice of paradise. It's a Goodwood Oval, but we're playing cricket. And importantly, it's veterans cricket that will continue. This is supposedly a rest day. That's not going to happen because we had some issues earlier on and there were some games that did not get up and running. This one will. It's a Div 1 game between the Queensland Maroons and Western Australia. Peter Walsh in the chair with Ben Tippett and Kate Johnson, and a cast of 1,000 with all of our technical people doing their dingers and doing it beautifully too. To give you the information, Kate will be providing all of the details on the games that are being played as we speak, where the sides are in their relative divisions, and I'm joined by Ben Tippett, who sits beside me in a very, very luxurious spot, if you don't mind. Ben, welcome aboard.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks for having me. It is a lovely spot up here, isn't it? This fantastic new grandstand. Was it about 12 months old, I think?
I'm not exactly sure, but I can tell you that when we drove in, I thought to myself, this has got a real football feel or sporting feel about it. We had the guy out there who was doing the heavy rolling, and we had the teams from both sides getting themselves organised. We had a couple of dogs that were being walked by those that are in the know, but it's just got a sporting feel about it.
It does. Home of the Goodwood Saints in the footy, so they've had a successful couple of years, but it is a lovely facility and a great day for cricket. A little bit overcast, but it's good that there's no rain forecast today.
Just as well, because we've had a strange old few days, and the good thing about it was we were talking this morning about those that are missing out on their rest day. I know that Anthony Telfer, who's been so heavily involved in the presentation, he's playing cricket today for the first time because he's been organising so many things and he's so excited about it, and good on him. Well done, Anthony.
So he should be. We're having a look at WA walkout. We've got the team on the screen there, the Black Swans. Do you know a little bit about them from the toss?
Yes, I do. I can tell you that Brad Papato, who was the captain, was as effusive as anybody. He said, this is the day where we have to make it happen.
Yep.
We'll get ourselves organised. We'll enjoy it. He had a big smile on his face and he walked away after the toss because Trent Ryan did the tossing for the Queensland Maroons in the absence of Gary Lovett. And so Gary, unfortunately, isn't well. So, Gary, we send our best wishes to you. And we get ourselves organised now for a game where yesterday, Ben, we saw a wicket fall on the first ball. The first ball. No, where were we yesterday? Woodville.
Okay,
yeah,
Woodville, yeah. Doesn't sound like here because here was an absolute run fest yesterday.
Oh, was it?
245, the mighty SA Silverbacks made. Had a convincing win over this Queensland side. There they are on the screen there. Now they've had a captaincy change as well.
Yep. Yeah, look, it's needed to happen. I went to see Gary Lovett earlier, but Gary came over and he said, look, I'm not well. I'm struggling. And Trent Ryan, who was in charge, we put the interview to air earlier, and Trent was very, very cordial, as is his want, and so is everybody doing the same thing. And he is in charge, and so that's good. Now, officially, too, I'd like to welcome Kate Johnson, who is sitting beside me. We're about to start the game, but I want to get in and at least give you the chance to say hello, Kate, because you will be moving and swirling and pumping out all of the cricket scores around South Australia. Welcome.
That's exactly right, Peter. And, it's a rest day hanging out with you guys. It's quite enjoyable.
It's what it is.
Watching the cricket, goody oval, excellent conditions.
Yeah, well, the first thrill has been the worst coffee I've ever made has been accomplished. And this is the first ball. And it's hit down the ground with a lusty shot for 4. Excuse me. Ball slightly over pitching. And the Queenslanders ready to rock and roll out there, and the thumping shot down the ground, that was off number 44's bat, Gavin Brown, who hit 4. Hello, welcome aboard. I'm liking it here, aren't I?
Action-packed first balls across the
I know.
It's a very good start there.
Absolute lollipop.
Oh, that was a bold stroke down the ground, and we're going to pick your brain, Ben, and we're going to have lots of Kate right throughout the day, because our aim is to please and our aim is to share. This ball wide of the off stump and through to the keeper.
Good comeback from Hindle there.
Yeah.
Mark Hindle, the bowler.
So the bodies of these people, of course, all over 50, and some of them saying they're a little bit sore. We have to get to the bottom of the story of the day, and that is the reason why there was a Queenslander warming up with a onesie on, and he had to stay with the onesie for the whole day.
Yes.
Punishment. This ball is edged just wide of third slip, falls safely, and there's no run.
Now, did I hear correctly that it's for the stupidest act?
You're pretty right. Yeah, you're perceptive. And unfortunately, I got no further. I was asking the hard questions, I thought, but he just smiled, the man who was in charge, Trent Ryan, and said, oh, well, he'll have to look after himself, won't he? It's good. Next ball, wide of the off stump. We're playing a miss. We're working from side on, so we haven't got the definite spot where we can give you an idea as to what is going on, but it's still a beautiful spot here. I'm not complaining.
Great spot.
First over, Queensland. They're batting. None for 4. And in the air, this ball is hit away through the covers. That's going to run away for another 4. So excuse me, Gavin Brown.
Very good start here.
Well, you know all of these footy grounds and these sporting grounds around the place, Ben. Is this a lot smaller than anyone else or anything else that you've seen?
Yeah, it's a good-sized ground for cricket this age. I play in the LO1s competition, and we like a small ground. It's a bit of a run fest, as I said, 254 yesterday. So,
yep.
A high-scoring game's what all the fans want, and there's a good crowd in the grandstand here.
Next balls are wide, so it's none for 9, and I can pass on some really good news to my fellow broadcaster sitting beside me, Kate Johnson. The scoreboard is in operation. They haven't put that wide up just then, but the scoreboard opposite, good to see. Next ball off the front foot, driven away and misfielded, and that's going to run away for a fairly possible boundary, not quite. They've got back for 2, and they'll have to be content. So what about that first over? No wicket for 11 after the first over.
Action-packed first over there.
Gary Brown hits the ball hard, doesn't he?
He does. Looking forward to seeing them play today. Obviously, Queensland coming off a win yesterday. WA coming off a win yesterday. 191 they made against ACT. And Queensland, as we said, coming off a loss to South Australia. So it will be very interesting to see how they line up against each other.
It's pretty hard to work out too, because you see faces and you think, who's that? And they turn around and they show a number on their back, and we're still no closer, especially when you've got someone like Damien Meek's got 167 on his back. And I'm thinking, well, he's not playing football because they don't wear those sorts of numbers.
Well,
but they're all having fun.
Yeah, it's reflective of veterans cricket. I think some states, once you play in the veterans, you make your debut, you get awarded a number, you get to choose a number, and of course there's over 50s, over 60s, over 70s even, and then the over 40s carnival starts next week.
You're in that, aren't you?
I am. We're off to Gosford on Sunday or Saturday.
How's your body?
Sunday. Pretty good, good. I went with the, I'm 41, so bottom end of the age group, but I'm a young whippersnapper there.
Yep.
Probably was a big part in me getting selected.
Oh, good work. Will you get a run?
Yes, I think so.
Good work.
We'll see how we go. It's meant to be 34 there, so a little bit warmer Sunday.
Now, start of a second over with the score at none for 11. Now, I have a habits of wide, by the way, so the score goes up to 12. I like throwing in little curly ones because when you're seeing people for the first time, you're not too sure as to who they are, etc. And the man who's bowling at the moment, and he's bowling in his first over, left arm over. A big shout for LBW down leg side. No is the response. When he was getting warmed up down below, I said to you, Ben, and I mentioned it to Kate too, he looked like the guy who was on that television ad for Manshake. He had a beard. And you know when they jump up and down and then they throw that stuff into the system and then they drop 10 kilos in a week?
I do recall the ad, yes. Yes, very good. But it's actually, as he comes into bowl again, just dropped into the offside there, no run. It's actually Shane Connolly. And Shane Connolly is the father of Cooper Connolly.
The footballer?
No.
The cricketer?
The cricketer, very talented young cricketer in WA. He's a rookie-listed player with Western Australia, a very good batsman, bowls a little bit of medium pace if I recall as well. He also has a contract with the Perth Scorchers, so obviously a very strong cricket family there, the Connolly.
Yes, very much so. This ball wide of the off stump, not taken cleanly by the glove man, and there's no run. The score stays at no wicket for 11. Not sure whether that's absolutely correct, but we'll check on it. The fact is we can tell you Brown is not out 10. He's hit 2 boundaries.
But you're right, it's a very good beard game as well from Shane Connolly.
It is. Yeah, I like that.
Well-groomed beard.
He's in, and this is down the leg side, and it's called a wide. Isn't it amazing, too? I love the stats in cricket because as soon as you mention Connolly, my dad, if he was still with us, he'd say, don't you ever forget Alan Connolly for Victoria and John Grant for Victoria, and names that bring up so many memories. Connolly in, wide of the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper, and there's no run.
It's tough to control the pink ball early. Obviously, it's a very overcast day here. It's a little bit different to the white ball. Of course, we use the pink ball in the veterans, and can be tough early to control the swing.
Let's see if it can be controlled by Connolly, who's in. That's on leg stump, and there'll be a single. They run quickly, they'll have to. But turn is good. He's out. He's been given run out.
Very good piece of fielding.
That was slow motion for a brief moment, but the pick-up and the throw was so accurate, and it meant the glove man on the way through was able to take it in the gloves, rip off the bails, and execute what turns out to be one of the better dismissals, I think, that we'll see today, Ben. That was magnificent.
There was a very, very stern look back at his partner then as well after calling him through on that one, shaking his head as he walks off.
Let's have a look and see. Now, pick up and throw.
Replay and out by a long way.
That was very well done. And plaudits, too, to Anthony Paranka, who got up there very, very quickly. And that first wicket falls. And you talk about the prowess and the athleticism of the different grades that we have as you work through veterans. The guy who did the running, he might be having a bath, so an ice bath later on. How good was that?
Yes, we might need to because he was burnt.
He was. Oh, that's a big blow too. Western Australia getting that early wicket. Shane Connolly bowling, and then the fieldsman doing the right things, and the score is 1 for 13.
He was looking good too, Brown, obviously scoring quite freely, so Roach is going to have to pick up where Brown left off there, and had a little bit of time here.
There's a packed slip. We've got 2 slips and a gully and a point on the offside. This ball taken on the pad, and they're running quickly. They'd better hurry. This time the throw in was wayward.
I think he could have been in trouble then as well.
Must have been the lucky onesie mascot for Western Australia that got them through that one. Bottom of the ladder is Queensland and Western Australia second in the Pool B. So let's see what happens after this game.
Look at the replay there. Yeah, I don't even think he was in the frame on the Explorer Caravans replay.
They're having a chat there, and what a mighty job they do too. All of the sponsors, amazingly financial in what they're trying to do, and I've got some sort of an affiliation with Benno, and he of course is with Caravans, and we just want to say to all of them, thank you so much for the time and effort that you're putting into what is, and we're pretty only just halfway through it now, really. It's Tuesday.
Absolutely. Obviously, the rest day meant to be at the halfway mark, but playing again today. But it's good we can use that. Obviously, everyone wants to play cricket. You don't want to go away. And whilst it's good with the catching up with people and having a drink and meeting new ones, we're here to play cricket. That's what we want to do.
Now it's the tall Andrew Kratzmann. Isn't he tall? All right, he'd be the tallest player that we've seen in this competition so far, and he's on the front foot and hits crisply down the ground too. Mid-off, and there's no run.
Very positive shot.
Yes,
good
it
intent
was,
first
yes.
up. Big stride in, like those big, tall Queensland batters,
Yep.
water batters. Think of Matt Hayden and Matt Renshaw.
Yes, yep, absolutely.
Similar
This
era.
ball wide of the off stump. You know who he reminds me of? And it's like, he just looks like Tom Moody.
A little bit, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Got the grey nickels in hand as well.
If he hits the ball as far as Tom Moody, we'd like him.
Absolutely.
This is Andrew Kratzmann. That's a really good sporting name, Kratzmann. He waits, punches the ball off the front foot, out through mid-wicket for 4. He stood there and then walked after. He didn't have to run for too much because that sped to the boundary. He walked to the opposite end, and out came the clunk of the 2 fists himself, and he's made it the opposite end, and that's the 3rd boundary in this game. It gives you the impression, even though it's only early, that we could have a big score here.
Absolutely. We said 245 yesterday with the SA Silverback, so there's definitely runs in this pitch, and it does look quite flat, particularly from this end. This seems to have been the scoring end so far. Kratzmann
waits for the next ball. A bit of an edge, but it ran along the ground all the way to second slip. Tell me, Ben, when you're talking about the pink ball,
yes,
tell me, why do you think, or what are the variances of why it's different?
I think it's just the paint. They're still playing around with, obviously the red ball's more natural. That's just a dye. The white ball, bowler comes in again, just outside the off stump, and well left there by Kratzmann. I think it's just a different colour paint and how it's built up, and definitely has an impact on the way it swings. And I know the guys at the top level have talked about that with the pink ball test as well. So as a bowler, it takes a little bit of getting used to, even the feel of the seam.
Well,
again, outside the off stump. Well left again.
There's a few things that you start to wonder about, and can we just? I'll give you the score for the moment. It's 1 for 18. The man out Brown who was run out for 10. You talk about the McGrath ball. Well, the McGrath. We'll get some. Look, we might take some ad breaks, and then we'll come back here with the score at 1 for 18.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Billy Connolly, I won't call him Billy Connolly, but there's a Connolly out there and he's bowling and he's having a good time, and his first ball of this over is a wide.
Just down the leg side again. He's had a bit of a leg side line yet at the moment, hasn't he? Just aiming for the thigh pad.
He has. He's got some protection behind the stumps, if you don't mind. A pack cordon.
Does. Needs that one to angle across, and It's probably a better line, that one there, to bring those slips in play.
Now tell me, we'll be talking to you right throughout the day, of course, Ben, but the setup with the McGrath ball, with the pink ball, when Glenn McGrath, of course, with Foundation for Breast Cancer, is there a massive difference when you grab hold of the pink ball, let's say the one that's going to be used in an Adelaide test?
I think there is, yeah. It's really funny, even the feel in your hand feels different. I know a lot of the spinners say that they find it difficult to grip in terms of bowling spin, just because the seam feels a bit slipperier or more slippery. So I know a lot of the international spinners will actually hold it and grip the leather part as opposed to the seam.
Yep.
So definitely, just as Connolly comes in again, outside the off stump. Single there to mid-off. Comfortable run there that time. Yeah, the grip, it just seems to be the paint on the ball that makes it a little bit harder to grip. So,
Sure.
I think in a day-night test as well, as Connolly comes in again. That one's played through the gully. They'll pick up one. Look to come back for two. Again, quite comfortable.
Got an arm on him.
It's interesting too, the running between the wickets doesn't have to be all that quick, and it wasn't on that occasion. The other Queenslander just cruising through it. Not anything out of the ordinary with speed. Doesn't matter. It's a 1 for 23. As Connolly in, and wide of the off stump, but through it goes to the keeper. So a few numbers there that are pretty high. That's David Roach out there. He's got the prize so far. He's got 198 on his back. That's not bad. And he's
top score.
He'd keep that forever.
Absolutely.
Connolly in, wide of the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper. So Connolly's bowling fairly accurately. We had a couple of boundaries earlier on. Brown looked... Well, you didn't want him to go out because you saw someone like that doing the right thing.
10 off 6, fantastic strike rate with 2 boundaries there.
Yep. And don't forget, throughout our coverage, Kate Johnson bringing you the scores from the other games and the ladder positions and who's doing what. And that, of course, can all be sorted out in the coverage that we hope you're enjoying. 4 overs gone, and it's 1 for 23. Brown was the man out, run out for 10. Some superb fielding in the outfield. Keeper got up very quickly, and credit to the keeper too, because he had to move at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and you must, in all conscience, give him the go too, because it was a united force that finished up getting that wicket.
Had the bails off quickly there,
Oh,
didn't he?
did he? What?
It's interesting. I'm not sure you can see on the side, but that last ball, Walsh, I'm not sure if you saw it, but it looked like it just stayed a little bit lower than from the other end. So we did say that this might have been the scoring end, this one, and maybe there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce out there from the other end. Time will tell.
Well, we're meandering through a beautiful morning. If you're in the area, well, you need to be here. It's about that simple. Very simple. First ball of the new over, pushed down the ground. Wide of mid-off, and they walk through for an easy single. It's 1 for 24. Now, just on, we're going to be able to deviate and do some chats with you on so much that's now keeping you busy in your life. And you threw a name at me, and one of them was Glenn Maxwell because of your prowess as managerial man. But the other one that you threw at me that I've had the pleasure of meeting on a few occasions, and I can't help but like him so much as this ball... It's just outside the off-stumper playing a miss. Adam Zampa,
yes,
you just get the feeling that he's not too far away from being permanent in pretty much every Australian side that is available.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. It was reported during the week that the selectors are looking at him for the Test Tour of India next year. It's just as Hindle comes in again, through to the keeper. Yeah, it's interesting. Adam hasn't had those conversations himself, but the media got that from somewhere. But he's been very consistent, I guess. And when you go to a place like India, and obviously in the red ball format, Nathan Lyon is the GOAT and the frontline spinner. But as Hindle comes in again, bottom edge onto the pad there, just out to gully. I think they're looking for someone to be quite consistent, and Zampa's got a fantastic one-day and 2020 record just because he bowls at the stumps. And look, there's so many good spinners around the country. With Ash Agar, probably is the second spinner at the moment. Hindle coming in again, or we play and miss there down the leg side, and it is wide. Have to re-bowl that one, Hindle. And Mitch Swepson debuting as well. I think the general feeling from the selectors is that a left arm orthodox is preferred in India.
Yep.
As a second spinner, but Hindle coming in again outside the off stump. Really good line and length there. But Agar has had his issues with injury of late, and I think missing the ODI today as well. So. Yeah, it's good from Zamps' point of view that he is in the mix. He hasn't played a Shield game for a while, so he's building up his workloads to see if he can play one of the next 2 Shield games for New South Wales over the next coming weeks.
Well, just on that now, and these are the basic questions, but I'm hoping that I get the understanding from you that I'm just trying to inform our punters who are involved in our coverage. If I wanted to ring Adam Zampa and say, "G'day, Adam, how you going? Let's have a bit of a chat about where you're at with your cricketing life."
Yes.
Do I ring him now, or do you take the call and then you make a determination that, yes, Adam, you can take this call, or no, look, we'll leave it for a while. Let's just let you settle. So you then take on that responsibility?
Yeah, definitely. In some instances, I guess it depends what's happened. Adam's got a really good personality and he's a really friendly guy. I know he's got a great relationship with the guys on the Grade Cricketer podcast, and so they just call him direct. He does that stuff himself, and I guess if it's someone he trusts, he's more than happy to have a chat himself.
Okay.
But Connolly coming in again.
I will stay on this because I'm fascinated that there are so many sports people now who are playing at the highest level, and they don't have to have managers, but most of them do. And I know that, and this is not name dropping, but I've got a very good friendship with Ricky Ponting. Now, Ricky Ponting has James Henderson as his manager, and I've got a very good friendship with James Henderson. But I would never ring Ricky straight away. I would ring James, and similarly with James being the manager of Alistair Clarkson.
Yes.
I would never ring Alistair, even though I consider him to be a friend.
Yes.
And I think to myself, the days of making contact, you have to be wary because you certainly don't want to do the wrong thing.
Yeah, 100%. Connolly comes in again. Bowling to Kratzman. Sorry, not Kratzman. That was Roach. Good leave outside the off stump. Yeah, you're right. I guess that's what we're here for as managers. It's our job to make sure the guys can just play the game and focus on that. So there's definitely a lot of life administration that comes into it as well.
True. And just on the life side of things, and we were talking off air before, as this ball is wide of the off stump and it fizzes through to the keeper who was involved in that run out earlier on. That was well done to Anthony Barranca. How did you get involved initially? How did you all of a sudden wake up one day and say you've got 2 kids and you're running around and you're thinking to yourself, I want a lifestyle change, or I want to be involved in sport, because you've got very much respect from the community and from sporting people as the next ball is hit lustily down the ground, a mighty blow, and that's gone to the boundary for 4, over the top. It's gone all the way over the top, nearly hit the heavy roller down there. That's a monstrous blow, and it's 1-4-31. How good was that? So, how does it all happen in your life?
Oh, look, everyone's different, I guess, but for me, I worked in cricket for a long time and did a lot of work with Cricket Australia and the visiting international teams, and I guess I kind of fell into it. I had a mate who worked in player management. Connolly comes in again. That one down the leg side, well taken by the keeper, and another wide down leg side from Connolly there. Yeah, I guess a lot of it's just about being organised and being able to build relationships. That's the 2 keys to being a player manager. And I look at my guys and they're all my mates. We have a great time. You've got to have that level of trust. Connolly comes in again, outside the off stump, and well left on that occasion from Roach.
One
End
for
of the
25.
Yes.
Well, okay, you like Adam Zampa, obviously there's a friendship there.
Yes.
But there has to have been a starting point where Adam's playing for Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know him, but do you make the initial contact? Is that how it works?
Yeah, it can. It happens both ways at times. Sometimes you get a call out of the blue. Most of my players that I've had since they were sort of young, rookie-listed players coming through the system, and you want to share the full journey with them. So it's great to see someone make their debut or get their first contract.
Right. Is it all cricketers?
All cricketers for me at this point in time,
okay. Okay, first ball of the new over, down the wicket, if you don't mind. The man who's wearing the number on the back that is bigger and better than anyone else's, that's David Roach. We've got some luminaries who've called through, and we'll be talking to plenty of those right throughout our coverage today, of that you can guarantee. So you've got in your stable, I don't know whether that's the right expression, but how many have you got in your stable?
From our company, we've got close to 30 cricketers.
Okay.
Not all just myself. We've got 2 agents that work in cricket. So that definitely keeps us busy. I think, it's not necessarily about the number of players you have, though. It's about where they are in their journey. And often, a lot of the time, or my time, is taken up by the guys at the top end, just because there's more contracts and travelling overseas and all of that. But, you treat everyone the same. They're all as important as each other. And again, it's a big part of my role to check in regularly and work out how each individual operates, whether that's just, catching up for a coffee or having a phone chat or even just a text message.
Understood. But the voice that you are hearing on our coverage belongs to Ben Tippett, who is rolling along merrily. Now, the questions I've got to ask you, and I'm not searching for any skullduggery or anything as such.
I didn't sign up for a grill here, Roachie.
No, it's not a grill. There needs to be a starting point, presumably, with contracts.
Yes.
And then when that starting point is sorted out, are you in a position then, and I don't want figures, that's not what I'm after, but are you in a position then to make a call after you've discussed it with the person you're looking after about negotiating to get a bigger contract?
Well, just check out this fielding here. It's a great stop with the foot, relay throw. Are they run for?
I don't know. I could just see the sight screen.
We'll see if the bats drop and hands go to hips, and we'll know if they have. To get back to your question, yes. So I guess it's having a figure in mind and knowing industry values and what light players are on potentially, but then also what someone... so we watch that ball go through to the keeper, another wide. Have to re-bowl that one.
But if you negotiated...
Yes.
And all right, you're going to come up with a figure.
Yes.
There's so many cricketing competitions that are around, the IPL and
there are.
The big league over in India where they seem to pay a lot of money, and there's so much going on. You've really got to have your head around absolutely everything that moves to be able to sit down and sort it out.
You certainly do. Cricinfo is a big friend of mine. We spend a lot of time online there and scrolling through media and having conversations about world cricket. 1 for 41 on the West End scoreboard. We've had 7 overs.
Yes, and if you are tuning in, we are also having 2 other games at other ovals at Prince Alfred College, New South Wales versus Tasmania. New South Wales 3 for 103 with 24 overs, and Victoria versus New Zealand 1 for 22, 5.2 overs, played at Port Adelaide.
Well done, Kate. Thanks for that. You'll be keeping us up to date with the cricket right throughout the day, which won't be interfered with by the rain because it's a beautiful day here. Beautiful day, and it's a good day for Queensland at the moment after they lost the services of Brown, who was run out for 10. And in the 8th over now, the score rattles along to 42. So I'm not just using Adam Zampa as, well, I suppose I am in a way, but how often do you have to have contact with the person you're looking after?
Again, I think that depends on the individual. Adam's someone I might chat with once or twice a day, often.
Really?
He and I have a great relationship. he's a big thinker about things away from cricket as well. So he's always bouncing ideas off and prefers to send messages on WhatsApp. So Connolly comes in again, outside the off stump there, well left. Yeah, so it really depends on the person, whereas Glenn Maxwell's someone who is a bit more introverted when it comes to conversations, and sometimes I'll send him a lot of messages and feel like he's not getting back to me, and then he'll reply when he needs something, or we'll have a good phone conversation for about 45 minutes.
There's a court behind.
Yes, well bowled from Connolly, outside the off stump there. Looked like that one just moved away.
And Anthony Barenka has been about the place. He's enjoying himself because he's done the glove work and done it in fine style. And the score is 2 for 42.
Kratzman, the man out there.
Well, and just we'll stay with Adam for a sec too, because we'll be giving you as much of the scores as we can, obviously, but also with Ben, who's got lots to offer, Ben Tippett. We're going to be able to talk to Ben. Now, the next question that I've got then is, Adam is going along nicely, everything's under control, and you're making contact with him, and you make his decisions for him. Do you make all these lifestyle decisions? Do you actually say, righto, there's a third of your salary, I'm sending it to a certain bank account? Does that happen?
It does happen in some instances.
Yep.
Adam is, again, very well switched on with that. He's made some good investments and some smart choices, and likes to put some money away. But it's like with everything.
Who's he invested with? Can you tell us? Have you got any goss?
He's actually just invested in the Lanyon Elite Athlete Fund, which is run by Jack Trengrove. Former AFL footballer.
Yes. Jess's brother.
Jess's brother, Jack, yes. So he started a fund in his transition out of sport with a company called Lanyon, and it's for elite athletes only, as Connolly comes in again outside the off stump.
The point that you make then, Ben, is so important, because he can't be an athlete forever. He's got to be, where does he go? What can he do? Where can he receive that satisfaction?
Yes.
And you've got to prepare him for when his life does change.
Well, help. It's not just me. There are other people as Connolly comes in again. Outside the off stump. Well left through to the keeper. Look, a very good over from Connolly there. 2 for 42 on the West End scoreboard. 8 overs gone. Look, Walshy, I think everyone's different, and I don't make those decisions for them. It's my job to open doors and get options on the table, and obviously help them make choices that are best for them. So you're 100% right. Transitioning out of sport is something that's very, very important, and something that I guess more and more there are more and more options for people these days, and when they earn a lot more money, it's something. There are a lot of people out there that try and take advantage as well. So you've just got to have some good people in your corner, whether that be managers, but also financial planners and accountants and things like that. So Adam's got a great network, and he'll be fine after cricket. We're doing some commentary this year. You'll hear him on Fox during the Big Bash, which will be interesting, dipping his toe into the water.
Look, I've got to be careful about saying this, because I like the bloke.
Yes.
He's different.
He is different.
And that's what you want.
Exactly. Him and I have a saying, and that's to never be vanilla. And that's how he lives his life. And I think that'll be a great perspective, because his cricket brain is fantastic. But he's never afraid of saying what he thinks, which is good. So it'll be interesting to see what he has for us on Fox during the Big Bash this year.
And what he's got too is he's different.
He is.
He's not the same person that's going to deliver the same one-liners, etc. I think he'll create a lot of interest, and good on him. Now, here's the question that I've been wanting to ask you.
Yes.
I've got lots to ask, of course. With a score of 2 for 42 after 8 overs, the men out. Kratzman was just out, and can you just have a look and see if you've got Kratzman's score for us, please, my friend?
He was out for 8,
all right,
23 balls.
Beautiful. And Brown was out earlier for 10, so...
He was. New bowler is Rourke.
Thank you.
Darren Rourke.
Now, of course, what we have to find out too is we have to find out why there was a Queensland player running around in a onesie.
Yes.
We will find that out. The question was asked, but they didn't give me the answer. Now, I need you to talk us through this, and this is not truth serum stuff or anything, but Glenn Maxwell.
Yes.
When did you get a phone call, or was it you who would expect to be the first person to be notified because there is an issue?
Glenn now and your phone.
Glenn, I'm sorry, mate, we can't talk to you at the moment. Can you ring your agent, will you, mate?
Just a bit of Beatles. Hopefully we have the licensing sorted out.
Here comes the sun. It was. Now, so
please.
For those, I don't want to go into the specifics because I'm not making a big issue of this. I'm just interested to know.
Yes.
Can you talk to us about when Glenn had the injury? What happened in your life?
Yeah, I can. It was actually the worst night possible because it was the night of the big storm, obviously last week, when it happened on Saturday night, and well bowled there outside the off stump. Very good glove work from the keeper. Fantastic start there from Rourke. Score is 2 for 44 off 8 on the West End scoreboard. Yeah, so it was. I actually woke up the next morning.
I'm happy about that.
No, to a message and a couple of them, and it was just something from Glenn saying, "I think I've broken my leg." And
so a text message.
It was a text message. Normally, I pride myself on getting all of those messages, but in the area I live in Martin, we had a big tree down in our street, and the power lines were out, and it was affecting all the phone networks. So I wasn't getting any reception. So it was a terrible night for it to happen because I would have basically been on the phone straight away. But Connolly coming in again. Outside the off stump and well left. But luckily Glenn's wife Vinny was there with him when it happened, and he was at a friend's birthday party. So there were lots of people there to assist straight away and straight in the ambulance.
So when were you reading this text message? What time of the day or night?
So I got it early morning. So with 2 young kids, as Connolly comes in again, down leg side and another wide. So I wake up quite early with when my kids wake up. So I got it at about 5 o'clock in the morning our time. And luckily for me, he hadn't had much sleep. So he replied straight away and was able to get through. But very, very unlucky. He's not someone that's had a lot of injuries in his career.
I'm now not doing any digging. Please don't think I am.
I'm happy to. There's actually Glenn spoke yesterday, so there's probably some articles coming out as we speak. Okay. So there's nothing to hide with this one.
No, I understand that, and you're being straightforward, and that's a thrill for us to be able to get information that doesn't happen all that often. But is it the player's responsibility because the player's had an injury, and fortunately, it's not a disastrous injury, but is it his responsibility then to make contact with his manager straight away?
No, I think it's just making sure you're okay, first and foremost. Luckily, I didn't get any call from media or anything like that.
Were you surprised that didn't happen?
No. Oh, well, actually, I was initially, but the hospital that he went to, the Epworth there in Melbourne, have a very, very good record. That's a lovely shot, 3/3 man for 4. Yeah. They've got a very good public relations person, and their staff are very, very professional. And it was interesting that Glenn had gone through into the hospital, had surgery, and it was actually a release from Cricket Australia that came out when the media actually found out about it, which is something that's unheard of. So very well done to the staff at the Epworth. They were fantastic.
Well, they've got a good reputation, the Epworth Hospital, haven't they?
They do.
All right, well, we know that he's okay, which is the most important thing. But then the recovery has to take place, and then it's a matter of what you deciding when he's going to make an official statement. As you've said, there's something in the system now, but do you have to then make the decisions in his life as to what he has to do?
Look, in consultation with Cricket Australia, they've been very, very good with it. I have a lot of good contacts in the media as well, and we were kind of keeping everyone at arm's length with it, and Cricket Australia and I formulated a bit of a press release and informed people of what happened, and then it was just about Glenn's recovery and his comfort, and then we decided that he should speak publicly, and there was something, I guess, a bit of demand for that, so we decided to go with the Unplayable podcast, which is a Cricket Australia own podcast. just because it was a more relaxed setting. So Glenn could do it from his house, sitting on his couch, and just basically tell everyone what happened.
But
and then we're also going to have him on the Grade Cricketer today. So
no, I understand that.
Podcast.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask, when you said we, it's all about a family thing, and you're making sure, so it wasn't just your decision or Glenn's decision, it was made in consultation.
Exactly. And there are a lot of good people around Cricket Australia and the States and the Melbourne Stars, and so I had a lot of conversations with the media people at Cricket Australia and the doctors, and then same with the Melbourne Stars, because they're all stakeholders in Glenn as well. And obviously he's been in a bit of pain and surgery, and endless calls to his wife to get a line as to how he's going. And I guess for me, everyone was coming through me to get information, because it's much easier from Glenn's side of things to just have one contact and not have to tell multiple people.
So Glenn then would have been instructed, look, if there are to be calls that are flying through thick and fast, Ben's the man to touch base with. He'll be making the decisions. We'll keep you posted, don't worry about that. But it's not going to be me answering the phone all the time and answering questions from every Tom, Dick and Harry.
No, look, Glenn's not great on his phone anyway, so you're a very important person if you do get a quick reply. And that's certainly not me either. I think it's his wife and his best mates, or the guy that's helping him book his golf rounds.
Have you ever had a circumstance like that's happened before with one of your guys in the stable?
We've had lots of things that happen.
But you're not allowed to tell us.
Look, there's some instances where, it's hard to compare. But Cam Bancroft is one of my clients. So obviously the whole Sandpaper Gate incident was very, very interesting. That's probably one of the biggest things I've
understood. I'll give you the score. It's 2 for 53 with Queensland batting and losing the wicket of Brown for 10. And Kratzman for 8. Peter Walsh, Kate Johnson and Ben Tippett with you. Plus, of course, the hard-working guys who are doing a mighty job looking after us and getting us to where on YouTube, and we hope that you're enjoying it. I don't want to go deeply into Cam, because he would have copped questions left, right and centre, as everyone had who was with that South African kerfuffle. But do you think that overall now, Ben, things have settled down and we're not going to feel the need for asking questions about what did happen a period of time ago?
I think there's always things that come up and take you back to that. So, for example, I know Candice Warner's got a book coming out where she comments on it a little bit. There was the situation in England last year where Cam was asked about it, and it came up again. I don't think Cam's one who will write a book. I'm not sure what Dave's going to do, but again, so whenever, and obviously Faf du Plessis with bringing out his book and commenting on it, so it always comes up every couple of months, depending on what's happening in the media or what's coming out with a different opinion.
Yeah, hold that thought. Kate Johnson, who has been with us and will be with us right throughout the duration of this tournament. Importantly, we know this game's underway. We know that Queensland are 2 for 55. But importantly, Kate's got some details on other matches that are being played around a magnificent day here in South Australia, Kate.
We definitely have to share the love, boys. There are 2 other games being played. We take it over to Port PAC Oval, New South Wales, 3 over 116 versus Tasmania, 29 overs. And over at Port Adelaide Oval, Victoria 1 for 39 versus New Zealand. And 8.3 overs.
Thank you, Kate. Overs and balls and all that happening, and the sun shining. It is quite extraordinary. I'm not going to go back to Bancroft, because I think we don't want to dig up stuff that as we've moved on about. But can I ask you then, when you've decided that you wanted to get into this role of being a management person, did you have to think to yourself, I can look after 15, or I can look after 10, or hang on, I've got to wait until the phone rings and someone says, Ben, I've heard about you, and you sound like you've got some good vibes. Adam Zampa rang me, and he reckons you're a good bloke. Is it word of mouth?
It definitely is word of mouth, yeah. That certainly happens. And look, I guess for me, I'm very lucky that I've got some good players, at the top end and all the way down, and quite a full list. So for me, I can be quite selective about who I work with now, and I love working with good people. And as I said, they're all they're all mates of mine, so good bloke mentality is what I have.
Oh, look, I like your theory.
My job very enjoyable.
But then I understand where you're coming from. But if you're working with mates, and there comes a time when you've got to make a hard call against a mate, that's not going to be easy.
You're right. We'll just watch this ball outside the off stump. Well left. No, it's. I guess you have that mutual respect and a relationship built on honesty, and I think there's definitely hard calls, and sometimes I won't agree with what people are doing. And look, as I said before, it's their journey, so I'm often there, and I can give my opinion if they ask for it.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. You're being very honest with us here, and that's
a lovely
why we're
shot.
paying you a lot of money. So
lovely shot from Roach. He's really expanding at the moment. Chipped over mid-wicket, 1 bounce 4.
Everybody's got a goal. Sorry, mate.
No, Roach moves on to 30.
And remembering, of course, if he gets to 50, he comes over and sits down.
Yes.
We had a classic call yesterday. I've got to find this in my notes. We had one of the performers with the bat yesterday was Steele. And Steele for Tasmania made 50 not out, and he had to leave the ground, which was fair enough. And he came over and sat down. And we're looking for interviews to do at the end of the innings. And I didn't know who this guy was. He was Steele. I mean, he could have been Superman, Man of Steel, I don't know. But he sat down. And he had this wonderful smile, and I'm originally not originally from Tasmania, but I've spent 15 years there. And he came over for a chat as they dart through for a run, and they get there. Anyway, he wandered over, and Kate was standing with me.
Yes.
And I got the word upstairs from John Douglas, who's the executive producer. Grab that fellow. Now I thought, who is that fellow for a start? He had his gloves on, he had his helmet on, he had his pads on, and I thought, they're 9 down or whatever. What he was doing was he was preparing to go in next time if another wicket fell. And he was just the nicest guy. And we had a good chat, and he took off in one direction. He probably scratched his head and thought, what was that bloke on about? But the vagaries of this game where you have to be aware of what could or could not happen.
Yes.
And is it the same with you for the 40s, for the veterans, for reach 50 and then you've got to take a quick call?
It is, yeah. And look, there's 2 divisions. So I think from what I understand, this is the first time the 40s have been played this year. So to be completely honest, I haven't read the full playing conditions. But
there's a fair bit to read.
From the group chat, I think I'm correct in saying that in the Div 1 you don't have to retire, but Div 2 you do. In the 40s this year.
Okay.
So I may be incorrect with that, but that was the chat on our WhatsApp group, which provides a bit of entertainment as well, Walshy.
Good. Well, you're providing us with the entertainment and we're loving it. Now, tell me, have you got anybody on your books who plays veterans cricket?
I don't at this point, but I will have 2 hats on next week while I'm over at the 40s. Yes. There might be... that's going to... very good stuff with the foot. That was very entertaining. Luckily, no injury there.
Well, that was Darren Rourke, and Darren did a backward somersault pike. It was like in a diving competition.
Didn't stick the landing, though.
No, he didn't. And fortunately, he's all right. He's smiling, but he did do a tumble, didn't he?
He did. I wonder if the smile would not be there if it went for 4, but he did a fantastic job
True.
with the foot there.
Let's give you some commercials because we should do this, and I'm not being very diligent about my display here. S&W Seed Company, Findex, Explorer Caravans in Adelaide. Benno's the man. What a guru he is. Slip up to the Belair Hotel and find him and then say we're really thrilled about Explorer Caravans in Adelaide. Nelson Teamwear, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, NXI Sport, the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association and the South Australian Cricket Association. So that's all good stuff. I'll go to you in a sec again, Ben, but Kate Johnson is going to give us... Oh, you've got some more scores. Good on you, Kate.
Yes, I do. So we've got the Veteran Crickets Australia is what you're tuning into today. New South Wales first innings, 3 over 124 on the 30.4 overs. And got my little tablet here, which is great for the technology minded. Yeah, and Victoria with 1 over 49 at 10.2 overs versus the Kiwis.
Thank you, Kate.
Another lovely shot there from Roach. It's through forward point for 4 there. He moves on to 38. Off 35 balls.
He's been in a hurry, hasn't he?
He's going really well. Keeble, the other batsman, 2 off 9. And the bowler currently is Rourke. He's got 2 overs for 4 so far. And Marquis, the bowler, went for 10 off his first at the other end.
Gee, when you think about the fact that Brown blasted a couple of boundaries in the first over and then Kratzman looked like he could do anything, they're the 2 gun hitters that are out. It's a perfect day for cricket. One of the the bowlers out there, Brad Papato, who is the captain, just doing some limbering up. Maybe he might be thinking about coming on. This is a small ground. I'm not going to guess as to how many you'd need in the bank, but you're going to need a bit because there's nothing wrong with today at all. As Papato comes in, does the fielding. His throw was a bit untidy, and there's no possibility of that being gathered, although the wicketkeeper, Anthony Baranka, was responsible in an early dismissal. So WA on their toes out there, aren't they?
Absolutely. As we said, 254 was the score here yesterday. So looking like they're on track. That's a very good piece of keeping and a fantastic stumping.
We put the moz on him, didn't we?
We did. A brilliant ball there, just slid past the outside edge, and the wicket-keeper had the bails off in a flash, and he didn't even get the foot back there, looked on the line. Square leg umpire, no hesitation in giving that one out, and Roach is on his way for 38, very well made.
Well, we don't have men of the match, we can't have that, but I can tell you that Baranka, as the wicket-keeper, has been responsible in a run-out and in that spectacular stumping, so he's had a good day.
Fantastic day so far. It's now 3 for 69.
If it changed too, as we see the next Queensland batsman coming into bat.
Trent Ryan.
He's the captain today.
He is, coming off 52 yesterday, off 63 balls, so they're hoping for a repeat of that.
True. I'll get you to have a chat about how the game is poised at the moment for our viewers, Ben, and we'll continue with our coverage.
Absolutely. I think, what are we, 13 overs or 12 overs, 3 for 69. It's a pretty good start scoring-wise. I think on track for a good score here. Would probably like to be 1 less wicket down. They were starting to build a solid partnership, and the set batsman getting out there probably after he'd got a very good start. So it'd be interesting to see 2 new batsmen. They're going to take some time up and build a partnership here, but evenly poised, I'd say, Walshy, after 13 overs. Three for 69 on the West End scoreboard. Trent Ryan about to face his first ball. And Rourke's finished his first over there. His third over there. 1 for 8. Very good over. Of course, with that stumping and the wicket of Roach, who was starting to build a nice innings, 38 off 39 balls, 5 fours and a 6. The other out batsman, Brown, for 10 from 6 balls. He was looking solid until he got run out by the captain, Papato. Kratzman, the other man, out 8 off 23 balls. Keble, the not out batsman, 2 off 9. And Ryan, the captain, at the crease. So Marquis, number 117, is going to bowl his second over. Keble, the man facing. Looking around at the field, we've got a third man, no slip in. Struck on the pads. Trying to swing that one over mid-wicket. Yeah, looking around the field, we've got 2 men out at this point in time. We've got a third man who's very fine. A gully. The other man out is mid-wicket, just in front of the scoreboard over the other side of the ground. Marquis coming in to bowl his second ball of the over. It's played nicely just to cover, no run.
I was having a chat in the back of the box. Now tell me, the management skills that you do have, they don't just appear out of nowhere. Did you actually have to, in inverted commas, study to become a manager of sporting personnel?
There is a course you can do now. I certainly didn't do it. Started a little bit after my time. I've been doing this for close to 15 years now. But yeah, it's one of those things. I think a lot of people doing that uni degree will come and ask how you get into it. And, you can generally know in the first 5 minutes of talking to them whether they're going to be any good at it or not. And I think it's just about being a good person and being able to build relationships and network and be organised. And a lot of people these days don't look you in the eye, Walshy. So it's I think it's certainly an important skill. So for me, I'd say it's what my parents taught me.
Is there much travel involved?
Definitely. Definitely a lot of travel. I guess, through the COVID period, that was shut down a little bit, and we're very lucky if you've got your phone and computer, you can pretty much do your job from anywhere. But I think face-to-face meetings are definitely important.
Yep.
I try to get around the country and certainly see, debut games and things like that, but catch up face-to-face as often as I can. And if you can be lucky enough to get overseas, that's certainly important. I went over and checked out the 100 this year, which is an interesting format, the 100 ball.
Yes.
I'll head over to the IPL next year and have a look. Hopefully we've got a few guys that get picked up in the auction later on this year.
Yeah. Have you got a bucket list?
A bucket list?
Well, is there something that you desperately want, or, more importantly, I would love to be able to be in charge of Roger Federer, who decided to come back and play. Have you got sports people and you think to yourself, I'm salivating just thinking about how good it would be if I was in control?
Look, I think you can always have a wish list and a hit list with things like that. That's not really the way I operate. I'm very much, in the moment and helping the guys that I have today, and that's what's important. As I said before, we've got a solid list. Having said that, I wouldn't say no to a Cameron Green or someone of that calibre. He's with your mate, I think, with James.
James Henderson.
Yeah.
Well, there's an LBW and he's been given out.
Batsman looks disappointed with that one. From the shot he played, he looked like he was trying to hit that through mid-wicket. So perhaps indicating it was missing leg stump, but he may have shimmied it a long way across.
Well, this is a really good, interesting story to chat about now, because what we did at the start of the tournament, Anthony Telfer spoke about the spirit of cricket and said if there was a big appeal and the appeal was given out by the umpires, any of the fieldsmen could say, no, that wasn't out, or the catch didn't carry, or no, and the decision could be reversed. Now, I'm not saying that was going to happen then, but I think it's the man who was wearing that gear, and we couldn't work out who he was. I think he was running around with... He was. The onesie. The onesie's been given out. It took him a long time to walk off. But there, to me, was an occasion where, it's always a tough one with an LBW one, but it wasn't any dissent shown by him, but there was a lot of disappointment.
There was disappointment. Look, I think you're right. The spirit of cricket's definitely important. I know in LO1 cricket here, we have a rule that if you nick it, you walk, and that's a little bit different. It's self-umpired. So, there can be some controversial decisions there, and difficult to get an LBW as a bowler in that grade. But the spirit of cricket is generally pretty good, and if you nick it, you walk, and it just makes for a much better game.
Yes. Well, this has been a good game for Western Australia now. 4 wickets have fallen.
Keble, the man out there for 3 from 15 balls.
Gee, and look, when we saw that first over and we saw Brown walk out there and you thought, well, Brown's going to have some fun out there with a couple of boundaries in the first over, but it's been a bold fight back, and let's again give significant credit to Anthony Barranca. the wicketkeeper, with the stumping and with that
Absolutely.
superb run out. He's been really good.
Absolutely. Rourke, the new bowler again, bowling his 4th over, 1 for 8 of his figures. Marquis taking his first wicket there, 2 overs, 1 for 13.
Oh, another
that's
catch!
a very good catch.
That is spectacular. That is as good a catch. Now, hang on. There's a check. One of the umpires,
The batter's walking.
and the umpires, they're
Calling
signaling
for
drinks. I thought for drinks.
Chris Sampson, the man there at first slip.
How
Number
good
60.
was that catch?
We will definitely need to have a look at that on the replay.
Let's have a look. Let's just have a look.
Unbelievable diving catch. There he is, Sampson standing at first slip. We're going to have a very good angle of this.
Well done, lads.
Oh, right in the middle of the mitt there. Fantastic. Thanks to the Explorer Caravan replay.
You don't get much better than that, do you?
Fantastic catch.
Well, this game as well, what we might do is, because we've got a drinks break, I'll just run through, before I head to Kate, I'll just run through some of our sponsors, because we're never going to get tired of mentioning who, in effect, are being sponsors. The sponsored scoreboard from West End, the replay sponsor is Explorer Caravans, the drinks break, which we've got now, is S&W Seed Company, and we've got the S&W Seed Company, Findex, Explorer Caravans, Nelson's Teamwear, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, NXI Sport, the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, and the South Australian Cricket Association as the players head off into another postcode. I hope they decide to come back. The drinks break's not going to be held on the field. They've walked off and they'll get a slurp somewhere, with the score at 5 for 73. It's been remarkable. Kate Johnson, Peter Walsh and Ben Tiffett, the voice now of Ben Tiffett. This has been, well, from Western Australia's point of view, they'd be absolutely thrilled.
Absolutely. Just running through some of the scores there. Walshy, Roach, 38 from 39 balls. Brown, 10 from 6 balls. Kratzman, 8 from 23 balls. Kebble, 3 from 15 balls, the batsman. Ryan not out 1, the captain. 5 for 72. Some of the bowling figures quickly. Hindle, 4 overs, none for 24. Connolly, 1 for 27 from 5. Rourke, 1 for 8 from 3. And Marquis, 2 overs, 1 for 13.
And the sun is out shining on the other ovals around the city at PAC, New South Wales, 3 for 134 off 33.3 overs against Tasmania. And at Port Adelaide Oval, Victoria, 1 for 64 off 12.4 overs against the Kiwis.
Thank you, Kate. Players now heading in different directions. We should repeat too, the significant change that took place before the game. Gary Lovett was to be the captain, but Gary isn't feeling too well. He's at the ground, which is a good thing. And I'm sure if there was something wrong, well, he'd be isolated, and I'm not jumping at conclusions. He was there, he came over and he just said, look, I'm sorry, I'm not going to play today. I'm feeling a bit average. And Trent Ryan stepped in, which was good. But from a Queensland point of view, when they started so merrily in a small ground and gee, they were giving the ball a whack, I can tell you, Ben, that it's changed dramatically. And that score now of 5 for 73 on, I won't say perfect day, but on a pretty good day, that's all go for WA.
Absolutely. Look, it looks perfect now, doesn't it? The sun's just broken through. Funnily enough, just after your phone rang with "Here Comes the Sun," and an over later it did come. But look, 5 for 73. I think they'd be happy with the run rate. It's just the wicket column that, they've probably fallen behind the game a little bit. The 73 off 14 overs is decent to start with.
Yep.
They've just got to really build a couple of partnerships now. It was Ryan, the captain, out for 1 off 3.
I'm just confused now, I can tell you.
Number 105 and 102.
Yeah.
The two batters there.
Well, Gary Lovett.
Yes.
Is heading out. Now, Gary was the gentleman who came over to see me before the toss and said he wasn't playing.
Is that Gary, or has he lent his shirt to someone else?
Good if I don't know.
Have to look through your binoculars there.
Well, he's gone out, and all I can do is tell you that that's the number on his back.
Yep.
I've never met the person before, but it is Gary Lovett. Now, one of the umpires down there, I think, is waving at me. But I don't know. We might see whether or not we can confirm this, because we don't want to give out wrong information. The other batsman at the opposite end is John Short, and the WA team come back.
And he's not very short, is he?
No, he's not. He's not.
A tall man.
It is Gary. Thank you. There are some very... Oh, his parents are here. Well, now we were told that Gary wasn't too well, and he's not. Mum and Dad are still nodding their heads. Keep on talking. Keep sharing. That's important. But is he all right? I have to ask you this question. I apologise in advance. You've spoken to him on the phone. He's still talking to you. That's a good thing. Tell me it's not COVID. He's had tests, so he just doesn't like the South Australian weather at the moment.
Exactly.
Okay. You're very, very thoughtful, and thank you for sitting so close to our coverage, and enjoy your time in South Australia.
I'll be in touch with you.
Well, there you are. We better be careful about what we say now. Isn't that wonderful? That's Mr. and Mrs. Lovett, and they were absolutely magnificent. Isn't that all about communication?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we know that Gary is there. He's out there. We know he's not well, but he wouldn't be there if he was really crook. So
beware the wounded batsman, they always say, Walshy.
I know.
We could be in for a treat if that's the case.
Well, he's pulled the wool over my eyes. I'll have to get his mother and father to speak to him about telling the press porkies.
John Short on strike, well left. His first ball there.
But I'm being serious about this, even though, look, this isn't the most important game in the world, but information that gets shared to us like that.
Absolutely.
By Mum and Dad sitting there where we are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good to have the inside word.
Yeah, I know. Now, what we could do, though, we could find out a lot about Gary, you know. We could be some questions, and Dad's shaking his head now as if to say, hey, you, do what you're supposed to do. Shut up with the questions. Just call the cricket.
We could get him in the commentary box.
Oh, we could do that. You know, how are you going in South Australia, enjoying yourself here? We won't do that because they're, obviously, they might be on holidays down here, won't they?
Exactly.
Yeah, how good's that?
Short off the mark there. Pushes one past Gully for a single to get himself underway. I really like the look of Rourke here. 2 for, 10 now in his 4th over. Just bowling at the stumps. We talked about that with Zampa before, but spinners that just attack the stumps in short format cricket have a lot of success, don't they?
They do.
Hard to get away.
They do. End of the over. 5 down. That's wickets, 5 for 74. And let's just continue on a little bit with the discussion on management's role. Because of communicative skills around Australia and around the world, you don't have to actually be face-to-face with someone to negotiate a contract. But part of the challenge would be, I'd expect, you mentioned about the possibility of heading overseas, but that in itself would be a bit of a buzz when you're... I know I spent some time in Pakistan and in Zimbabwe, and just walking into those two countries was just amazing, and I loved it. Doing that for your work, that's got to be a buzz too.
100%. It's there's so many passionate people around the world, and cricket just brings people together. Sport in general, but, but
understood.
cricket in particular.
Yep.
Just watch this ball. Just off the pad there, out to mid-wicket.
Now tell me, I'm sorry, but tell me, are you restricted, it's probably not the right word, but with just Australians? Could you, for example, visit an Indian dressing room?
Yes.
And you could say to Virat Kohli, I'm going to talk to you and we're going to do some negotiations. I'm using him as an example, but could you do that with any cricketers from anywhere around the world?
100%. So
have you done that?
Yes. So I guess I've looked after guys in New Zealand previously. They don't have a lot of cricket agents in New Zealand.
Yes. Now you've got to give us some names.
Well, they're not massive names. I have Doug Bracewell on my books at the moment.
Bracewell, is that John's?
It's John's son.
Yep.
Doug. So fast bowler there. He's played some Test cricket and some one-day cricket for New Zealand. And
how did you get access to him?
Look, I guess his dad works in WA.
Oh, okay.
And, has been over here for a while, and there just weren't a lot in WA. So.
That's a good get. Have you been to New Zealand very often?
I haven't actually, no. Doug gets this way a little bit, and again, a through the wonders of technology. There's a bit of slip in the field there, and the batter's come back for 2. Hopefully everything's okay.
How long are you... And on this tangent that we're on, and I'm hoping that our viewers understand, we're just trying to get some information from someone who is at the coalface, particularly with management skills. Tell me about the World 2020 Cup that's just finished and the surprises that we saw. Not all the time, but we saw some for a while. And that's a good shot off the front foot for a couple. Driven away through wide-ish cover, and they'll get back for 2. It's 5 for 76. Would that have generated... I've got to be careful here. I'm not in any way saying that the Afghanistan team didn't have agents looking after their players, but with all the countries that played, did some of them not have people that looked after them?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Look, I think the guys that play around the world, and you look at the Rashid Khans and guys like that, definitely have people that assist. But I'm also one for helping other people. So you can always know a lot more about your part of the world than another one. And so I have a good network of agents that I use in the UK and overseas as well. So I think sometimes it's not just about one person. You can have multiple people working with you. 5 for 78 on the West End scoreboard after 16 overs. Lovett and Short, the not-out batsman.
And just on that too, would you knock on the door of the Zimbabwe changing rooms and walk in and say, I'd like to talk to someone about the possibilities of being a manager, and I just need to know who's here, who's the manager, or who is the senior person in Bulawayo or in Harare or what? Would you, or could you do that?
I'm sure you could. We don't have change room access or dressing room access as player agents or player managers, but again, I think it comes through networking. More often than not, it's much better to get someone's phone number through a mutual contact and have a chat or go and have a coffee. I like to do that face to face, away from the ground, away from everything else, because again, it's all about building that relationship.
No, that's fair. Good question. No, not good question, good answer. Now, I hope the next one's a good question. Women's cricketers?
Yes.
Lots?
I don't have a lot. It's such a growing area of the game, which is fascinating. Like Megan Shute has been a long-term client of mine. I've had her. I actually got onto her. I coached her at Sturt. I was the coach of
She's a good person, isn't she?
She's a lovely person, and actually was coaching the women's A-grade team and gave her debut when she was 12. So that makes me feel really old now.
12.
Excuse
me.
And then to see her go on and be the number one ODI bowler in the world is, something to just play a role in that pathway. That's what's rewarding. Another good piece of keeping. Yeah, that's a second stumping.
Anthony Barranco, excuse me, a man of the match.
Having a day out. Another great piece of bowling from Rourke. Takes his 3rd wicket. 2 stumpings.
It's a messy scoreboard now. It's 6 for 80.
It is.
Whilst we're continuing to have a chat, the wickets are stumbling and crumbling and doing everything out of the ordinary.
Want us to stop talking.
We can't do that. We've got to keep talking. 156. Now you're probably saying, why am I suggesting 156? Well, that's the number on the back of Shane Drummond Hills, who's about to come in and bat. And Queensland have got the real speed wobbles. They're at 5 for 80. Now, just staying with those that are looking for contracts, etc. One of my favourite players, and I've got a lot, is Shelley Nitsky, who's now the Australian women's coach. Do you stay with players, or can you go to the next step if you needed to, with Shelley, of course, re-signing for the Australian team?
100%. I don't work with Shelley. She does her own stuff. I have a good relationship with her. She was actually a player at Sturt when she was the captain at that point when Megan made her debut in that season. We used to work together at the Saka as well, but she does her own stuff.
And that's an interesting one. Yes. On that, Ben, do you have many people who make a decision that they want to go their own way?
There are a few. There aren't many, and I guess it's more about you just being able to play cricket yourself. And there's so many things that we do, even visas and passport applications and things like that. And you look at the Aussies the last couple of weeks; they're so busy at the moment. So it's really hard to get time to get to the passport office or do those little things. So some people like to do that themselves, but look, the vast majority of people have someone that helps them out, or multiple people.
Do you think that they can be a bit precious? I'm not individualising, but I'm saying that, do you have to do absolutely everything for them? It's like you've got to get their visas, you've got to make sure they've got their mobile phones, you've got to make sure they've got a phone charger, you've got to make sure they've got an iPad. You've got to make sure they've got just about everything, and that seems to be part of the course.
Yeah, look, I won't say they're precious. I think it's
they're precious.
All of those things give me a job, so I'll never complain about it. But look, I think it's great to have people in your corner and good people in your corner and help you out. And look, one of the things that I feel is our responsibility is to help athletes have those life skills, because they can get to 35, 36 if they've had a really good career in it and not know how to do their own tax or not know how to get a visa and things like that. So I think it's about an education process as well. And look, it's not just about doing everything for them. It's about education and helping them grow as people as well.
Well, just staying on that tangent, you've been in the business for over a decade. You know your stuff. You know your clients, etc. Is there any way of it being dog eat dog? Do you have to look over your shoulder because all of a sudden there are a couple of new cricketers who might have signed up and you'd like them, but there are others that want to like them as well, so they're not going to just sit back there and wait for it to happen?
100%. It's very competitive, and look, we're at an over 50's carnival here, which is fantastic, but the under-19s championship's coming up, and I can guarantee you there'll be agents there looking at players, and it happens younger and younger. And look, personal value, I'm really opposed to guys that go out and sign kids at 16.
Does that happen much?
It does, yeah, and it's because of what you say. It's more competitive, and so there are a lot of guys out there that just go and they'll try and sign everyone, guys and girls, I guess, and hope that one of them makes it, as opposed to, I more look at players when they get their first professional contract or they're about to get their first professional contract, and sort of work with them in a mentoring role as well. It's often they have parents who are former cricketers, like a Shane Connolly out here with young Cooper, and so they obviously have people that understand the game and the industry.
All right.
So it's just about how you can value add to that. It's not like you need financial planning or something when you're a 16-year-old kid.
No. Well, that's right. We'll come back to that in a sec. It's very interesting to have a chat with you, Ben, and I'm thrilled that you've been so candid with the information you're sharing, but I've got a really hard question for you in a sec.
Okay, well, there's also a game of cricket.
I know.
I'm more than happy to talk about what's happening.
You will do in a minute. It's 6 for 82, and we're going to give you some information regarding our sponsors: S&W Seed Company, Findex, Explorer Caravans of Adelaide, Nelson Teamwear, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, NXI in Sport, the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, and the South Australian Cricket Association. And in just a sec, we will have Kate Johnson, who's going to wrap up what's happening in the other matches.
Yes, New South Wales is versing Tasmania. We got 5 for 157 off 39 overs versus Tassie. And over at Port Adelaide Football Club, Victoria, 1 for 81, 17 overs against New Zealand.
Thank you, Kate. Sun shining, magnificent here. Now, my question is, do you have a manager?
No, I don't.
Do you need one? I'm not suggesting that I'm applying for your job.
No. That's a lovely shot there. Probably the first bad ball that Rourke's bowled today. Not overly bad, just a little bit straighter, probably more towards the leg side. He's kept his line outside the off stump, and a very nice sweep shot there. 6 for 82.
If you were doing stats, and here's another trivia question, at what age do you, in your belief, being a manager, at what age would you say to someone, look, you don't really need a manager, you're old enough now, if you want to play cricket, that's fine, but let's not get too carried away, just enjoy yourself, stay healthy, But you don't need a manager.
Yeah. Again, I think it just depends on where the person's at in their career. Someone like Glenn Maxwell has a lot of connections. He's been in the game a long time and knows a lot of people, but he has so many, I have so many people calling, almost another stumping there. So many people calling with opportunities, and it's almost like a personal assistant type role with someone like that, just to filter it all out and send through the important stuff.
Well, do you make the decision, or do you leave it to Glenn?
I've got some pretty stringent guidelines from Glenn that I'll take him opportunities based upon those, and the rest of it, it's a very much a yes or no answer straight away.
But you can be there can be a really significant friendship between the two of you.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's just building an understanding of people and what they need and what's important to them. And Glenn's a very simple guy with what he likes to do, and he's family and friends and getting time at home is very important to him. So try and free up as much time for him when he does get it, for him to do those things. And diary management can be a big part of the job there.
Well, one more from me, then I'll get another update from Kate. Then I have to leave the room for a short time, and I won't explain why. The question from mine is, what length of contract do you then look at when you've got someone like Glenn who's coming back after an injury and will hopefully be back and playing for Australia? But what's the setup now as we'll watch the next delivery at 6 for 86 and it stays the same?
Yeah, so I guess everything's different. Cricket Australia have just brought in multi-year deals now, but most players are on single-year deals there. So there are 3 or 4 guys that have a 2-year contract. Glenn's just signed a 4-year extension with the Melbourne Stars. So that's done and dusted. He's got 4 to go on that. That was done during this off-season. IPLs tends to be year by year. If you get picked up in a mega auction, it's generally a 3-year deal, but they have the right to move you on or retain you. So luckily for us, Glenn got retained.
Just on the auction side, we were at an auction last night raising money for the veterans, and I think about $16,000 with gear that was being auctioned. I know a Chapel bat signed by Greg and signed by quite a few other former Australian players went for some big dollars. And now the reason for this question, and then I'll go to Kate for some updates. When you're talking about auctions, can you tell me what actually happens? Do you go to the auction when it's decided as to how much money's being bid by your man?
I haven't been to one. I watched them on the live stream. I know you have to be very, very well connected to get into those. It's generally just the team owners and people in the know that are at those things. But it's a very, very interesting process. That ball's up in the air, fielder under it. Oh! Dropped quite a straightforward catch there.
There'd be some disappointment out there. Now, I'm just thinking that might even be the captain, I've got to wait for him to turn around. Because it sailed in the air and looked like it was going to... Yep.
Just at mid-off there. And now that one's run down to third man, just for a single.
He won't turn around, Ben. I'm not happy. He won't give us a clue as to who he is. All he knows is that even though this is not a big field, he doesn't want to be there. That's number 55 out there. And that is Ferdinand Penhero.
Penhero.
He's no hero out there at the moment. He'd be feeling pretty ordinary because the fielding's been magnificent out there.
It has, obviously, led by the wicket keeper, but that's one he'd like to have again, I'm sure. Very good bowling again from Marquis. He's kept a consistent line and length and been very, very hard to get away.
Yep. End of this over, we'll go to Kate for some further updates on the scores that you want to hear. It's not just this game that's going on. This ball wide of the off stump, and through it goes to the man who's done so well, Anthony Barranca. He's enjoyed himself out there in the sunshine. He's saying, how good's this? Adelaide, beautiful weather. And I'm about the place.
Definitely looks like a few from this end have just kept a little bit low. From the other end, it looks like there's more consistent bounce, and this one just maybe a little bit of a damp spot or a worn patch on the
Yeah,
wicket, and it's
well,
just not quite the same carry from this.
Yeah, look, it's a good observation, Ben. Also, the fact that there's a lot of sand out there near where the track is that would have been used because of the water that was about the place. It's 6 for 90 after 20. Let's go. But Kate Johnson, who's not at every venue, she's actually sitting next to me, but you've got the scores, importantly, of the other matches, Kate.
Yes, it's amazing how technology works. We have
When it
live
works.
updates when it works. that is what we're doing today. So New South Wales 5-4-16 and against Tasmania off 40.3 overs. And Victoria 2 for 83 off 18.3 overs against the Kiwis. And I feel like I'm in a bit of a simulation here because all the yellow and black looks like HFL umpires. I think I'm at the wrong sport game.
I think you might be, actually. Still, it's the colour. How boring would it be if they wore white? Couldn't do that anymore. You can't go to a cricket game now and have white gear, can you? Even the Sheffield Shield, they have their numbers on the back, which is a good thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, especially not after the weather on Saturday.
Oh, that's true.
Would have been white and brown.
This is, look, you know, we've talked about this. We've talked about the information that's necessary. And when you walk into a cricket match like today, and to our right, we had Mr. and Mrs. Lovett, who have travelled from Queensland. And they can hear what we're saying because Mrs. Lovett's laughing, so so we get the message. But the situation is, the only thing I'd like to add is, only a small crowd here, but if it was at all possible to have, let's say, 100 foolscap sheets of the two teams and their numbers, and anybody who walked into the venue, Mr. and Mrs. Lovett, who have come all the way from Queensland, they know all the Queenslanders, of course they do. Their son's playing. But they mightn't know who Anthony Barranca is from Western Australia or Brad Papato. And if it was written down and they had the numbers, could you organise that straight away, please, Ben?
Absolutely. I think there's a printer out the back. We can just print off the sheet that we've got here, and maybe Kate can go and hand them out if you want to, or you get someone less important to go and do that.
Information sharing. I'm going to zoom in a sec, but I wanted to flick this question in your direction, Ben, about how do you get the chance to go to an auction?
That's you got to know the owners. That's basically the only ticket in, and even then they don't really have seating for people to watch it there. If you know an owner and you can get yourself on a table, then that's the best way to do it.
6 for 93.
Kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. You really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Ezra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, it's a must.
Six for 93, and thanks for those who are pumping the feedback through to us. That's what we enjoy as opposed to endure. As there's a big swing, and he's out LBW. An attempt to drag the ball away on the onside, and Queensland lose another wicket to be 7 for 93 at the start of a new over. And with Peter Walsh and Ben Tippett here, it's been very, very disappointing that the wickets have tumbled so badly.
That was a very confident appeal from Barranca there. He was jumping up and down, and batsman looked a bit disappointed. Maybe that was more with the shot, but another fantastic piece of bowling from Marquis. Pick up his second wicket, and wickets tumbling.
They are. And again, I say thank you for the feedback that we're getting. We're trying to get through as much as we can by way of the information sharing. And from a Queensland point of view, thank you to all of the Queensland listeners who have been kind enough to say g'day, etc., etc. And so from our point of view where we are, let's be a bit more specific about what has happened to Queensland. They had some issues at the start of the game where Gary Lovett looked as if he wasn't going to play. The toss was taken by Trent Ryan. But as it turned out, Gary's actually moved out, or did go, into the middle, and we hope that he's okay. We've been very fortunate to have Gary's mum and dad who are sitting near where we are, and they said he's okay, but he's not 100%, so that's as much as we can do. And from your point of view, Ben, it's been WA domination, and Queensland have looked on a couple of occasions where they're going to get some runs, but they really just haven't been able to, well, put the foot on the throat.
They really have, and it's this bowling partnership between Rourke and Marquis who have come in, and obviously Rourke 3 for 21 and Marquis 2 for 21. They've really put the brakes on the scoring and been the destroyers as well.
Not too sure as to what the likely score could be now. It's only 93, and they've got the speed wobbles all right. First ball of a new over pushed away on the offside. It trickles away, and the man who's just got so much energy out there, Anthony Barranca, runs from where his wicket-keeping duties are, gets the ball and then goes back and does some stretching exercises and does a bit of calling out too, because he's got some assistance there from Darren Rourke, who's fielding at slip. This ball outside the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. So have you got all your guys together for the 40 and overs for the vets coming up?
Yes, we've got two teams, so it's got 24 guys, and so we leave Saturday early in the morning. All arrive in New South Wales at Sydney Airport around about midday, and then short bus ride to Gosford. So dinner that night and first game Sunday. So looking forward to it.
Brilliant. When we're looking at the players, of course, that we've never seen before, but you look at the states who have provided us with so much talent. Queensland have got a White team and a Hayden team in different divisions, and you go through and you look at those names of the people that have had their teams locked in for their names, if that makes sense. And there's some magnificent ones. Of course, Queensland have got different divisions. We've got Western Australia out here, and of course Tasmania, the local teams, the local states, Silverbacks for South Australia, 7 for 94, and a play and a miss outside the leg stump. Well taken again by the keeper. When, apart from one errant missed chance in the field, it's been pretty classy from Western Australia.
They've been fantastic, and as I said before, Rourke and Marquis, the pick of the bowlers so far, but Hindoo and Connolly have also done a fantastic job. Only 4 bowlers used so far, and you said predicted score. There's only almost 22 overs gone, so there's plenty of time to bat. It'll be interesting to see what Queensland can do, whether they sort of just try and bat as many overs as possible, or whether they try and pick up the scoring rate right now.
Tell us about what you think their mindset would be, knowing they haven't been able to get big partnerships. This ball driven away and breaks cover. It'll roll out to where we are. It bobbles and wobbles, and it's going to not reach the boundary. Well done there by 119, Darren Rourke, who ran quickly and bounces the return back and gets some warm applause. He travelled very quickly across the turf.
I'm pretty sure it was Rourke that did that fantastic piece of fielding and gymnastics down at third man before as well. So that's 2 very, very impressive stops with the shoe. Fancy footwork there from Rourke today.
It's fancy footwork, I know, but you being an athletic person as you are, you wouldn't want to step on a cricket ball just near the boundary and do a little twist.
Definitely not. Look, I guess I know when we were trialling for the 40s, the feedback from the selectors and the coaches was good to see people diving around. So there's a few of us that might be sliding for that one. I'm not sure how the knees go when you're over 50, and getting down that low is a bit more difficult. But it's an effective way of stopping the ball for Rourke at the moment. So no injuries. So he's done a good job.
No, that's true. Now, just looking here at change in field for Western Australia. I'm not quite sure. The skipper is doing a bit of work out there, Papato. And he's wandering around and getting himself involved and standing next to one of the umpires. He's a friendly fellow at the toss, Brad Papato, who's still not quite happy with who's going where, so he's sending Anthony Wong away to the left, and there's some shuffling going on out there, and he's very meticulous with working out as to who he wants to go where. And now he's finally sorted it out.
Just getting the most mobile fielders in the the key places.
Yeah, he's doing well by that too. There's no doubt about it.
You asked about mindset before, and I think what's interesting is they've had 4 quality bowlers so far, which is fantastic. But I think the mindset from these batters is just bat a little bit of time and see if you can find the 5th bowler. We don't know who that's going to be at this point in time. Might present some more scoring opportunities. So just get yourself in, get to that 5th bowler, and hopefully some more scoring opportunities come up.
And we can also tell you, because the teams are aware of their responsibilities to try and give us talent that we can give to our listeners and to our viewers, one of the Western Australian bowlers will be coming up to say hello to us when the innings is finished, which will be good because we can find out a lot of information. And I should share something with you because I really do want to have a chat to this chap from Queensland. But I'll just wait till this over finishes with a score at 7 for 98 and it stays at 78. Bowling's the call. How often have you heard that call?
Frequently.
Yep. No, it's all good. Western Australia in control. Queensland 7 for 98. This one edged just to the first slipper. Not picked up cleanly. Umpires are doing what? They're walking, and they are suggesting that it's the end of the over, 7 for 98.
Drummond Hills, the not-out batsman, on 3 from 11 balls. Meek on a 3 from 8 balls. 7 for 98 of 23. Current bowling figures, Rourke 8 overs, 3 for 21, and Marquis 6 overs, 2 for 26.
Very economical, isn't it?
It is. Looks like another bowling change here, though.
There's no shortage of enthusiasm. Brad Papato out there running around and
Ferdinand Pinheiro.
Yep, that's him.
He was the man guilty of dropping that catch at mid-off before.
Yeah.
Hoping to redeem himself with the ball here. He is the 5th bowler, as we just spoke about. So it'll be interesting to see what he's got for us.
And we have more games on tomorrow if you want to catch these 2 teams. Western Australia playing SA at Summit Recreational Park.
Okay.
Queensland as well playing ACT at Woodville tomorrow. So
We had a good time when the ACT played earlier this week. It's trying to work out what day of the week it is because there's been a bit happening.
it's a bit all over the place. Not quite the rest day today.
It isn't. 7 for 98. This ball wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. It's gettable to get what now, in all honesty, Ben? A bit of guesswork, I know, but 7 for 98 and 23 down. Not a lot in the shed.
Look, I guess you play 12 in these games, so you can have a little bit more depth in your batting lineup. They'd be hoping to get to 150 at least at this point in time and just bat, and hopefully they can just keep the scoreboard ticking over. So obviously 100's a couple of runs away, but you'd still be hopeful of 150 if these two can put a decent partnership together.
That's been the big problem. I've had starts from a few of their batsmen, particularly Roach, who looked all right at 38. And earlier on, and I mean, you can't get too carried away, but Brown was out there and you thought, this bloke means business. He smashed a couple of 4s, but then he didn't, unfortunately, continue on. Kratzman went for 8. So they really haven't had a big partnership, and that's been the real tale of woe. At 7 for 99. This ball on leg stump, attempted to turn the ball away on the leg side, and nothing happens. So how many have you got in your 40s, and how many can you take the squad?
So we play 12 in each team, so we've got 25 I think we're taking with us. We've had a couple come into the squad. We had a few sort of pull out for personal reasons, but 2 teams, and obviously we play 12 in each of those. So in Gosford, the Division 1 side was meant to be based around Sydney and staying out at Parramatta Way, and the Division 2 side was meant to be in Newcastle, but because of all the rain they've had over there, it's been very, very difficult to get grounds up, and so it's the whole thing's been moved to Gosford, which is great because everyone's together. So it should be good for sort of team bonding, with the Silverbacks over 40s being the pioneers, as we call ourselves, of the over 40s.
That's good. Now tell me, turf wickets?
Turf wickets, yes. Yes, I had a bit of a Google and look at the grounds. Very similar to this. I'm not sure if there's a grandstand or function centre as nice as this at any of the grounds from what I quickly looked at, but very much looking forward to it.
And Hero is the man wearing number 55 on his back. He's doing the delivering, and he was assisted there by Dominic Crognale from Western Australia as another over is completed, one shy of the three-figured result for Queensland, and they've been a little bit on the shaky side. Back shortly for more coming to you from Goodwood.
Seven for 99 on the West End scoreboard. 24 overs gone. He shot there to short cover. Drummond Hills, the not out batsman, on 3, and Meek also on 3. Current bowler is Rourke. He's 3 for 21 off 8 overs, and almost another one there by the hands on head. So they'll get 2 runs down to fine leg. Coming back for the third. Is it good running? Or big dive and makes it back safely. Throw just short. Keeper couldn't quite collect that one. A lot of hands on hips there.
I reckon he was a bit frustrated out there too. But I tell you what, Ben, because he didn't glove the ball cleanly, and it's one of the very few things that he hasn't done correctly. And this is Anthony Barranca. And when the ball came back to him from a throw in the outfield, he didn't also gather that one correctly, which is easy for us to make a call from a distance. But he's been 10 out of 10 so far.
Absolutely. Looked like he went the English technique of taking the ball in front of the stumps and bringing it back. You've seen a lot of cricket. What's your opinion of that?
No, I don't like it.
Don't like it?
No.
Is that because it takes out the direct hit? Is that your...
Yeah, I think that there's enough changes that go on in our game that we don't want to confuse people any further. I was talking to one of the umpires before the game, and he was explaining, and you'll know this because of you heading off shortly, but the variances of all of the changes that take place, and you've got to be so switched on, and the umpires fill in that category as well. The umpires in this game, let me see, Darren Swain, and the other umpire is Ken Morris, and you just got to be on song. And they're talking about things like rules and regulations that you need to know when you're at the ground. You need to be across what's going on. And if you don't know, you can be confused. And I'm not confused here. The umpire's doing a fine job, and we've got the scoreboard here, and everything's all right.
No, you're right. And obviously a change in captaincy can affect that. As you say, you rely on your leaders, and there's lots of things like field restrictions and playing 12, rotating guys on and off the field. And, just from our chats, you can't be off longer than 5 overs. So whilst you can chop out and have a break, which is very important, you've got to be mindful of how long people are off for, and of course when they're needed to come back on and bowl as well. So,
well, we had a conversation this morning, and the umpires were really lovely to talk to. Darren and the other guy who was out there was Steve. And I'll tell you about our conversation at 7 for 102, which is still 7 for 102. That ball driven away square on the offside and no run. And they started talking about man-catting. And I thought, do we need to go there now, or is that going to throw further confusion into an equation? And so we sort of chopped it off, and I wanted to go somewhere different so we could perhaps bring it back to basics. But that's what they talk about, because it's a rule, and you've got to talk about those things.
Well, it's an interesting discussion, Walshy, because in veterans cricket, are you more or less likely to have a man-cat?
Yeah.
Are you not as fast between the wickets, so you need to gather that extra bit of ground, or are you just a little bit slower, so you're not likely to be out of your crease? Or does it not matter?
Look, all of those questions I can't answer, but all I can say is, when we talk about the spirit of cricket, You don't want anything to happen. You don't want a person to be dismissed against the spirit of cricket.
Yes. And look, I guess it is such an interesting question, isn't it? Because they've played around with that rule. They've brought it in. They've taken it out. They've done so many things. So I guess if the MCC don't know, then it's it might be above our pay grade.
That's true. Now, we have a bit of information. Now, I really should have done my homework, and I didn't. And that is the man who's got the onesie is down to our right near the scoreboard or near the sight screen. And I'm just sort of wondering if we could find out off Gary Lovett's mother and father what the story was with the onesie. He did something against team rules.
But you don't know what he did.
No, the guy out there, Trent Ryan, who's acting captain.
Yes.
When I asked him, he just laughed at me. So I said, excuse me, come on. So we might ask actually Gary Lovett's father, who might laugh now, but that's not going to get him anywhere, because we've got a lot of Queensland listeners, and I'd just like to know why there was a onesie being worn by the Queensland cricketer in the warm-ups, and he's still on the ground now to our right. And what did he do that was wrong, which meant that he had to wear a onesie for the whole game?
My question is, if he's not going to tell you at the toss, Walshy, would he have told his parents?
Well, that's a good question.
So I guess the concept is an old one, isn't it? Like you have a bit of a bizarre outfit for someone who does something against team rules. I remember the Aussie team used to have one. They used to call it the Daktari, which was
the Daktari. I used to watch that show.
Oh well, that's what they called it. And it was a bit of a colourful Hawaiian shirt that someone would have to wear on the bus to the ground the next day. And there have been a lot of different incarnations of that through teams over time. So it is an old concept that I guess when you get the boys together and you go on tour, it just provides a little bit of fun.
So you don't believe what stays on tour goes on tour, or the other way around?
Well, look, I guess that's probably why they're not telling you at the toss why he's wearing it, isn't it?
Well, let's have a look. The umpire's just getting things sorted out. There's a discussion going on in the middle about what I don't know.
A new bowler coming on. It's
well, the skipper's down there taking a chat. That's what it is.
Yes. But Rourke has finished his spell 3 for 43 off. 3 for 24 off 9 overs with 1 maiden.
That's a big effort. Now,
fantastic effort from him. 2 stumpings in that as well. So
it's been good.
Very well bowled so far.
Now, Gary Lovett he's just looking at us. We might try during the lunch break, I think, because we'll have a bit of time to find out. And it's only fun. We're not making anything out of it.
Absolutely. Stephen Gollam is the new bowler.
They've worked it well too. The skipper's been on song with getting his bowling spot on. He's done very well there.
He has. So this is the 6th bowler now used. Gollam, the last game, none for 37 from 8 overs. Looks like another spinner.
And
starts reasonably well into the wicket there.
I just, when you watch a captain who's in control, he hasn't stopped moving, clapping, carrying on, doing all sorts of things, and it's all good. Now, just hang on a second. You talk for a minute, please. There's a big shout. Just bear with me a moment.
Very big shout there. Very good start here from Gollan with his off spinners just into the wicket there. Very tall off spin bowler. Gollan comes in again. Just played down to the gully area. Drummond Hill's the man on strike. Faces Gollan again. Tries to paddle sweep. That one from an upright position. Didn't really go anywhere. It's another dot ball. Good start here from Gollan. He comes in again. Well played there from Drummond Hills. Completes Gollan's first over. The score is 7 for 104 of 26 overs.
And you just don't know who's going to wander past, and someone who has wandered past is a man of the Kratzman fraternity, Andrew Kratzman,
Yeah.
Thanks for popping up and saying hello.
No worries, guys. Wish it was under better circumstances and I was 50 not out or something.
Yeah, it's been tough out there. What's the track doing?
Look, it's a bit low from this end, as you probably noticed. There was a bit of movement early on. Pitch is sort of almost a bit Lords-like, where it goes, slides away to the bottom side. Feel like we haven't sort of taken advantage of that short side boundary, but with the balls on our legs, with that one fielder at square leg only, and haven't really taken advantage of that, but they've bowled well. So,
right.
Yeah. Pitch is pretty good, to be honest.
So that's not going to be enough in the bank, 104?
That's not going to be enough.
No. Okay, now tell me, there are tennis courts directly opposite to where we are, and your surname is Kratzman. Have you been over there at all?
I was over there yesterday, unfortunately, just talking to the state squad was over there yesterday because Memorial Drive, is it?
Yes.
Getting resurfaced for the tournament coming up, so they brought their teams over there, their squads over there, and Sanders Dolly, who I've played with on the tour, was over there, and one of the coaches that were doing some drills on the field I said, who's out there? And Brod Dyke was out there. And
you got some class out there.
Colin Ebeltite, so I wanted to go over and have a chat to them, and I might have got the onesie suit now.
So the onesie suit is for lack of discipline?
Oh, let's call it that, yeah. Or just someone who did something a bit silly during the day.
Well, did you feel that you had done something silly?
That was probably I should have been probably helping put the covers on. I initially went over there to help put the covers on, and because they were right over there, and then I heard, Sanders out there on the court, and I haven't seen him for probably 15 years. So.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You know, that's the wonderful thing about it, Andrew, is that the reconnection of people that you have had an involvement with in sport, and you might go in your different ways, etc., and then all of a sudden, that's a familiar face. We're in a different geographical climate, but look at the rekindling of stuff that you can do.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
Another very good piece of keeping there. Sorry to interrupt. I think the wicket keeper was very confident there, but the square leg umpire shakes his head.
Oh, yeah.
Must have been close on the replay. I'm not sure if we've got the Explorer Caravan replay.
Thought I might have seen the foot raised.
Very good piece of keeping again. Didn't even look at the square leg umpire.
Now he does. Now tell me, what's the Kratzman connection? How far back with the tenuous links of that family?
In terms of cricket, shot.
Sport.
There's one almost into the tennis court.
They're listening to you.
Yes, good shot, Damien. Tennis was really, my brother was Mark. He's here as well, playing he's in our seconds team. He was at a young age, was a very good player in Queensland. And, obviously, I don't know if you know Mark, but he went on
of Mark, yes.
Yeah, went on to be #1 junior in the world. And won all the Grand Slams bar one. Very good player. And so he was 6 years older than me, and so really a sporting mum and dad.
Did you have that up against you and him? Was there a lot of rivalry?
There was, but the gap was probably a bit big. To have really any sort of real rivalry until we got to the pro level, I guess. And then he was playing a lot more higher tournaments than I was, so we didn't really I played him once, him and Jason Stoltenberg.
Once?
Yeah, played him once. And Jason Stoltenberg in Montreal, we were
in doubles, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think I was playing with Simon Yule, another Australian
player.
Right. And we got our handed to us.
Was he the Tasmanian? Simon Yule.
Yeah. So, but I played with him. We actually won the Australian Hardcourt here in Adelaide in 1994.
That's amazing. You've got a good memory. Now, why cricket then?
Just finished playing tennis, and we both played cricket as youngsters. We both in sort of rep teams up to the age of 12, and then both of us took tennis on. So at those ages, so we really enjoyed it. My dad played a bit of grade cricket. My dad did, and Mark actually played. After he finished on the tour, played for the Sunshine Coast Scorchers, which have a premier grade team.
What's he like as a cricketer?
He's a very good cricketer.
Is he?
He's playing over 50s. He's the captain of our Sunny Coast team, and he has got out twice in the last 2 years. So, yeah.
We're just writing that one down. Twice in the last 2 years.
Yeah, and also one of those was a run out batting with me.
So you're helping his average, were you?
I was running to the danger end, let's put it that way.
All right. Now, you're sitting down beside us now, so I can't get an absolute guarantee, but how tall are you?
6'4". Yeah, he's
6'4".
5'10". They're the only. That's one of the things, of the two things I've got over him. So yeah.
Just a nice shot from Drummond Hills there for 2. Just do a score check. 7 for 104 off 28 overs.
Now, are we going to see you with the ball often?
You might see me out here throwing from the boundary, probably more than anything. We've got quite a few bowlers in our team. I am on the list to bowl.
Are you one of the first
batting all rounder, I guess? So,
okay.
Yeah. I didn't bowl yesterday, but yeah.
This concept, Andrew Kratzmann's our special guest, one of many that we hope you're enjoying listening to at 7 for 110, the score for Queensland. The venue here, or the venues plural, are dotted all over the place, and we've got some sunshine, which is good. But the concept of playing in veteran sport, does that really appeal to you?
Yeah, it's do you know what? It's probably more about the mental health, like of all these guys getting together in that same age bracket, enjoying a game that we all grew up loving. And so you're bringing together all these guys that are between 50 and 60 playing in this comp. It brings together, like, we all grew up with the same songs, same everything, grew up in that same era, so you have similar ideals about things. So I think that brings that camaraderie together, and it's really good for our health.
You were very candid with your comments when we chatted out in the middle earlier on. You're not afraid to talk about mental health. You're not afraid to say that you might be a little shaky at the moment, and that sport could be just what you need to help you through some rough patches.
Yeah, it definitely is. I've had a bit of history there. So with not with just the son. I had a car accident, so my son passed away in a car accident. So, like being around other people is really important. In those early days, that was a long time ago. So yesterday was really a step back in time for me, because I played in Mildura at that point, and I was the coach up there in Mildura, and tennis coach, that is. And one of the players, my captain that I played for up there, is playing in this team, in the South Australian team, Tom Batchelor.
Okay.
He was my captain for East up in Mildura, and it was really nice to reconnect with him. Like I left there basically after I had that accident and moved back to the coast. Been living there since, so brought back a couple memories.
How important is it, Andrew, to make sure that you continue to have these contacts, not necessarily in sport, they mightn't be, but just to make sure you can pick up a phone, or you've got a mentor, or you've got people that you can liaise with if you're going through some flat times?
I think it's really important, and like I said, just this age group, they just understand each other. It really, like I played on the sunny coast in first grade cricket up there, and I played with a bunch of young guys, and so I don't have that same age group, and so that have that understanding, and so the connections are really important, I believe. So I heard what you were talking about last night, and the importance of health, and my dad had prostate cancer, and it's really important that we really look out for each other and make sure we get checked.
And I think also too, and I'm not getting on my high horse here, but being prepared to talk about it, and most importantly, having someone to talk to about it, so you're not wandering around with it by yourself.
Yeah, that's right. I'm fortunate. I've got a lot of family, but a lot of other guys aren't. So, might have been a tight run there.
Just a couple of quick questions before we wrap it up at 7 for 112. Do you then take some really special friends away from what we're seeing out there at the moment, where we're seeing this match between Queensland and Western Australia? Will you endeavour to try and maintain contact?
Yeah, definitely. I've made contacts even within, like the teams that we play against up in Queensland. You meet new players and you make a connection. I've kept contact with those guys, so I'm sure that'll happen here. Yeah.
And enjoying your time in South Australia?
Yeah, it's awesome. Just wish it was a bit warmer yesterday and the day before, but that's all right. Feeling good today. I've got the thermals out.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
I've got a quick question as well.
Certainly.
I'm playing in the 40's next week.
Yeah.
What advice have you got for me, just in terms of going into the carnival and how to get through?
Yeah, going into how many days are you playing?
We're the same format as you guys, so hopefully we do have our rest day in the middle. But
we always get in the pool. It's weird. We get in the pool at the end of it. We're standing in a freezing cold pool last night just to cool the body down. You'll have no problems against our guys. We beat them last weekend. The 40's team.
That's good to know.
They're quite good.
Okay.
They're quite a good team. They didn't have their full strength.
Yeah.
Getting through, just don't chase as hard as you normally thought you would. That competitive spirit can take over, and then you end up getting injured.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And last question as well, obviously 7 for 112. What's the plan from here? Bat the overs or try and get some quick runs? Where's your head at?
Look, honestly, South Australia are pretty much going to finish on top.
Yep.
So we need to finish third or fourth, obviously, or in that second position, sorry.
Yep.
So we do need to keep that run rate up to even have a chance to win this game. I think, obviously, we're 7 down. We need to get to, we're doing all right at the moment. We need to get to 170, 180 to give ourselves something to bowl at.
And you raised an important point. I mean, so much was criticised with the Australian team in the T20 World Cup for that first game with net run rate. So it is important in these carnivals, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It is super important, and obviously what cost them in the end.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so try to bat as many of these as you can, and then defend what you've got on the board.
Yeah, we've got to try and defend and bowl really well, obviously. So try and bowl them out for 100.
All the best. Hopefully, you get a few more on the board, and have a good bowling session. And it's a challenging game or close game.
Yeah, I hope so. Hope we make a game of it.
And thank you for sharing some thoughts in the middle of the Goodwood ground, and then coming up here and talking about things that, in some way, can be a bit testy.
Yep.
But if you're honest, and you've been very honest with us, Andrew, despite the fact that you've annoyed tennis players over there and you've annoyed your teammates.
I could be wearing a nice Broncos suit tomorrow.
Could be like that. Andrew Kratzman joining us here as it's 7 for 112. Now, the umpires have walked back onto the turf, and the Western Australians, well, they're downstairs shaking hands with each other. I'm just not sure as to what the setup is with lunch or whatever, but they hadn't bowled the necessary overs. We've still got overs to go, so
it's a bit early to shake hands, isn't it?
I know, it's just getting a bit carried away. Anyway, thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, no worries.
A really good chat with you, and you look after yourself too.
Thanks,
Take care.
Andrew.
Next week.
Never alone, mate.
Thank you. All the best.
Andrew Kratzman, who was the taller of the Andrew and Mark Kratzman variety. So it's 7 for 112 here at Goodwood.
Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
I'll send you my invoice for all the camp.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them when they're told are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Please be aware of change banking details, and then it was on the invoices.
Still a small break in proceedings. The Western Australians just running back onto terra firma here and enjoying themselves. None more than Darren Rourke, number 119, who came off and got some significant applause when he was doing his fielding a little later on. But Queensland 7 for 112 with Peter Walsh and Ben Tippett with you, and also Kate Johnson, who's got an update on what else is happening in this world of veterans cricket. Kate.
Yes, over at PAC Oval, New South Wales, 8 for 198 off 45 overs, and that's against Tasmania. Over in Port Adelaide, Victoria versus New Zealand, 4 for 117 with 29.5 overs.
Thank you, Kate. This is the rest day, by the way.
Yes.
Not having much rest, but
no.
How good was it for someone like Andrew? And I'm being very careful about this because I spoke at a function last night about prostate cancer, and Andrew came up and said to me, we had a chat, going through some stuff that it's a bit on the dicey side, and I said, well, come up and have a chat if you want to, feel free to, and he just did.
Perfect. He spoke brilliantly, didn't he?
Didn't he? Did he what? Yep.
Golan will take up the bowling again. He's bowled 2 overs so far for 2 runs. Not out batsman Drummond Hills on 5 from 34 balls, and Meek on 14 from 31. Drummond Hills on strike.
You've only got 30 overs down, so there's plenty of overs, but there's not plenty of wickets.
15 to go. As we just spoke about with Andrew, it's important, that net run rate, isn't it? We talked about the Aussies in the T20 World Cup and the criticism they caught from that big loss, and they were up against it from the start, weren't they? Coming back from that heavy defeat to New Zealand. So try and bat the overs here, Queensland, get as many runs on the board as they can, and hopefully a decent total to bowl at.
Yes, if you were in a boxing ring and you were giving points, well, the allocation of points would be for Western Australia so far. But still, things can change. Still very complimentary of the Goodwood ground and as to how well it's been manicured to give us a decent, and we've had decent pitches right throughout the coverage of our 50s and overs, the veterans. Gee, they were there in the numbers last night. They were, I reckon, about 500 people there. Yeah,
excellent. That's a great turnout. No, it's interesting you say about the facility, and Andrew mentioned it before. It does look like the ball is low from one end, going through, or not going through from one end. So runs on the board always important. Hopefully they can get a decent total, and then you never know once you've seen it. From a batting perspective, you can probably start a little bit earlier and take the pace off, or bowl into the wicket a little bit more. So maybe that's an advantage there for Queensland when they take the new ball a little bit later on.
Isn't it wonderful too when you go through not so much the names of the players. We'll have a talk about that in a sec. This first ball of the new over, punch backward of point, and there's no run.
Hero, the bowler.
Thank you. And what you need to do is you need to think to yourself, well, Hayden, he's named after a team. And you go through the names, and Bickle was another one, those sorts of things. And you think about the depth of cricket in Queensland. And I unashamedly offer the following information. I used to barrack for, when cricket was on, I used to barrack for Greg Chappell. I didn't barrack for a state.
Yes.
I lived in Victoria.
Yeah.
But Greg was playing in South Australia.
Yes. And
Dad said, you can't barrack for someone in another state. And I said, he's my favourite player. I just want to barrack for Greg Chappell. And that's what I did. And he didn't do anything wrong except give me a thrill every time I went to see him play, or listened to him on the radio, or watched him. And you look at the players now who have been named with teams, and I just threw a few of you out there. I waited for an eternity for Queensland to win a Shield.
Yeah.
It didn't have to be Greg Chappell there either. It took a long time.
It did.
But isn't cricket full of stats with those numbers there that you can throw? Like Bickle was brilliant, and Hayden, I used to love watching him bat. All of those players who've had sides named after them.
Absolutely. And you look at the strength of the Western Australian team right now, and you might have some future teams named after current players. They've got such quality depth, and obviously winning everything at the moment. Last year they won all 3 titles on the men's side of things. So both very, very successful states.
7 for 114. We are hoping Queensland can bat out their 45 overs and score some runs. At the moment, They've been curtailed by some pretty steady bowling by the boys from Western Australia. And they're on song at the moment, restricting the score.
Just bowled really well in partnerships here, WA. Particularly that sort of first, well, after the first opening pair finished up and Rourke and Marquis came on, they really dried up the runs and took a few wickets, and now Pinheiro and Gollan have taken over, and both not going for many, and as a bowler wide there, but not giving away too much, just bowling stump to stump.
Tell me about your role, Ben, when you go for the over 40s.
Yes.
What can we look at when we look at the stat sheet after a week? What will we see when we look at you?
I think probably a bowling all-rounder. If I look at my club side, I kind of either bowl with a new ball or first change off the long run, which is 10 steps.
Oh, that's long. Yep.
All shoulder for me, and then probably batter about 6 or 7, sort of play that finisher role. So good fun to come in and whack a couple at the end. But look, I think we'll probably rotate a little bit. There's a lot of almost like junior cricket when you see, even Andrew talked about it before, that he's on the list to bowl. There are a lot of all-rounders in carnivals with things like this. So you might find yourself batting up the order at some point in time, or even when you play 12, there's someone that misses out and doesn't bat. So,
when he was having a chat and he said he was 6'4", and you thought, he's going to be a good first bowler, but he said he mightn't even be bowling.
Yes, well, they did have some tall batsmen, didn't they? Even as short with the other one that wasn't so short.
Yeah. Well, this is a big test now for Queensland. Big test, and they're going to be helped by an errant ball down leg side, which will be helped along the ground all the way for 3. Didn't quite make the ropes, and the pink, which is hats, that's been sliced and diced, they were there to do the protection. Just watching the ball was just bouncing around a little bit as it got towards the boundary, and they're through for 3 and it's 7 for 119. Trying to work on some of the bodies as to whether they look like they're running out of juice just before the end of another game of cricket, because they're starting to get cricket in their legs now after we missed out on the first day.
Absolutely. Another good diving stop there. We saw a brilliant catch there at first slip before from Sampson, didn't we?
Yeah, you wouldn't get much better than that.
No, just stuck in the middle of the hand, diving to his right. It's a lovely pick-up shot over mid-wicket. Might have just had the sand wedge there and didn't quite get to the boundary. Good chase from the fielders. They're looking to come back for 3, but they're not going to make it. Happy with 2.
Gee, you've got to hand it to the Western Australians. That was Brad Papato, the captain, and he was on the move and he ran very quickly, even though he might have only picked up or saved a 1 run. That was a good get. Chased so hard.
Absolutely. And love to see Anthony Wong go with him as well, hunting in packs, as they say.
Yep.
Support your teammate, running together. See a lot of flick backs and things like that these days, but
they practice all those, wouldn't they?
Yes. Yes. Not sure how many practice sessions you have together in the field, though. I think we've had one fielding session with all the weather we've had here.
Yes.
A couple of practice matches and indoor nets and things like that, but fielding's probably the last thing you get to practice as a team like this. Another over down. 7 for 121 from 32. Pinheiro, the bowler. We've just seen the first ball just dropped there to point. Yeah, the hot spot there at point from that square drive type shot. As we said, keeping a little bit low from this end. Pinheiro just dropping onto a good length and difficult to score.
Yes, there haven't been any overs of substance for a while, remembering that Brown got them away to such a quick start. We got a couple of boundaries in the first over and finished up on 10, and Roach looked all right at 38. But there's been no significant partnerships in the 45 overs that they will face. There's a good throw from the outfield too, getting back over the stumps. 122 on a day where the sun has been shining, no signs of any errant weather. You'd think that unless something out of the ordinary happens, Western Australia is certainly in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. And look, as you say, the Queensland scoring rate was quite good early. Just lost some wickets at key times, and probably shows that. Oh, another square drive there. That man in the hot spot, just short. But it probably shows that it's probably at its easiest to score with the new ball.
Yep.
So, be interesting to see if it's the same. Obviously, we don't know until both teams bat on it. That's how we judge a wicket. But as you say, WA in the driver's seat now as Penhero comes in again. Hit on the pads. That's going to be very close. And the finger goes up. Well bowled from Penhero. I don't think the batsman can be quite disappointed with that one. He's not shaking his head as he walked off. Back pad. See if we can have another look at the replay. We're, of course, sitting side on, but that looked very close. Explorer Caravan replay. Oh, that just came back in nicely off the seam. Didn't have to think too hard about that one, the umpire.
No, it's a long walk back after missing that one. And WA very effusive out there, and so they should be, because it's 8 for 122 now. And a man who had a chat to us earlier on, Andrew Kratzman, was kind enough to pop up and say hello. And whilst that's happening, we can see coming to the crease Richard Anderson, wearing number 120.
Meek, the not out batsman, 14. Drummond Hills, 5 off 34 balls.
And if you want a bit of
Kate, what have you got for us?
Yeah, I'm giving you a bit of a throwback for
a throwback?
Tuesday. Yeah, taking it back to yesterday's game. South Australia, home buddies, defeated Queensland 9 for 245 over in 45 overs. And then WA defeated ACT 8 over 191. 45 overs, which makes the score ladder for Pool B, SA first, WA, ACT, then Queensland. So fighting for that possibly second or third spot.
Thank you, Kate. It was actually really surprising as we start a new over. And that ball down leg side, and it's called a wide.
Tell you what, that was an opportunity for his third stumping there. That was a very tough one, but I thought he was there for a second. He's been fantastic with the gloves today.
He's been good, all right. And he that we're talking about is Anthony Barenka. But fascination when that game was on between the Silverbacks and the ACT. The first game that we saw being played, this ball has worked away behind point on the offside and there's no run. The ruling changed because of the wet weather and because we just had some pretty ordinary showers, etc., with the score at 8 for 123 here. Spin bowlers had to start, and at the opposite end, the quickies would come in, but not full throttle. Right. They would have to come in at sort of like medium pace. And you just thought to yourself, when the umpires were explaining what had to happen, there was nobody saying that's wrong or no. Everybody was just saying, we're going to get a start. We can play. Even though you had the spin bowler starting proceedings.
Yes.
Didn't matter. They were happy enough. Are those rules the same as the ones you play with?
Oh, look, again, I'm not as well versed on the... and it's 34 in Gosford on Sunday, so hopefully we don't have to come up against that. But I think that's great. Like, there's a lot of talk these days about why we shouldn't be playing cricket, and you saw rain delays in the Shield game yesterday and guys coming off, and we seem to wait a long time to get back on the ground. There's a fantastic shot there. 4 runs, the first boundary in a while.
I was going to say, you're right there. There hasn't been too much activity over the boundary line.
Lovely shot from Meek there. But yeah, there's a lot of talk about why we shouldn't be playing cricket rather than just trying everything we can to get back on and give the fans and the players what they want. And as I said before, we're here to play cricket, not watch it. So great they could get out there and start.
Yep. And the compliments are plentiful from here because we in the media require information sharing. I don't know who's responsible for the scoreboard out there, but whoever is, take a bow. Well done. It's been superb.
Very clear, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Western scoreboard. 8 for 127, 34 overs.
You know, when you look at a scoreboard like that, that's really a footy scoreboard because you have the 3 slots,
yes.
1 goals, 1 behinds and 1 points. But there you've got number of overs, number of wickets, number of runs, 34 overs, 8 for 127. Anybody who walks in or wanders around, has a look, they know exactly what's happening.
Absolutely.
And from a Queensland point of view, they know they need some more runs. And there's not a catch. Edged over slip, running back in a hurry then is Darren Rourke. And his return to the wicketkeeper is okay. Went fairly high, but was never going to be caught.
Ends another good over there from Gon. That's none for 13 for him, off his 5 so far. Ben Hero just took his first wicket in the over previous to that, 1 for 14. 8 for 127, or 128 now, sorry, 35. And look, the spinners have bowled really well today. Gollan hasn't gone for many, 12 off his, or 13 off his 5 overs. Rourke was the other one, 3 for 24. Probably the pick of the bowlers so far from his 9. He was fantastic with 2 stumpings off him. So conducive to spin, maybe.
Yep. It could be right there. 45 overs to be bowled, so it's not like they're heading for a flurry at the finish because there's only a couple of wickets left. But that boundary in the previous over, as you said so accurately, Ben, we haven't had too many of them. Queensland would like another half a dozen in the last 10.
Absolutely. And look, it's been through some great bowling, hasn't it? There hasn't been too many loose balls.
Yep.
Opening partnership while the ball was swinging. There are a few wides down leg side, but generally it's been pretty consistent line and length and hard to get away.
And you use the word that's just so particular. The bowling partnerships were so good.
They have been.
WA. Slip, slap, boys. That ball pulled away just backward of square leg. He's hit that over the top. And whoever's down there, if Andrew Kratzman's down there, there's a tennis person's caricature up against the tennis court down there. That just missed her stretching out to play a forehand over the net. But that was hit with muscle. And he hit that very powerfully, but most importantly, got the elevation, and that's floated over the top for a big 6.
It's like a tracer bullet, wasn't it?
It was a beauty.
A flat 6, carried all the way. Andrew Kratzman said that this wicket shapes a little bit like Lord's, and that's angling downhill, and they haven't been able to take advantage of that boundary or that side of the wicket yet. And that's a good example of utilising the angle of the ball there, and just there is only one fielder at square leg, so plenty of space out that side of the ground if you can beat that man at square leg.
True. The one thing that I really enjoy, there's a lot of things I do like, and this one is another what I do like. It's driven off the front foot, out towards the boundary, and it's there for 4. Some animation from the gathering that are here. That was hit so sweetly. The chase was always on for Anthony Wong. He couldn't quite reach out and get it, and that was a handsome 4.
That was just a teaser, wasn't it? He thought he was a chance the whole way, and he just couldn't quite get there, Anthony Wong. A lovely shot, and it's good to see someone dive, the old Superman dive in the field. We talked about that. There's been a lot of stops with the foot on the boundary today. Great effort there from Anthony Wong. Another good shot.
That just gives us an indication that there are people here making a noise, because we had the clap, clap, clap. Next ball pushed away behind square on the offside. Charging in quickly is a man who's been a bit busy, Jared Marquis. There's no run, end of the over. Just talking about the size of the grounds and that. And I'm not in any way making a complaint. When we were at Woodville, massive size. Woodville took forever. And here, when there's a chance of more boundaries, even sixes, but even fours, and this is not being critical, I'm just making an observation, the size of the grounds, maybe Woodville might have had witches' hats that might have been a bit closer in so that you can get more boundaries. I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess, look, this is a community club ground and Woodville is a premier club or a grade club ground, and I guess sometimes the payoffs are a flatter wicket. The ball comes through a little bit better at a ground like Woodville, and the outfield's a bit faster as well, so perhaps there's a bit of trade-off there, and you have a smaller ground where it's not quite as flat and smooth, the outfield, as a Woodville Oval might be.
Yeah, fair call. Now they're going to dash through for almost a run out. The wicketkeeper didn't take the ball cleanly, and the two Queenslanders said we're off for a run, and they ran in a hurry. It was grabbed by the man of the match who's done so well, who charged across. That was Anthony Barenko, and his throw missing to the non-striker's end. At the end of this over, I'll get Kate to come in and give us some more details on the scores, as this ball just outside the off stump and through it goes to the keeper.
And look, perhaps that was to get Meek back on strike. He's faced 53 balls now, or 54 balls, 29 he's on. So Anderson doing the right thing and getting down the non-striker then, getting the set batsman out. And there's another attacking shot from Meek. Just the single out to deep square. He moves on to 30.
Now, Mark was the fieldsman. He's got a big smile on his face. A bit of banter going on down there, which is what we want to see. Sampson is the player who's standing there and they're chin wagging and then talking about how much they're enjoying themselves. And you're allowed to do that. And there has been a fair bit of banter too, which is what you want.
Absolutely. That's what we're here for. Bit of fun.
Next ball is just nudged away on the offside, end of the over, 36 down. It's 8 for 140 with more scores about what's happening on what's been a very big week of veterans cricket. Let's cross over to the sports desk now with Kate Johnson.
Yes, over PAC, bringing it back to high school there. We got New South Wales, 8 for 198 off 45 overs. That's against Tasmania across the Bass Strait, is that what it's called?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Oh, geography. And at Port Adelaide Football Club, Victoria, 4 for 105 over 36 overs. That's against the Kiwis. Big
Interesting.
week of cricket.
So 105 off 36 there,
Yep.
4 down. We're 36 and 140 but 8 down. So you suggest it's a bit of a slow wicket there?
Yeah, look.
Don't want to leave too many in the shed there, Walshy.
No, I know.
9 overs to bat.
Yeah, look, if we're not betting men. I haven't got my phone account with me.
Did you get a line for that one?
Well, I could call someone from the AFL and see if I can get some early Brownlow votes, but I won't do that. I won't go there.
No.
I'll leave that one alone. But with Queensland, 140. There's just going to be a bit of movement there. The sight screen's being moved, and there's not too many helpers down there either. Down there doing the hard yards is Ferdinando Penhiro. Nobody helped him. Now he's happy. He's pushed that. He's done a Dean Lucan. He's done a weightlifting effort down there. But he's all right now, and he's going to run back and get himself organised.
It's an interesting. We're going to say, and it's because Connolly, the left arm, is coming back on. We do have a bowling change. It's always interesting. I think he might be going down to long on.
He might be going off and getting in that car and driving around to Subways or something.
Yes, just with Meek on 34 from 57. So definitely worth a couple out. We've got 4 fielders out, a long on. We've got a deep cow corner, as they say. Fine leg and third man as Connolly comes in to Meek, and he just plays that one out to cover.
It's unfair for me to ask this question, but is there a gettable target in your mind that they might be able to reach now with just the 2 wickets left?
Yeah, I think you just keep batting, don't you? We talked about 150, and that seemed a long way away, and they're at 140 now. So as a leading edge, that looks like it's just fallen in. I think Meek's the key now, isn't he? He's got to bat through and bat as many of these overs as he can, and if he can finish with, a good 60 odd, another 30 odd on the board, that'd be really good, and get some support from the other end. And You know, even if they could look at a 170 target, anything you can get helps that net run rate and gives your bowlers an opportunity, particularly, as we said, if the wicket's playing a few little tricks, then you never know.
Yes, and then there's competition where we lost a couple of games on the first day, but this is a rest day, but we're playing so that everyone's getting their go. That's the main thing. This ball driven off the front foot and hit crisply, but straight out to Chris Sampson, and there's no run. I was really pleased too, Ben, with the man, Anthony Telfer, who's done so much work.
Championship director, we call him, the CD.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. I do a bit of work with him. We do some work on Facebook for promoting sport, and he's just such a good man.
Almost 5 runs there. Sorry to cut you off.
He was too, yeah.
Fumble by the keeper and almost cost 5.
Bit of movement there. He's going to move the helmet, is he? Yes, he is. He picks up the helmet and puts it between his legs. Didn't move it very far. But with Anthony, I rang in this morning just to wish him all the best after the big occasion last night. And he said, I'm just so happy. And I thought, okay, you're just so happy. Now, where do I go with this? Why are you so happy as they get a run off the next ball? And his response was just the way the man is. Guess what I'm doing today? I'm playing cricket. This was the first day that he's going to be able to play cricket. As we speak, he'd be playing somewhere for the Silverbacks. Wicketkeeper he is. And all he wanted to do was play cricket. And he gets the chance to play. There's a shout there for, well, maybe it looked like an inside edge, I don't know, but the dive from the keeper was again quite spectacular. Anthony Barranco, he was a bit keen.
We'll see a replay of that one. That looked like it came back sharply off the seam. Oh, it's cut him in 2. That's beautifully bowled from Connolly.
Not a bad take either, was it?
Absolutely. And to a set batsman on 35 who's faced 60 balls, it's very well bowled.
Yes.
Still a bit in this wicket, which is positive signs for the Queenslanders. They've just got to get a target to bowl at.
Yep, and a few fluffy clouds around, nothing serious. But on your telf, I know you're not listening to what we're doing, but...
He might watch the replay, he loves it, doesn't he? Come back and listen to every ball.
But I watched him, and he was like Santa Claus last night, handing out presents. And the handing out of presents was a lot of auction items, and all the monies were going for the right places, and for the recognition of people who did so brilliantly, like the Explorer Caravans, and all of them, we'll give them as many mentions as we can, because you can't run a tournament like this unless you do get some healthy sponsorship, and they're able to do that. And now I think if you look to what's happening, Ben, in the next few days with weather, we should be okay.
Absolutely. It's great that we're getting all the games in, and as we've said a couple of times, it's what we're here to do, play cricket. You don't, particularly for our visitors from interstate, you don't want to come to Adelaide and see it rain. So come over and play some cricket and meet some interesting people and have some fun.
Well, it's 8 for 143. There's an edge and there's going to be runs. That one through the vacant slips area. They've got 2 and they ponder, but will do nothing more than ponder because the return is back and return is quick. So the runs occasionally with boundaries, but the rest of the time they're just nudging and getting through if they can. 8 for 145 in the 38th.
Well bowled again from Gollan. It was just chipped out to the leg side. Anderson's got down the non-striker's end again. Doing a good job supporting Meek here. He's got to be the man now, as we've discussed. Some 35. Faced 60 balls now, so he's certainly the key. Been impressed with the spinners here today. Drops that one at his feet. No run out to square leg. The bowlers so far, Hindle, he'll probably come back and bowl at the end. He's bowled 4 overs for 24. Connolly, 1 for 28, a 5.4. Oh, sorry, 6 overs now. Rourke, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 24 off his 9. Marquis, is that how you've been?
I'll go with it. I'll go with it.
Marquis man.
Gerard Marquis.
Marquis, 2 for 26 from 6 overs. Penhiero, 1 for 24 from 7. And Gollan, the bowler now, just finished his 7th over. none for 16. Score is 8 for 145 on the West End scoreboard from 39 overs. Sorry, 8 for 147.
We gave a very special shout out to our mate Anthony Telfer before, who works hard behind the scenes. I'll just watch this one.
Connolly coming in again. Another play and a miss. Well bowled from Connolly. Seems to be getting a bit of movement off the seam.
Bit of hometown pride. SA Silverbacks against ACT. 5 for 149, 45 overs. You can head out to Colin Reserves at Fulham to watch that one.
So 45 overs gone in that one.
Yeah.
145. And a low scoring affair. Hopefully they got enough on the board there. Of course, we're 8 for 147 here, 39 gone. Connolly is the bowler. Meek, the batter on strike on 36. He's faced 62 balls, and Anderson down the other end, 4 from 12. Another swing and a miss there. Connolly certainly seems to be getting it through a little bit quicker than some of the other bowlers. 1 for 30 so far, his figures.
Oh, I've got to give you my blunder of the day in a minute.
Okay, I look forward to hearing that.
Oh, you'll be thrilled by it.
do we need to see you in the onesie tomorrow?
No, that's not going to happen. I think I've got one of Hawthorn colours. I think so. I don't wear it all that often. No, I've just walked out to do what was needed to be done. And in where we are, the room behind us, there's a big TV screen. And they've got the cricket on. And I thought, how good's that? So I looked, and I saw Queensland's name flash.
Yes.
And I thought, oh, this is good, this is good.
Lovely shot there.
But it was, no, not
great
quite.
diving effort.
It was the Sheffield Shield cricket.
Yes.
I didn't know that. I walked out and I thought, hang on.
What was this one?
I thought, how good are our cameramen? They are absolutely spectacular. I stood there for a moment and then thought, this is looking at different because there's whites there and there's Queensland and there's the Sheffield Shield moniker. So, there you go.
3 for 195, the Queensland balls.
Thank you for that.
Chasing the Redbacks 240. It was a big collapse early from the Redbacks, from some tough batting conditions early on in that game. But Harry Nielsen with a very good 90, dragging the boys to 240. Good. And 3 for 195 in reply, Queensland. Jack Clayton, 67 from 172 balls. Max Bryant, 9 off 9. Other games going on, New South Wales against Western Australia. Western Australia batting first, 3 for 122. This is in the Sheffield Shield, day one at the SCG. Not out batsman there. Teague Wiley, the young prodigy, is 6 off 38 balls, and Sam Fanning, 19 off 31. But we're back here, 8 for 147. Sorry, 8 for 151 off 40 overs at Goodwood Oval.
There's no shortage of cricket. When we talk about how much cricket is too much cricket, well, the Shield matches, and we've just given you scores. We've got Kate Johnson, who's pumping out the scores in the other games, and we might have a chance to do a little bit more of that right now, Kate.
Yes, we've been focusing so much on Division 1 that haven't even given a shout out to Div 2 recently.
You can do that now.
Yeah, a bit of Victoria versus Queensland, 9 for 110, 43 overs. And WA 4 for 125, 33.2 overs. So given a bit of love to all types of cricket going on.
Yes, that's what we want. And
Gollan bowling again.
Yeah, let's keep wandering back and having a look. And the overs creep up slowly, but the runs over the 150 now.
That's great. Another 5 overs to go. We'll be hoping for at least another 20 if they can. 175 would be a fantastic result from where they've come from, and see Kate talking about around the grounds, scores of 145, 150. So, as we said, the run rate not too bad here, which is good for their overall net run rate if they can bat out the overs. And again, you never know. Once you've got a score on the board, hopefully you've got something to bowl to.
We're very praiseworthy of how well the Western Australians move their bowlers around.
Absolutely. And look, I think it's still a good wicket, as we said. The Silverbacks yesterday, 245, batting first. So there definitely runs out here. They have bowled very well here, WA, but it has been a good fight back late from Queensland. Another run to the total there, 153.
Yes, there's animation from all and sundry. I think the skipper from Western Australia, Brad Papato, who's marshalled the troops ever so diligently, would like to get another wicket now. I mean, this is becoming quite painful because I'm not 100% sure as to what the partnership is for this wicket, but I know you're going to tell me because any electrical stuff that you've got works, and I can't even find out where to put a plug in. So I'm struggling.
122 is the last fall of wicket, so they've put on 30, which is 31 at this point in time, which is up there with the highest partnerships of the day. So really good consolidation from these two, and obviously Meek, he's the key man, and as you said, the WA team would be eager to get him out, and you feel like if he stays in, then 175 plus might be on the cards, but if they get him out, then it could be over pretty quickly. So,
well, let's see what he can do, Mr. Meek. What can he do? He leans forward. He's a fair way down the track, and the call there for a shout for IBW was Shane Connolly, and I'm being very careful about what I'm going to call Shane, but he looks a little bit like the man from Snowy River. And I tell you what, he's having some fun out there. There's a bit of banter going on out there, which is all good. But he really put the body into that delivery.
He's getting him through.
He is.
He's getting him through at good pace. It's a strong lad.
Oh, that's a good shot too, down the ground. Meek's not afraid to leave his crease. And he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. If he's given the ball a whack, he's been able to pick the runs up. It's 8 for 154. Has he been the best batsman, do you think?
Well, yeah, he's taken the most time, so I guess he's probably been under a lot of pressure, hasn't he? So he's certainly giving his team a chance. I'd say probably not the most fluent, as we said earlier. Brown looked very good, only made 10, but I did like the look of Roach as well.
Yep.
But look, he's done a good job. He's 37 now from 62 balls, so almost the leading run scorer for the team. Interesting, he's got some trust in his partner there. Took the run on the second ball of the over. Yeah. So I guess there's still 5 overs to go, or 4 overs after this one. So Anderson has looked pretty good with the bat though, as we see that shot there through cover. Come back for 2.
Just as we changed the score, which is now 8 for 156, with the side that you're taking away to Gosford, I'm not going through all of the players, but do you take away, 5 batsmen and 4 bowlers and one who's going to be about the place in the wicket-keeper? Is it all structured beforehand?
Yeah, there's, as I said to you before, there's a lot of all-rounders. So, and I guess guys playing at that level might be all-rounders at their clubs, but then you go and play at that level and you have a different role. So, it'll be really, really interesting to see. We haven't yet spoken about, I think we have a rough idea of who's going to open and be the top 3 or 4 and who's going to open the bowling, but haven't sort of defined roles 100% yet. That'll be spoken about in a couple of meetings.
Who's your coach?
We don't have a coach. Jamie Pinelli from Kensington Cricket Club is the captain of the first team, and Richard Gabb is actually who's playing the over. So he's got a big 10 days, Gabby. He's captaining the 2s in the over 40s, and obviously captain of the Silverbacks here in the first division team.
Well, he got a half century in the first game.
Very good, very attacking batsman and wicket keeper as well. So I think he's fielding in this tournament, but he's going to be a busy boy, sort of playing in the over 50s and then the over 40s a week later. That's 2 solid weeks of cricket with club cricket in in between is certainly going to test the hamstrings.
They'll be stretched.
They certainly will.
8 for 157, stays at that mark, but earlier on, we were thinking, well, not getting too carried away, but a score in 70s or 80s because they were losing wickets fairly regularly, but this has been a very good comeback, a very bold comeback, which will be added to by 1 as the ball's tapped down the ground with not a lot of power. Didn't need to be. 8 for 159, 42 overs down. They 45 max, and they're going to be, well, competitive without question, particularly early on if they can snag a wicket.
Absolutely, and it's all on the back of Meek here. He's done extremely well, Damien Meek. He's 42 off 72 balls, and Anderson playing a really good support role, just getting him on strike as much as he can. He's 9 off 22 now.
No bunnies out there, is there? They all look like they can do all right with the
There's
bat.
not. And look, as we said before, it's a little bit deceptive when you play 12. Your batting lineup's a little bit longer.
Yep.
You have an extra batter or an extra all-rounder there, so you can have a number 8 who's a genuine all-rounder. As I guess Meek's showing here.
Now, an update on the dog that's on the ground.
Well,
It's still on the ground. Looks good too. And then realises that there's an extra man on song on the leg side and we'll have to go a little further away. And the dog is heading for Andrew Kratzman territory. Is he still out there? No. And they're not quite sure what to do now because the dog is saying, look, I'm having a good time, leave me alone. And there's another one now coming out.
Yeah, it looks like that one's just gone out to get the other one off.
I know, they're beautiful, aren't they?
They are.
It's a run-off.
Oh, they're wonderful.
I reckon we got to bring in the rule of 1 bounce, 1 dog.
Oh, they're having a good time. And what I love about it is that the owners have shown no interest at all.
No, it looks like the owner's the other side of the dog park. Just
and thinking, I wonder where the dog's gone.
Exactly.
Gee, not a lot on the grocery bill with dog food this week. That's all good. We don't know where the dogs are now, but they're okay. There's another one over there too, but that's a different breed. And the score is 8 for 159. And we'll keep talking about cricket and not the dogs.
Yes.
But still, what a glorious day for playing cricket. Now, we had a Townsville guy earlier on who, Ben, was at the function at the Adelaide Oval, and I was talking to him and just welcoming him, and he said, I've never felt as cold in all my life. This was on the Sunday night. He wouldn't be saying that now.
No, it's a lovely day.
That's
a lovely shot there.
That's a good shot.
4 runs. Lovely shot from Meek. That takes him to 47. He's batted brilliantly here.
Over in Div 3, we have Woodville at the Woodville Oval, WA, 7 for 119, 32 overs against Victoria. And St Clair, New Zealand, 5 for 204, 45 overs against Tassie. 2 people over the ditch.
Well, that's a good score of over the 200. Connolly's got a bowl, and there's 163 runs in the bank now.
Yes, it's a nice total building here. Well, a better total building here. Some good captaincy there. They've just moved that man out to deep square leg and in the game straight away. 5 fielders out now. A long on cow corner / deep mid wicket. Forward square leg, fine leg and third man.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever thought, Ben, because you love your cricket so much, as Connolly's next ball bowls him? At long last is a wicket, and Queenslanders, you should be so proud because the speed wobbles, but now the recovery has taken its toll, and they've got to 8 for 164, which is now 9 for 164. And the wicket there, absolutely essential, and well bowled too to Shane Connolly.
Absolutely, top of off. Anderson's done a really good job though, out for just 9 but playing a support role, 24 balls, really supported Meek and helped his team get a defendable total as he gets a few claps as he walks off.
Oh, that's
batsman coming in is Gary Eisminger.
Keep going, you're still yours.
Number 94.
No, that's pretty good.
One of the lower numbers today.
No, I can well remember my boss, very early days at working, and he said, pronounce that cricketer's name.
Yes.
And I looked at him and he smiled. He said, just do it. You might have to call him when he's playing. Laxman Shivaramakrishnan.
Ah, yes.
And I thought, how'd I go with that? He said, yep, and who's the next one? David Boone. He said, yeah, correct. But I absolutely love the subcontinent with the Pakistani names and the Indian names and learning about them when you talk about cricket because they love it with a passion.
Absolutely. I was lucky enough to go to that Pakistan-India game at the MCG,
dear.
and that was the loudest
Yeah.
cricket match I've ever been to. Such passion. Connolly bowling really well here. Coming in to bowl at the death. Certainly bowled with good speed. Moved the ball off the seam nicely.
This ball outside the off stump and man standing up, man having a wonderful day, Anthony Balenka, took the gloves, took the ball magnificently, didn't need to take the bails off, but he looks to be such a confident man out there.
Absolutely. With the short sleeves too.
Yes, I know.
Oh, and that's well played. Just to keep that last ball of the over out. It's really important the guys down the bottom end of the order. Eisminger did a fantastic job there, keeping that one out.
Yep.
It just gives Meek a chance. There's 2 overs to go. Meek's got his face as many balls as he can. He's on 48, so hopefully for his sake he can get a 50. But more a defendable total for his team.
True. Now, I don't like to organise something without telling the executive producer because that's fraught with danger. But when this innings is over, the players will come off quickly. I'd love to be able to get a chat with Anthony Baranka, the wicketkeeper, and I'm not sure whether we are able to do that. Love to have a chat with number 23 from Western Australia, the wicketkeeper. 123, sorry.
Yes.
Anthony Baranka. And he knows nothing about what I want to do, but I'm happy to go down and do that and see what we can do. So what I might do is, Ben...
You go for it.
I'll take the end of this over. No, I won't, because that's running a risk. I'll leave it with you, have a chat, and then I'll make sure I can get down there and hopefully get access to the man who's wearing the gloves so that we can have a chat as well. And I'll leave it with you, okay?
Positive you can do the Usain Bolt there, Walshy, if you want to
Thanks,
run down there.
Thank you.
We got another bowling change here. Just trying to see who we've got coming back on. Jared Marquis, currently 2 for 26 from 6 overs. He'll bowl the last over from this top end. 9 for 164. Meek's on 48, 77 balls. Actually, from his point of view, he can get a 50 here. Marquis comes into bowl, swings from the hip, goes to mid-on, doesn't beat the fielder, so no run. Tent's pretty clear. We've got a man out at, he's a little bit, probably a couple of metres off the boundary at mid-wicket. We've got a long off, deep cover, deep point. Third man, so he'll be bowling outside off stump. Meek's trying to swing it to the leg side because of that. There's plenty of room out this side. The keeper's up to the stumps. That makes it a little bit more difficult to hit across the line.
You were a little bit of a last-minute addition to this commentary team, weren't you, Ben?
I was a very late call-up, Kate, but that's okay.
You seem like you know a bit.
Oh, look, cricket's my day. That's a very nice shot there, and that is 6, and that is his 50. Extremely well batted there. Lovely way to bring up your 50 from Meek. That's a big swing over mid-wicket. Probably the biggest 6 of the day.
Smiles all round the crowd over here.
He taps the shirt there. Very proud moment for him. Explorer Caravan's replay. Just picked that one up nicely. Pointing out a family member there in the crowd as well. Takes the score
Straight
to
to mum.
170. More importantly for his team, he's got again. This one is quite big as well. Will it get there? Yes, it has. A lovely shot. Over long on that time. Just picked that one up beautifully. Back-to-back sixes for Meek there. The score now 176. Lovely pick-up shot over long on. See another replay there. Beautiful swing of the bat there. It's caused a fielding change. You're going to move the long off around to long on. Let the bowler bowl a little bit straighter.
Two in a row, quite sensational.
Absolutely. The most action we've had since the first over in terms of run rate.
I think it's something about Peter Walsh going walkabout.
Absolutely. Out of the hot seat. Meek's moved to 60. It looked like a slower ball there. It's gone to square leg just for one. There are 2 balls left to go in the over. And the innings. Perhaps 1 ball to go. Technology slow up on the uptake as he comes in. Big swing. That one's out to forward point. Comfortably picked up. They're looking for 2. And that is the end of the innings. What a fantastic fight back there. And a fantastic innings from Meek. He really got his team into a great position. 60 from him from 81 balls. So Queensland there finishing with 178 from their 45 for 9 wickets.
And a couple more Div 1 updates. Tasmania won for 42, 7.3 innings against New South Wales. And Victoria, 7 over 195 on 43.5 overs against New Zealand.
Quite a few claps there as Meek comes off and raises his bat.
Game of cricket. Extraordinary stuff. You were my man of the match, Anthony Baranka. The wicket-keeping performance by yourself, not just in stumpings but run-outs and just your glove work. Well done.
Thank you very much. It's only half the game, so I hope I can be that at the end of the game.
It was pretty frenetic at the finish. Meek was out there and he was in a hurry and he's lobbing them into birds' nests in the trees.
He hit them well, and then for them to be 5 down early to recover and give them, bowlers something to protect is fair effort, I thought.
Give us a bit of a snapshot of what you thought of the track. Now, you're up there, you're up close and personal with the stumps and with the bails. What was it like?
Yeah, it was good. Being the end wicket, had a slight slope, so the bowlers were using that to their advantage with the breeze. One end stayed a little bit lower than the other, but they played well. Fair, came onto the bat nicely.
Just a nice size for a cricket ground too. It's not too big.
Especially that side, it's not. No, definitely not.
So what about the total now? What are the thoughts, what are the patterns that are going through the minds of what you've got to get?
I think it's pretty simple. We bat our overs to win the game, and I think that's how we'll approach it. Try and have early wickets. We got some hitters at the end, so we don't need to rush at the start.
It wouldn't be fair of me unless I did say your glove work was exemplary. It really was good.
Thank you very much.
You put a lot of work into it. What sort of wicket-keeping skills did you bring to this competition?
Well, I've been a long time retired, and a friend of mine, Andy Walton, got me back into it this year. So I've literally just picked up the gloves again this year after nearly 9-10 years retired.
Really?
Yep, haven't played cricket, so got the itch back. So it's good. I'm glad I listened to him because I'm enjoying this bunch of blokes and the cricket that we're playing. So, yeah.
You've stolen my thunder because what happened was as soon as the game not had finished, but it was at the halfway mark, Meek was given a warm round of applause by you blokes because you batted so well. There's a massive spirit and it's called the spirit of cricket, which is evident.
It is, and yesterday's game against ACT was just like that. We hung around together as two teams and congratulate each other, had a couple of beers, and the spirit of cricket is high at the moment, for sure.
When are we going to see you back?
I bat 3. So
you don't want to be in there early, do you?
Not early, exactly right, exactly right.
All right, grab a sandwich, and well done to
Thank you very much.
The wicket keeping that you were able to perform magnificent, and we all enjoyed your skills, so congratulations.
I appreciate it, thank you very much.
Good on you, mate. Wicket keeping, you can shake my hand and
Bingo.
head up the lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
Good on you, buddy. There's the man called Anthony Barenka, who was a magnificent performer out here at Goodwood today. Did brilliantly, but in the finish, that score was pretty impressive from Queensland, and they will then be getting out there and seeing what they can do with the ball a little later on this afternoon.
Privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
I've kind of lived 2 lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Ezra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Yeah, Flip, I think these days, you might have heard it over different teams, the players want to run the show, so there's a lot of player influence. And, as a coach these days, you just got to have all the stats, video, all of that available, but they don't want to look at some of them, and some just want to play with freedom, or, whatever you want to call it, but you just got to have it ready, I suppose. I know there's some older coaches who get very frustrated with that. They got all the notes, Greg Shippard, Chuck, there's notes for days, and then some of the players just said, oh, we don't need that, we'll just go out and play. So it is a bit frustrating, but it seems to work at the moment. I think England sort of runs with that. I just spoke to one of their players last week, and they never had a team meeting in this whole World Cup. And Josh Butler just ran the show and said, I'll take charge, I'll look at the video, and then I'll go to the players on the field and do it that way. And I think MS Dhoni was the same. When Joe Dawes arrived in India, his first day as bowling coach, with a whole pile of notes, he went to MS Dhoni and said, what are you doing, Captain, I've got it all. When you want to meet, when you want to chat? He said, you can put that in your bag, don't worry about it, I've got this.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I originally played at the Essendon Cricket Club, had 10 years there. Warnie was at St Kilda. I was in the Victorian team for a couple of seasons, and in walks this blonde bloke, enormous fat guts, getting around with hair like Wayne Phillips still does, and comes on the scene, you know, and anyway, there was just something about him that, you know, the mind, the cricket mind, the mechanics, just the way he went about his work. Even in those early days, you could tell there was something special about what he could do, I guess. And I suppose for 13 years, I had that blonde problem, and we both came across here to the Cricket Academy. And Rod Marsh was head coach, and I went and lived with Terry Jenner. He'd just come out of the big house from a bit of fraud, and so I was living with TJ, a few creditors knocking on the door every so often. Warnie went and lived down in Glenelg somewhere. We didn't know quite where he was living, so. But it's so sad that all three of those are gone now. And but he was just so unique that, you know, when you bowl leg spin, you have your fingers apart, and his fingers were together, and that's why his wrong'un was never any good. It was nothing, but his flipper, because you had to flip the ball out of the fingers, made his flipper so powerful. But just the strength of the wrist, the cricket brain, the biomechanics, it's just the best ever, right? And yeah, it's just so sad that during the pandemic, I was chatting away, and he said, you know what, I haven't stayed in the same city for more than 2 weeks for 30 years. Think about that. So he goes to the country and moves around, commentates, plays poker, everything. And we're having a drink at the bath, and he said, Mac, I've got to get you on these blue pills I get out of Thailand, right? He said, you know, strip some weight off, and your cock stays up all night. And I said, well, I don't need it, mate. And he wasn't into drugs. He liked his herbal stuff. Certainly no drugs at all, but just so sad. So as Walshy said, get your prostate checked. If your doctor looks right, the finger's okay. But get your heart checked, seriously. And you need to, you're at an age where the heart and the prostate absolutely get them checked out. 100%.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely a must.
South African cricket, you still have an obvious link with it. You're playing with distinction, captain the country. But where's it at? Where is it? The strength of, the challenges there?
Oh, there's always challenges there. I think, you know, even in this World Cup, people from the outside would have seen Bavuma opening and probably saying, why is he still playing? And, you know, why do they keep going with him? But for the people who know that behind the scenes stories of South Africa, he's got to play. That's just unfortunately the way it is. You know, you have to have, I think these days, 5 non-white players on the field. So that's always going to be there. When you go to an ICC event, you compete with the best in the world who bring their best 11. It doesn't always match up. So I know South Africa haven't done it at an ICC event, but you know, those things are obviously in the way at times. I can remember the 2015 World Cup in New Zealand, Eden Park. Kyle Abbott I think he got 4 in the quarterfinal, and then the semi-final against New Zealand, Vernon Philander had to play. And a couple of the guys in the team told me at that stage, I was already gone, said AB was that close to not playing that night, just had enough of the South African politics, but they convinced him to play, and I think that will certainly, you know, be in his mind for a long time. They had their chance, I think, and I think that would have been a better final, South Africa, Australia, but it didn't happen. So, you know, they again couldn't do it in 2022 in a T20 event, so we'll have to see to the next one.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Ezra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Thanks very much.
Hang on. Keep going, sir.
How are we going? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right. Damien, well batted. This is what was necessary because it was a bit of a speed wobble thing. You weren't too sure what the team was going to get, and you certainly made it happen.
Thank you. Yeah, we struggled a bit. It's a very difficult wicket. We batted here yesterday, found it quite hard. But skipper said, do your best. That's what I did.
Didn't lose any balls, but you hit a few that went almost out of the park. Some big sixes.
Yeah, I had a reputation as a kid for hitting a large ball. Yeah, and playing golf, big drives and things like that. Used to often win that competition, but I'm glad it came off today.
To be able to get to such a competitive score at the finish, in your own mind, because you were around, what did you think was gettable when you went in there to bat?
150.
Really?
Yeah, we thought we could get 150. I've done this a couple of times for Brisbane team. I fly down from Townsville to play, and I normally bat 8, 9 and try and do this all the time.
There's a few people that at that 8, 9 wouldn't mind batting the way you batted if you don't mind.
Thanks. Yeah, well, we've got a very, very good batting team. It just hasn't fired at the moment. But I was itching to go and did my best.
One of the things that I really laughed about, and I laughed with people, it was at the Adelaide Oval when the photos were taken a few nights ago, and I was standing next to a chap from Townsville, and he was just saying how cold it was, and I said, well, we can't do much about it. It was cold, but it's not now, though.
No, it's warmed up nicely. I think that came on the back of that. We've been freezing. There's 3 of us down from Townsville, and all we've done is complain. They want us to do a pool session and things like that after yesterday. None of us wanted to get in the pool. It was too cold.
So, all right, then it's the tyranny of distance for some states, and like with Queensland, you're all over the shop, and I'm saying that in a nice way. But to be able to get together, form a side, form a solidarity unit, how tough has that been?
Very tough. When we come down, the guys are, I can't believe the camaraderie. They're really good. They support you. They want to pick up from the airport. You stay at my place. We've got everything running everywhere. So it's been really good. So it makes it easy to fit in. All you got to do is perform.
Yep. How competitive is it in Townsville? How much cricket goes on there for you to say to yourself, oh, this is a big Veterans Carnival coming up, I've got to get myself on song?
Yeah, I still play first grade and reserve grade, so I play Saturdays and Sundays at the moment. The club numbers are dwindling, but there's kids coming through slowly. But I've been playing both days since the beginning of the season. We've started Townsville versus Mackay, which hopefully get Cairns involved as well. We had that last weekend. There were 3 games that weekend before we came down.
We're sitting upstairs next to Mum and Dad of the skipper, who was a bit crook. And they were giving us all these hints, and they were yelling out, he's all right, he's okay. And before the game, I had to interview another guy because the skipper did change. Is he all right?
Yeah, he's just got a bit of gastro. We've all been joking it's Delhi belly, but it's not very hot here for that.
Yeah. Now, who's running around in the onesie?
That's Clint.
Okay, well, give us something on Clint. We're looking for something, we're getting nothing from anyone. Why did he have to wear a onesie?
It was a really weak excuse.
Give it to us.
It was, we were all meant to have our baggies on, and he decided to go with the sports cap. That was it. It's a
What
pretty
was on
tough
the
team.
sports cap?
Just the Queensland logo, but he was the only one that mastered that up. So it was a pretty weak excuse, but we found one.
Yeah, he doesn't look all that happy about what he's had to do now because he's got the onesie on.
Oh no, he was very unhappy. Very unhappy. It's probably half the reason we got it, because of the reaction.
Now, just give us a bit of a heads up on the last few minutes of your dig, because the ball was sailing all over the shop. It seemed as if you needed to find a spot in the middle of a bat that was sweet, you found it.
Yeah, look, to be honest, you just got to see the ball hit the ball. I had a funny feeling if I got a bit deeper in my crease, I'd be able to hit it, and it happened. It wasn't anything. I just watched the ball.
We've talked in the depth of course, the Queensland batting. Now, have you got enough depth in the bowling to protect that lead?
Yeah, I believe we do. I believe we do. Skipper wants me to open the bowling, so I'll be opening the bowling, and we've pulled in a player from Division 2 to give us a hand. One of our other good players hurt his back yesterday, so we've got more bowlers than we need, but we'll be right.
Well, you're all right today. It was a thrill to watch you in action and to see you enjoy your cricket so much. Well batted, and thanks for having a chat.
Thank you very much.
Let's just bring it in. The only thing that we can take out of what happened this morning is you don't have to do anything special to get results. It's about being consistent and believing in your team. We just do the job that we need to do. You don't have to do anything special whatsoever. Support each other in the field. Keep an eye on there all the time. Don't bowl to do your job. Simple game. Got enough runs. Got enough runs.
Welcome back to Goodwood Oval for the match in the over 50s Division 1 between Queensland and WA. Queensland batting first, 9 for 178, which is a very, very good fight back. 5 for 73 they were at one stage. Fantastic innings at the back end from Meek, making 61, getting them to 178. It'll be interesting to see how WA go in reply. Walshy, how's that interview?
You know, when you're in sport, as you are, you have your moments, and then you have more moments. And having a chat with someone that I'd never met before, he was as good as gold. He was just a delightful man who had a good story to tell, and you know, he's in Townsville. He's not in Queensland like in Brisbane. Had the story, and then I walked upstairs, and there's a lady to my right who walked over, and she said, "You've just interviewed my son." And I said, "Really?" "Yes. You just interviewed my son." "Oh, okay." So I walked about another 5 metres forward this way, and this next lady said, "You've just interviewed my husband."
There you go.
And of course they're the meat connection.
Yes.
And I just said, "Oh, we're having a wonderful time," and they were complimentary of us being involved, and I said the reason that we're being involved is because we want to be. And it was just so nice to chat to them, and also to be complimentary to both the Queensland people and to the Western Australian people for making those interviews available.
Absolutely.
Straight afterwards. And I've just got to find my scrap of paper. Anthony Baranko, he was just such a nice man, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
And they do it because they want to do it. And, you know, no airs and graces, there's none of this crap that I don't want to do this. And, you know, you deal with professional people because that is your job, Ben. These people are doing this because they love the game of cricket. And so thank you to both teams, and I hope in particular to the Queenslanders, because a big thank you to Damien Meek, who was absolutely delightful.
Absolutely. As we get the first ball underway, there was a slight delay while the roller was still out on the wicket. We had the players and umpires out there, but the roller was still on the strip that we're not using today, which caused a delay. But we are underway now. Number 167 is the bowler.
167, let's have a look and see. Well, that's Damien Meek.
That's Damien Meek.
He said during the interview he was going to bowl first, and I thought he was taking the you-know-what out of me.
There you go. He was already warm. You just stay out there. It was a very fine innings from Meek. He, as I said before, he really gave the team something to bowl at. 178 looked a long way away when they were 5 for 70. So fantastic innings from him.
You can tell me how many he made if you don't mind, because I've left my scorecard downstairs near a rubbish bin, which isn't really helpful.
He made 61 from 82 balls.
Thank you.
So of course, the leading run scorer, Roach, 38 from 39 balls.
Roach, 38 from 39, yep.
And Short was 13 from 27, the 3 leading run scorers.
Beautifully done.
Meek comes in again. Well left outside the off stump. The leading wicket taker was Rourke, 3 for 24 from 9. Marquis, 2 for 40 from 7. And Connolly, 2 for 43 from 9. Penhero, the other wicket taker, 1 for 24 from his 7 overs. So 9 for 178 Queensland. WA, none for none in reply. Very well bowled, and a very big shout there. Not out. Sampson, the batter, on strike. He took a very good catch, Sampson, at first.
That was extraordinary, wasn't it?
Diving to his right.
You know, when you're talking about, I don't want to get too involved in anything other than the game we're watching, but we, living in South Australia, which I don't live anymore here, but sometimes you take for granted the distance where you have to drive from here to Taylor Bend or to Bordertown halfway, or if you want to go to the races, you go to Murray Bridge. When you're talking to guys like Meek, I lived in Townsville, you know, Townsville just down the road from such and such. Just down the road?
Yes.
They're a long, long way away, and yet it doesn't deter them from being involved.
Absolutely. None for one from the first over there. Very good over from Meek. Sampson opened his account off the last ball there with 1. Baranka is the other opening batsman, the wicket keeper. Very good with the gloves.
Oh, he was outstanding.
A very good interview from yourself as well.
They want to give. They want to be able to have a chat, and they want to tell you things. It's not like they're being secretive. They just want to get the chance to have a yarn, and that's what they're doing.
Absolutely. Sampson on strike again. Just trying to see who the other opening bowler is going to be.
He looks like
Number
Jeff Thompson.
120. He does. Number 120 on your...
Yep, 120, I can tell you with confidence, it is Richard Anderson.
He's very good at the back end there, in partnership with Meek, so another solid partnership here.
Gee, I got the feeling, Ben, and only through interviews, and I might have picked up the incorrect vibe, but I got the feeling that the Queenslanders reckon because they got those quick runs in the finish and the wicket is doing a little bit, they're a big chance to knock over the total. They're not now struggling, they're in the box seat.
Interesting feedback. I think sometimes the back end of an innings sets the tone for the next one, doesn't it? So you certainly go in with confidence, and as we said, it could have been a lot worse.
I just watched that delivery there, and you'll have to help me because you're the expert, but that seemed to keep a bit low.
It did. It has kept low from this end all innings so far. That was also confirmed by Andrew Kratzman when he had a chat to us.
Nice guy, isn't he?
So, very nice guy. It's funny, I asked him a question about tips for the carnival and how to play, and that he just came and found me in the lunchroom and ran through a couple of the Queensland over 40s players and told me who was playing, and so he's giving me the inside information there.
Yeah, but you don't say that to me, who is a desperate punter. When you're talking tips, I thought you were talking about racehorses.
No, certainly not race tips.
Or greyhounds.
Oh, that one looks like a wide down the leg side. It's going to go all the way for 4. Just having a look at the umpire. Yes, it is wide. Big dive from the keeper. Couldn't quite get a glove on it, but wide ball down the leg side. Now, the players did say the pitch has a bit of a Lord's vibe and angles that way, so both teams with the new ball from this end have had a tendency to bowl on the leg side. So there have been a few wides down the leg. Which is interesting because both teams have started with 2 slips and a gully, so hoping to get it to do something off the seam. Looks like Queensland have a bit of a wider third man than, fine leg than WA did early.
Yep. You know, when you're talking about the players from both teams and the chat that I had with Damien Meek, remembering I haven't met him before, he was saying, I'll take the ball and I'll bowl first. And we've got about 7 or 8 bowlers. Well, he meant it. He meant it.
A lot of all-rounders in these carnivals, as we spoke about before, but that's great. Good bowling depth.
Didn't complain about the weather either. Said they'd had a wonderful time in front of the Adelaide Oval when they wandered around there on, what night was it? I think it might have been Sunday night. And had their photos taken.
Yep.
And the hardest thing to do was to get them to leave the Adelaide Oval. That was
such a beautiful ground, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
So you get your opportunity to walk around, have a look at the scoreboard. And
now, question without notice for you, buddy boy. Have you climbed the roof at the Adelaide Oval?
No, I haven't.
You were very quick to give me a no then.
I was. I always see people doing that on the replay, and it's always a windy day or a cold night at the footy, and I don't really like heights. I'm not scared of them, but it's just, why bother for me? There are other things to do.
I made a promise, and unfortunately the person that I'm going to mention very briefly is not with us any longer. But this particular gentleman said, look, can you do something for the Saka? And it's not payment, but what I'd like to do is to say thank you, and I'll take you up the roof. And initially I thought, that's a good idea. But I didn't give it any second thought and thought, maybe it'll just go away. Well, he made a contact with me about a month afterwards. Are you ready for this trek?
Yes.
And I said, what do I have to do? He said, just follow me and I'll let you call this first ball of the next over from Meek.
Meek comes in, outside the off stump, bowling to Baranka there. He just lets it go through to the keeper.
So I'm wrapped up in an outfit that I think would have done justice to the last episode of Lost in Space. I had all the stuff, and away we went, and every step that I took, I latched on with the clutch key so that I wasn't going to fall. That wasn't going to happen.
Of course. Coming into bowl again, Meek. Just off the thigh pad, I think, that one. Good stop again by the keeper. They're the ones you get angry with yourself for missing out on there.
I know.
Down leg side.
Well, we'd climbed to the top, and I thought to myself, now, don't in any way admit, and I won't say any rude things, that you are really in trouble with this, because I wasn't happy at all.
Meekin again. Nice shot off the front foot there, just dug it out a little bit. Bit of dust came up then. Can't beat mid-off.
We got to the top, there's probably 3 or 4 of us, and he said, right, what you do now is you've got to walk down and there's somewhere you can sit and look over the top. And I thought, are you serious?
Meekin again. Just dropped on the leg side, looking for a run, but there certainly isn't one there.
And I have to be honest with you, Ben, I was petrified. And I don't know whether the terminology about freezing because of fear, but that was me.
Okay.
And the guy who I will tell you about, what his name was, he just said, well, don't worry about it. I don't want you to do anything you don't want to do. I genuinely thought I might fall. And obviously I wasn't going to, because I had that many safety nets, etc.
Meekin again. Hits Barranca on the pads. Again, no run.
So I got back to terra firma, and he said, did you enjoy that? And I said, well, my face isn't normally green, so the answer is no. So we had a laugh, and we sat in the canteen at the Adelaide Oval and had another coffee, and then headed in our different directions, as strong as our relationship would ever be, because we'd been friends for decades, since Tasmanian days.
Meekin again, dug out there by Barranca, looking to launch into a big cover drive, but no run. Into 3 overs, it's none for 6.
And so when we'd headed off in different directions, we'd ring for coffees from, yep. And he said, did you enjoy that escapade? And I said, no. Okay, let's forget about it. So that was the end of that part of the friendship, but the friendship just continued to grow and grow and grow and grow. And then we lost Keith Bradshaw, who was a wonderful friend of mine because of our affiliation when I was in Tasmania. His mother, Hazel, was the scorer for Tasmania.
There you go.
And she had the crayons. And she had the chalk.
Yes.
And she had everything, and she was just outstanding.
Anderson in. Like a crowd catch there. Sampson just played that one down to gully.
You know what, we just had a wonderful friendship there, and of course he moved on and finished up at Lord's.
Yes.
And then when he came over to South Australia, he was just one of the nicest men. And when I found out that he wasn't well, he didn't make a song and dance about it. He just said, look, I've got a few issues and I could be off the scene for a while. And you sort of think to yourself, oh.
Anderson in, it's a lovely shot there. Not going to quite make the boundary, they'll come back for 2. Sampson moves to 3.
It was so sad.
It was very sad. Yeah. You're right. I know that story. That it sounded like Keith was sick for a little while, but he just kept working and he kept didn't tell a lot of people and just.
No, it was terrible. And
yeah, very sad.
When I got the phone call through from his lovely partner that things weren't happening, you just don't know how to work with that, and I didn't. I had no idea whatsoever. So it was his anniversary a week or so ago, and he'd been passed on for that length of time. You think it couldn't possibly have gone through all those months so quickly. But it did.
Yeah, and it's a great tribute that they've got the Bradshaw Bell there at Adelaide Oval. And looking forward to seeing who they've got ringing that before each day of the test.
Yeah, it's a good call.
It is. Anderson comes in again. Punched into the offside and a comfortable single there to Sampson.
But he was in the throes, Ben, of playing cricket down there when Booney was playing, when Buckingham, Sewell, Peter Faulkner, Troy Cooley, Dean Hills, Jamie Cox. Who else was there? There's not a bad look.
It's great. And a lot of guys there that played some very, very good first-class cricket and didn't quite play for Australia. You think of guys like Jamie Cox, who made a lot of Sheffield Shield runs. Dean Hills similar.
Yeah, very true.
Anderson in again. I had a few other players. David Saker was there for a little while, I think.
And Mark Ridgway.
Exactly. Guys who have gone on, who are good cricket people.
Yeah.
Obviously, you mentioned Keith in his various roles, but guys that have become quality administrators and coaches, and given a lot back to the game, which I think there's good cricket people, as you say. Obviously, he gets that from his mum.
Very true. Very true indeed. And I'll finish on the Bradshaw note, but just to say that in Tasmania, they did absolutely everything to try and win a shield, and they eventually did. They beat New South Wales at Bellerive. But Brian Davison was there, and Brian, of course, played for Rhodesia and played so well for Tasmania. And his was the coup of the century. He announced to the public that he had secured the services of a new fast bowler for Tasmania. And we were all told to go to the Devonport ground because he was going to open the bowling. Of course, we didn't know who it was. And Brian was a devilish person in terms of practical jokes. We've got ourselves sorted out. There's television cameras everywhere. And here comes Meek, starts a new over, and it's pushed away to point and there's no run. And lo and behold, it was rolled to record, and he appeared from behind the sight screen, flicked the sweat off his brow, and DK Lilly ran in and bowled. And are you ready for it? Andrew Hilditch was caught behind off the first ball. And that was the theatre and the drama, and that was Tasmanian cricket. And I was just so thrilled to be there after they'd been beaten by New South Wales up at the Sydney Cricket Ground, thrashed by Western Australia over at WA, and then defeating New South Wales at the Bellerive Oval. It was like, let's have a public holiday. They had worked so hard and they'd won the Sheffield Shield, and that was just so good. And I'm sorry I'm being a bit incestuous, but it was just such a thrill to see grown men so excited about winning a trophy.
Absolutely. And look, that's what it's all about, winning trophies. And there's a wicket. Meek has his first. LBW. Baranka out LBW to Meek. Looked like it may have gone down, or angling down lead side. Baranka doesn't look overly happy about it. But
now, can you help me with this? You know, we were talking before. I'm not talking dissent. Don't get me wrong, but he was pretty disappointed with that decision.
Yes.
What has to follow then there is to be a change in mind? Does the bowler have to say no? I've appealed, but that wasn't out.
Look, it rarely happens with an LBW, doesn't it? Now, you've got a special guest coming in.
Yes, I know. And now you're not to sledge him because I did on air before.
No,
okay?
that's fine. I'm going to chop out because I've actually got to go and pick my kids up. So I'll leave.
Well, I'll see you later on this afternoon.
No, that's me done, unfortunately. But I will leave your special guest in your capable hands, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
No, I don't think so. I've got a real job to go and do.
How's the roster going, I wonder, for the next few days?
That's what happened with the late call up here. So,
thank you. It's been a delight, Ben.
Absolutely. Thanks for
and thanks for disclosing the information. Adam Zampa rang me, by the way, and he said, I don't want that bloke with me anymore. Now he's not paying me enough, and he was talking about you.
It's enjoyable. Enjoy the rest of the day, and looking forward to seeing the result.
Good on you, mate. Thanks very much for being part of our coverage. What a delightful, I was going to say young man, but he's over 40 now, so he's heading for the vets. And that's just such a thrill to welcome Ben Tippett to our coverage. Equally just as thrilling, Shane Connolly has enjoyed the game so far. Shane, of course, has been out in the field, but he's in the commentary box with yours truly, Peter Walsh. Now, Shane, how you going?
Good, thanks, Peter. Yourself?
I'm all right. What about this state of play? What do you think?
I would like to have not lost the wicket, but no, I think we're okay. It's a tough wicket to bat on, I think. It's a little bit too paced. I think we did well to peg Queensland back when they were going at about sixes for the first 12, and then then we pegged them back, but they batted really well at the back end. So
yeah, Meek looked good, didn't he?
Sorry,
Meek batted well.
Oh, really well. Yeah.
So what do you expect now with your team in terms of batting lineup, and where do the strengths lie?
Well, really, we're a team that bats right down to 11. So I've got the glorious position of 12 because I'm the worst bat. So most of the guys here are all rounders, and they can all bat. So I mean, I don't have any fears of us getting rolled out. I'd like to say.
Right.
We yesterday I think we lost a few early. We were 3 for 25 and managed to post 191. So that was all right.
How have you enjoyed the competition so far?
Very enjoyable.
Is it all new to you, something like this, when you're playing veterans cricket?
Yeah, well, I actually played in the last one in Perth.
Yes.
So we lost to Victoria in the final, but yeah. So, but we didn't have much cricket for a little while with COVID in WA. But now we've got a over 45s comp in WA, which is great. But that's only Sunday afternoons. Yeah. No, it's good, but I really enjoy the camaraderie of this competition. It's fantastic.
You've settled in very quickly. Unfortunately, we've had some ordinary weather, but have you got the chance, even with the minuscule times that you spend playing opposition, to get to know them, to get to have a chat, to learn a little bit about your opposition and vice versa?
Yeah, we had a few beers last night with the boys from the ACT, which was great. Once we finished playing, I mean, their bus driver wanted to drag them off, but no, it was good. We haven't seen. We're staying down at Glenelg. The Victorians are in the same room as us, but we're not playing in the same.
The Victorians are in the same room as us.
Sorry, not the
that
same room.
That sounds really dangerous.
No, not the same room, the same hotel. So But
so what you're doing is geographically, you're having a good look at the place.
Yeah, we are definitely. No, it's been great. Some of the grounds have been fantastic. We were disappointed we didn't get to play Sunday at the college.
Yes,
that was
beautiful ground there too. Yeah.
Magnificent. It was all underwater.
Yep. Yeah.
So
I didn't want to be controversial last night at a function at the Adelaide Oval, but Wayne Phillips was the MC at a function I was at, and he was talking to me about the Adelaide Oval, and I said one of my frustrations, and I'm not part of the organisation, was that we didn't get to play a game at the Adelaide Oval.
At the Adelaide, yeah, okay. Well, in the last tournament in Perth, we got to play the final at the Wacker.
How good would that be?
Oh, it was outstanding.
Yeah.
So no, it was great. Yeah, great day. So
where does the cricket bring you from? What do you do, Shane? Where does it all happen in your life?
How do you as it now?
When you first started?
When I first started, I started senior cricket with a suburban turf club at the age of 15, I think I was.
In Perth?
In Perth, yeah, with a heap of mates. So I've played all my cricket there. I went to Queensland for a couple of years and played a couple of seasons there, but that was.
So Queensland you didn't go to Queensland for cricket reasons?
No. I went there for work and just happened to play a couple of seasons over there, and then went back to Perth, and so I played suburban turf cricket over there. Played 20 odd years of that. So So
are you from a cricketing background, like with brothers and sisters, or mum and dad playing cricket?
No. I've got 3 brothers that don't like cricket. A mother that didn't drive, so I had to get myself to games, and I was fortunate. We had some really good family friends that used to pick me up and drop me off.
So you've travelled around Australia virtually, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit, not much, but yeah.
What's next?
Oh, don't know. Hopefully follow my son around a little bit. So he's currently playing second 11 for WA.
What's his first name?
Cooper Connolly.
Oh, Cooper, we know him. We know Cooper because earlier on Ben was with us, and he of course knows Cooper as well.
Oh, does he?
Ben Tippett.
Yes, okay.
He's a manager.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
So there you are, you've got to be careful. We don't keep any secrets here, I'll tell you. No, look, it's to me it's a spiritual thing about cricket itself, and everybody out here is enjoying everybody else's company. Look, you're going to go and have a beer, you're going to get away and rest up and do all that sort of stuff, but this is what it's all about here.
Oh no, this is fantastic. Like there's no one's narky on the field. It's it's all played in pretty good spirits, which is sometimes when I coach at a district club and it gets a bit nasty sometimes in some of the A grade games. It gets a bit willing, but this is enjoyable to get to this point of your career and just enjoy playing against other good blokes. And
when you were coaching, was this in Western Australia?
Yes.
Any senior players of note that you had in your teams?
Currently we've got AJ Ty.
All right, yeah.
AJ Ty, Lance Morris, the wild thing. He's bowling at 150s nowadays. Josh Philippi.
We've got a few.
Yeah, we've got a few. We don't get to see them as much as we'd like to. We probably won't see Lance Morris this year. We had him last year for a couple of games, but he's fairly slip-free.
And it looks like you've got a pretty reasonable squad out there, very friendly, liking to talk with one another and do a bit of bantering, so that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it is. No, it was good. It's enjoyable. No, we're all good. Yeah, we're all pretty good. A lot of these guys I've played I played a lot of cricket against, never played with them. So it's been good to come over and see, have them on your side.
Yeah, is this your first visit to South Australia?
To play cricket, yeah, definitely. Yep.
So have you had a chance to look at the place?
Not really. We got in Saturday. We had a bit of a team meeting. Then I think Sunday we got washed out, so we ended up at Pirate Life, the pub. So they're sponsoring WA. So we ended up there for lunch.
Yep.
Looking after our sponsors, and then that's just been pretty much straight off to game day and back again. So
now I have an apology in advance. I have to pass this on because when we see players out there and we've never seen them before, sometimes when you see someone you think, now I'm not sure of his surname, but I'm going to think about what I'd like to call him in nice way, so that I can remember next time he goes near the ball. Now, when you went near the ball, I was trying to think, now, what does this man look like? Now, again, I thought that there was that man shaker who's on television who shakes, and then drinks a milkshake.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen him?
No, I haven't. I'll have to look him up.
Well, that doesn't help me at all, does it? But you have a look-alike, and I say that in a nice way. Where's the beard come from?
I don't know. I grew it, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and I keep wanting to shave it off, but the family keep telling me no. So so here it is. It stays.
Now, is the family spread all over the place because of your cricket?
No, I've got Cooper at home still with my wife.
How old's Cooper?
Cooper's 19.
Right, yeah.
And then I've got an older boy who's actually in the army living in Brisbane. So.
And Cooper's football, how's that going?
Footy? No, cricket.
Oh, cricket, I should say.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah.
No, it's going well. He's playing second 11 at the moment against ACT in Perth. It's going okay. He had a couple of injuries last year that slowed him down a little bit, but he's starting to find his feet.
Were you able to get and see him at all play?
Yeah, no, always.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, no,
You'd be
always.
Pretty proud.
Yeah, no, he's good.
Oh, good stuff. Well, look, thank you for popping up and saying hello.
That's all right.
I'm just looking here and I'm going to tick you off because we've spoken to you now, which is a good thing. Shane, thank you. Number 64, is there any reason you're wearing that number?
No, I think it's just the number that I registered, I think.
Oh, okay, you've done well.
No, there's nothing special with the numbers here, I think. It's just registration number.
Well, you're special yourself, my friend, because you popped up to say hello and you've brought with you another story of particularly young Cooper and Dad with the beard and all that sort of stuff. It's all good. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate. Cheers,
Thank
mate.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there you are. Another man of substance who was kind enough to pop up and say hello, and that's what it's all about.
Yes, it's great having some cricket inspiration from around the country.
Well, it's his stories, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stories about what he did and what he does, and it's amazing. Now, let's have a look. 7 overs done, 1 for 11 chasing 178, and that's going to be added to with a boundary hit off the back foot and hit very crisply indeed in front of point, and away it goes for 4. That was a good stroke, a very powerful stroke indeed, and 7 minutes gone. It's 1 for 15. 1 for 15, chasing 178, which was the target earlier on. Meek made 61, Roach made 38, and Shaw made 13. Rourke 3 for 24, Marcus 2 for 40, and Connolly 2 for 43. We're starting a new over, but Kate Johnson's got some more information spread far and wide around South Australia. Kate?
Yes, if there's any South Aussies listening, then the Div 2 competition is on at the moment. 4 for 57 off 17 overs, playing against ACT. And Queensland, 3 for 24 off 10.4 overs against Victoria. And Western Australia, 10 for 174 overs against New South Wales. So there's 5 divisions across the competition, and we'll go through a few of them throughout this match.
Now, what I'd like you to do, my friend, is this is your homework. Anthony Telfer, who's been working so hard at getting things organised. Anthony was in charge last night at the big function that raised a lot of money. Anthony's playing in Division 4 for the South Australian team. He's the wicket keeper. And today, he told me earlier this morning, it was going to be his first game, because of rain and because of working and doing so many other things. I'd love to know if you're able to find out how Anthony Telfer was performing in that Division 4 game that the Silverbacks were playing today. That's your mission, should you decide to accept it.
Yes, well, Anthony Telfer's a bit of a celebrity name around here. He organises a bit of the cricket.
He does. Next ball. wide of the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. So the bowling hasn't been absolutely spot on, but importantly from a Queensland point of view, they've been firing them in and reasonably accurately and keeping the score down, chasing 178, and the Queenslanders getting that early wicket, and with the ball at the moment, wearing number 120 is Richard Anderson, and that ball from just outside the off stump jags back and is pushed back along the wicket. That's the end of the over. So some good tidy overs being bowled by Queensland. 8 overs, 1 for, they're just swapping it over, 1 for 15 in reply to 178. That's where we're at. And just repeating earlier on with Queensland getting 178, Meek got 61. So impressive towards the finish. He's bowling now, but he got 61 off 82. Roach 38 off 39 and Shaw 13 off 27. Rourke 3 for 24, Marcus 2 for 40 and Connolly 2 for 43.
And if you're after that special information about Anthony Telfer's
Is
game...
it good news?
Victoria 2 for 55, 10.5 overs against South Australia.
So South Australia not into bats yet. We'll have to see what's happening. Now Meek 2 slips in the gully. Starts a new over, wide of the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper. So it's a packed field on the offside with the 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Now I've lost someone. Now there is a Queenslander sitting on the fence from where I can see, but I don't think he'd be fielding. I think he's just talking to someone down there.
Just having a bit of a relaxation time.
And whilst he's doing that, there's the other fieldsman there near the scoreboard. This ball wide of the off stump and through it goes to the keeper.
Maybe they're trying to find some of the shade in this very sunny day.
Okay, it's a beautiful day. Who's out there? Let's have a look. I reckon that might be the man who was kind enough to come up into our commentary box earlier on, Andrew Kratzman. They've got their caps on. They look $1 million too. Meek in, delivers a slower ball, played off the front foot out to extra cover. Oh, there's no run. So it's just a steady part of the day's game. 178, that's the target. At 8 overs in, it's 1 for 15. So lots can happen in this game. Of that there is no doubt. And the big call, of course, is let's get a wicket. Can Meek do that? He's in. Bowls wide of the off stump, cut into the ground. Didn't go near the keeper, it just bounced along the ground. And there's no possibility of a run.
Now, Peter, we did have a special guest on here before, Ben Tippett. What's his background?
His background is in managerial skills as a manager of sports people. He also plays cricket, but he's got a portfolio now just outside the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. He's got a few Australian players that he looks after. He looks after Glenn Maxwell, who of course broke his leg a week or two ago. He looks after Adam Zampa, who was a leg spin bowler of prowess. And he just loves what he's doing. He's found his niche. There's a lot of sports people in this day and age now, and all of them have got managers. And so Ben does it beautifully, and he's off to Gosford shortly for the over 40 veterans cricket. And he's been around the place for a period of time and he's enjoying it immensely as it's the end of the over here at Goodwood. Going to make a special mention too of those who have put the dollars and cents in for advertising purposes. Explorer Caravans with Benno doing a brilliant job. S&W Seed Company, PCFA Nurse Perspective, NKI Sport, Findex, Nelson Teamwear and PCFA Family Retrospective. And two, a support that I give to a cancer as much as I can and as many times as I can plug, and that is Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. 1 for 15's the score, and it's still 1 for 15. This is good bowling. Queensland, exactly what would be required, and it's tight bowling. And I should also give you an update because we had a question mark early in the day about Gary Lovett. Now, Gary is not playing, or wasn't playing, but actually came out to bat. But he is not captaining today. Trent Ryan is, and Gary is getting sorted. That's the main thing. That is, he hadn't been too well, and let's hope he's bouncing back and is ready to get himself involved very soon. Queensland is jumping around. Who's out there? Let's have a look. The Queenslander out there who's wearing a top which causes a commentator some form of consternation because we don't have the number. Still, let's see what can happen. We see moving around in, that's Gary Lovett out there, wearing number 105. And the noises to the right.
Yes, we have Queensland supporters.
Well, yeah, there's a few here. 1 for 15 in the ninth. This ball edged and success. There'll be 2, perhaps even 3. No, they're going to come back quietly for the second run. Running back there is number 44, Gavin Brown. They get back for 2. Bat angled down, no real power in the shot, but it was just nudged away. And with comfort, they got through for a couple of runs. So the score just trickling along. The man doing the bowling is Richard Anderson, and at 9 overs down, it's 1 for 18. Anderson in, and off the back foot, cut out towards forward point. Hit fairly crisply, but straight out there to Brown, and there's no run.
If you're wondering what's happening in the Div 5 competition, Victoria 2 for 38 off 15 overs against Queensland. And the New South Wales Koalas not quite up in the tree, but on the cricket pitch. 8 for 145 off 35 overs against Tassie.
Thank you, Kate. Anderson in bowls, and he's caught behind! A big wave, a tickle and a catch. And that was steady bowling by the Queenslanders, and eventually they discover success. Anderson is the bowler who was able to take the wicket. And it's 2 for 18 with the target at 178. And a valuable blow. Anderson was bowling on song. His targets were just outside the off stump. And this is a wild swish. And the error. And let's make a move. That's all over, we wrote. And Western Australia losing that wicket of, that's Gary Lovett who has just left us. I'm looking for Mrs. Lovett, who's going to put her thumb up to say that was Gary. And I don't know whether she is or not. It's hard to tell from where we are. Now, I asked the question of whether or not that was her son or not, and she said she didn't know. So if Mrs. Lovett doesn't know, I've got no idea. Let's just say that that was Gary who was out. Anyway, it's 2 for 18, and that's a very, very important wicket. Very important wicket as we see coming to the cricket now for Western Australia, Chris Sampson. And the first over, or the first ball of a new over, bowled by Meek, who's been very quick. He's done well with the bat. Got some runs in a hurry. Got 61. And now, with the ball, he's been busy. Now, how'd you go with Anthony Telfer, my friend? Tough gig?
Anthony Telfer, he's being a bit of a wicket man, isn't he, today?
Yeah. Here's the next ball from Meek. Cut, good shot, backward of point one, perhaps two. Ball across the turf, spins quickly, and the return is strong and powerful. Back to the keeper. And that was good work too. The ball hit with authority. And Shane Drummond-Hills, the wicket-keeper, getting back and taking it on the full. 10 overs in, it's 2 for 18, chasing 178. Now, we're going to wait. And for Western Australia, Mark Hindle leaves alone to a ball just outside the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper. Not as warm now as it was earlier today. The sun tucking itself in behind some fluffy clouds, but it's still a very pleasant day. And the count on the Dogs now is 5 on the opposite venue. And all, I would suggest, being well looked after and enjoying their romp. Make in, and that's forward thrust, played with caution, but also the effective defensive push away on the offside, no run. 10 into the 10 overs, 2 for 18, chasing 178. Meek, most impressive, as suggested with the bat, but more importantly now, bowling with accuracy. Bowling pretty quick too. Rushes in, wide of the off stump, just a little bit too wide for any offering, and it's through to the keeper. It's good to have Ben Tippett here earlier today, popping up and saying hello. Phil Hurden, working beautifully, but Phil has other jobs, so we're not able to call on his services today. And we're going to see Meek and mild, doing what? And the bat removed from the bottom hand, that one jagged back a fraction. That's the completion of the over. This is very tidy overs. Ball Queensland. It's 11 overs, 2 for 19, chasing 178. So there's some big gaps there. And I'm reckoning that the Queenslanders would be feeling pretty happy about what they're doing. I would suggest they're going okay. Now there might be a substitution here. Looks like number 94 coming on. That's Gary Eisenmenger, number 94. And Meek's coming off, so he's had a bowl and he's waving. He should be waving because I met his mother before and his wife. So I met a few of the Meeks and they're all about the place. Score is 2 for 19 in 11, chasing 178 here at the Goodwood Oval. In this game of substance, which is turning out to be one of those teasing games. You're just not too sure as to what's going to happen. Now Jason Scroop has joined us. Jason is to do with the Goodwood ground and the preparation of what's happening here as this ball jagged back a little bit, kept a bit low, and it's been pushed away on the offside, and there's no run. Now put those on your scone so they won't fall off. Gotcha. We'll just get a nod from our technical man. Welcome aboard. Thanks for popping up.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks for coming. It's fantastic to have the over 50s at Goodwood Oval. It's a really good opportunity for clubs like ours to showcase our facilities and have some great cricket to watch.
It's the ground's in magnificent condition, and I'll get you to embellish in the time that you can stay here. This ball just outside the off stump and there's no run. You know what I liked about all of the ground most of all is the size.
Yeah.
You know, you can hit a 4, you can hit a 6, and there are a couple of 6s late in that first innings. It's not too big. It's not massive. I think it's just very good size.
Yeah, it's a fantastic like cricket oval. I mean, obviously you play AFL footy here, and probably for AFL footy it's a tiny bit small, but for cricket,
yeah, it's okay. This ball pushed away on the offside, and there's no run. So, how did you get the chance to say, "Yep, we want a venue and we'll get one, and you got one.
Yeah, well, from a 50s point of view, we have a lot of players playing for South Australia in the over 50s, but also a lot of over 60s and 70s. So we just thought it was a fantastic opportunity to be involved and support the initiative. And
just wait for this next ball, which is almost edged through to the keeper. No, not quite.
And we just see it as a huge growth area for our club as well, and retaining people and getting people back to cricket. And we work really hard with our local council to get the facility up as good as it is, Peter, and we're really proud to show it off. So,
well, let's firstly say well done to whoever's responsible for the scoreboard. Now, I mean that because we're going to venues where we haven't got access to any scores. We'd like to be able to give them all the time. And this one here, as soon as you drove into the ground, you knew absolutely exactly what was going on.
Yeah. Look, we're very lucky, and obviously we've got a fairly new facility here. So this club room was redeveloped 3 years ago. So a lot of thought was put into it by the cricket club and the Goodwood Saints Football Club as well, as to we really were able to be involved in the planning process and come up with something that really suits both AFL and cricket. But scoreboard were integral part of that. As you know, most of us play on facilities. We've got little flip-over scoreboards,
yes.
something like that. So it's nice to have something that largely interfaces with the apps and the websites that are coming through in My Cricket and Player HQ, and to have a scoreboard like that's fantastic for the players, but also for the many supporters that are here today.
Yep. How much work did you have to put into the oval to get it ready? And then, of course, we had the messy weather on the weekend.
Oh, it's been a challenge this season. I think we played 3 Saturdays out of 7 for our for our normal turf cricket. So it's definitely been a challenging year. This coming out of winter into spring, and I've never put the covers on and off so much as what we have this year.
Now the next ball is driven back down the ground over the top of the bowler on the follow through, and it runs all the way down to the fence for 4. So the score now is Western Australia in the 12th, 2 for 23, chasing 178.
So yeah, look, being a very wet past month, it's certainly been a challenge to get the grass growing. I mean, our pitches are all couch grass, of course, which enjoys the warm weather. So the curators have had the grow mats on, just trying to get some growth in the wicket. But after a very wet winter, there was quite a lot of damage with football. It's been a challenge, but certainly over the past week we've had the covers on and on a lot. So club volunteers involved, 2 or 3 times a day, getting the covers on and getting the covers off. So we've had we're lucky here. We've got a fantastic group of volunteers.
Next ball is pushed away on the offside. Won't be a run. Score stays at WA at 2 for 23, chasing 178. A bit of sand out there, not a lot though.
No, it looks, as I said, we had a lot of rain. I mean, even Sunday night before the Monday game, we had 20 mils and hail as well. So, as I said, the volunteers are getting here Monday morning and super sopping up the water and getting a game of cricket going yesterday. So this wicket was used last Saturday.
That's in grade cricket.
Yes, which wasn't the original plan to use this particular wicket on Monday and Tuesday, but with the weather, we just weren't able to get the wicket. You see, the second one from us here on the other side of the square will be used tomorrow for New South Wales versus New Zealand. But so this wicket's been used since Saturday, but still playing quite well.
Yeah,
the bounce is still pretty consistent. We've got a good square here at Goodwood. It's normally fast and bouncy, especially as we get later in the season and the weather dries up. It's a good, fast, bouncy track here.
So for those adjacent groups, the council who have this man who does some wonderful things for Goodwood, what about when the football season starts? How busy is this ground?
Yeah, it's we're a very large cricket club, so we play in the Adelaide turf competition. We're certainly the largest turf club. We field 8 senior sides every Saturday and something like 18 junior sides, 4 women's, plus we've got over 50's and over 60's, and we're trying to get an over 7. So a lot of cricket goes into Goodwood Oval, and of course we move into late March into April when the Goodwood Saints Football Club take over. And equally, they're an extremely large football club. So
how many teams do they have?
I think they're up around 20 teams.
Oh,
so
really?
We have about 32 cricket sides. I think they have nearly 20 football sides. So As you said before, for a small ground, it's very well utilised. So, as we know, there's a huge push for space and for ovals in the community. So, we're no different. Being at Goodwood, we're in the inner south of Adelaide, so only just a few kilometres south of Adelaide, and the access to sort of cricket and football grounds is at a premium.
Yes,
so we're certainly at a maximum, and trying to find new spaces to play football and cricket is quite difficult.
Is this the biggest undertaking that you've, as a curator, had to get sorted out in, say, a season? Now, is this bigger, getting all this done, than when the football season starts?
Oh, I think so, yeah, absolutely. Yep. I think, particularly as I said, in Adelaide, we've had a very wet winter, so the damage that was done to the cricket wickets all around Adelaide, they'd all be in a similar condition that, to get that grass growing. And we just haven't had the warm weather. We simply haven't had the warm weather for the summer grasses to recover. So there's been a lot of use instead of grow mats trying to get those grass coverage back.
So what happens to you at the end of today, for example? Have you got more games on here?
We've got a game tomorrow, so you can see a wicket here, second from this side. We've got New South Wales versus New Zealand tomorrow.
Now, which New Zealand time is that? Do you know which team?
I'm not sure, actually.
Well, there's a few.
Yeah,
there's a few from everywhere.
Sure. I understand it's a Division 1 game again.
Okay.
So, the other side of the draw to this one here. So that's Wednesday, and then we go back into club cricket. I mean, the club has T20s tonight, so we have 3 T20 sides playing tonight. Not here, obviously. They're on some of our other ovals or playing away. And, of course, we have to start getting ready for Saturday and Sunday cricket. We have game here Friday nights. So Friday nights there's always juniors playing, of course, the Saturday afternoon. And then 2 games on a Sunday, so it doesn't stop, just keeps on going.
Now, from where I'm sitting, I'm in the stand. Now, if I sit directly opposite where the scoreboard is, which is exactly what I want to see, now there is a stand behind the scoreboard. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, well, that's actually the hockey field. So
no, just behind there where the brickwork is. Just behind the scoreboard itself, is that?
Yeah, there's a grandstand that faces the other way.
Yes, and there's plenty of football on the other side?
No, hockey, Forestville
Just
Hockey
hockey.
Club.
Oh, right,
so the cricket club use it in the summertime for under 10 cricket. So Sunday mornings there's 2 under 10 cricket games there every Sunday morning, and then the Forestville Hockey Club use that through the winter time. The Forestville Hockey Club are in the process of moving to a new facility at the back of Unley High School. So that's just been announced and will be developed over the next year or two, and then they'll be moving in the next couple of years over to there, and we're hopeful that space can be used efficiently for sport. Again, there's a push on open space, and we're looking at a tennis club opposite us. They're desperate for more room. We're desperate for more room, and so is the football club. So hopefully we can work together with the council and be able to get a facility certainly for junior cricket and junior football over there. That's what we hope anyway.
And a final one for you, Jason. I know you've got lots to do. How long have you been working here?
Well, I'm still only a volunteer, Peter. I've been with the Goodwood Cricket Club for about 25 years. So
you're not still only a volunteer. That is a big responsibility as a volunteer.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, we're lucky here in this club. We have a fantastic group of volunteers, and as I said, to put 32 cricket games together every week takes a lot of time from a lot of people. So we're very lucky to be in a club where there's a lot of people that want to put their hands up, and even today, people making the afternoon teas, helping with the grounds, the covers on and off, just things like putting the cones out and getting cups of tea. We're really lucky to have people on board.
Yep. Well, what you've got to do is when you leave, I need you to go and tap a lady on the shoulder because I want her to come and talk to me on the radio. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Well, thanks for having us, Peter.
Thank you, Jason. It's been a delight to have you up here sharing some thoughts.
No worries, mate. Thanks again.
Take care. That's Jason Scroop, who's the ground's Goodwood man, doing a mighty job. Now, this is going to work, I think. Just going to ask this lady to sit down for a sec. Wendy, come on, Wendy, just sit down nicely. Let's put that on there.
Thank you.
Now, Peter Walsh is who you're speaking to.
Thank you, Peter.
Now, Wendy, I noticed you were kind enough to give us a wave when I walked past before. So, you are the mother of... Don't point, you must talk.
Damien. I was going to say Damien Meek.
Damien. All right, well, now we can talk about Damien. And thank you, because Damien was on before, but he's
now going back on.
Yeah. Now, Damien, he was fascinating to talk to, and thank you, Wendy, for popping in at no short notice at all. You just popped in.
And now he's coming off again.
He knows that you're doing an interview. Does he?
Probably.
No, he doesn't. Now, he was telling me that he's from Townsville.
Yes, he is. That's where he lives.
Now,
Yeah.
that's a fair distance away from anywhere in Queensland. Pardon me, because I don't know geographically Australia, but for him to get to point A to point B all around the place to play his beloved cricket, that would take a fair bit.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it's a dedication. But he's always been dedicated to the sport. And living in Townsville, which is, as you said, miles from Brisbane, where the rest of the team play, is a true dedication to it. I actually live in Byron Bay. So
That's nowhere near there.
Exactly. So one of the only ways to see my son is that, and enjoy his cricket, is that I drive to Brisbane, he flies down to Townsville, and we spend a glorious weekend together. I'm watching, he's playing.
That's extraordinary. How long has all this been happening?
Oh, this was the last since he's been chosen to play for Queensland.
Yes. Now, has he always wanted to play for Queensland? Has that been...
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And he plays top grade for Wanderers in Townsville, which he loves. And yes, this was just a wonderful opportunity.
Has he got a job?
Yes, he does.
What does he do?
He's the... Oh, I wish you had have asked him that.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I know, but you know what it's like with mothers. He's the best in the world.
Is he? Now, Mum's got how many children?
I have 2 boys.
Two, and another cricketer as well?
No, he isn't. No, in fact, he doesn't like cricket.
Now, we might have seen another wicket just as we're talking.
We have.
And there's another wicket, another Western Australia now, so it's 3-4-25 now.
Yes.
Now, I'm just not sure who that is because I'm talking and I should be watching, but I'll talk about Damien Meek and Mum in just a moment. But how do you go when you're watching and we saw that action in the last few minutes of that first innings when he was hitting sixes?
Well, it's very emotional. No, I feel as if I'm so with him in the game and playing the game that it's overwhelming, to say the least.
Were you a sports person?
Not really, no. I just enjoy watching.
So if you went to see him play, could you control yourself?
You mean emotionally?
Yeah.
No, you haven't been hearing us yelling out.
I've been hearing a few things, but we've called security on a couple of occasions. But they're having a bit of a break here, which is good too, so I can continue to talk to... Now, do I call you Mrs. Meek?
No, please don't. My name's Wendy.
Okay, I'll call you Wendy. All right, now, you've in South Australia. Wendy, have you been here before?
Yes, actually. My youngest son was born here.
Oh, okay.
So Damien's brother, yeah, he was born here. We were here for 3 years from New South Wales. And, yeah, loved it.
And Byron Bay now?
I'm in Byron Bay, yes.
Is that, pardon my ignorance here, is that Paul Hogan? Is that where he was?
No.
Where was he?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay, well, you're not helping me then.
I'm not.
Crocodile Dundee?
Yes,
No?
I know who Paul Hogan is. No, we've got to bring it into the 21st century.
No, you're right.
Who lives here now?
Yeah, I
Who's
know.
there now?
That's true.
Oh.
No, that's true.
Hemsworth.
Strop lives there. He did, but yeah, unfortunately passed away. Yeah, that's true. So what does this do for you? You're a long way from home.
Yes, it is. But I'm a great sponsor and follower.
So your sponsorship is to do with what?
Well, we made a deal, Damien and I, when he said, Mum, I'm coming down, I've been chosen and I want to come down as many times as I can. And I said,
Come
okay,
down?
to Brisbane.
Oh, okay, yes,
and
okay.
I said, yes, I apologise for that because he's coming down from Townsville.
That's a long way.
And I said, well, yes, but he flies down, of course.
Right.
Yeah. And he said, I said to him, okay, well, let's look at a sponsorship deal. I'll be his sponsor.
So you're sponsoring your son?
I'll pay for the accommodation. You pay for the airfares.
When did all this happen?
Over the last 6 months.
And it's worked all right?
Oh, it's fantastic.
All right.
Why wouldn't it?
And see, the beauty of...
I get the best deal.
You do? Well, the beauty, Wendy, of what we're seeing here is, all right, there's some veterans cricket that's on in South Australia, and I know that the over 40s is on in Gosford in a couple of weeks, yes.
Oh, okay.
And there's the over 60s that are on in Geelong in a few weeks.
So what does that say about cricket? You can play forever.
Would you consider yourself to be a real cricket tragic? And I say that in the nicest way. Do you like watching cricket?
I love it.
You do?
I've always watched it. Yeah. Damien's father loved watching cricket, although he was a yachty. And then my second husband enjoyed it immensely. we would watch it all the time, and I still do. I still watch cricket on television. As much chance
Do you
as I
get do you get as quaint a venue as the one that we've got here?
No, this is good. This
Isn't
is
it?
lovely. This is actually a wonderful achievement for this club. What they've managed to do, yes.
So what then do you, as we continue our chat here with Wendy, who's been kind enough to join us, Wendy Meek, and Wendy's talking about her son who made 61 earlier on. In the total that was accumulated by Queensland, they made 178, and Western Australia, well, they haven't altered the wickets that are down there, 3 for. So there's 3 for 25. You say that you'd worked out some sponsorship and etc., and you've been taken all over the place. Is there any favourite cricket ground you've got?
No, this is the first time I've been out of New South Wales for his cricket.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, how does that sponsorship work?
That's okay.
But you know,
it's working. Put it this way.
But
we're both getting the best of
exactly.
both worlds.
But in the short time that I chatted with him, he was just so genuine, and I thought for a minute he's taken the you-know-what out of me, but he wasn't.
No, he's genuine.
And he said, I'm going to bowl, and then I've batted, and he was loving it.
Yeah. Oh, that's the way he is. Yeah, he just loves his sport.
Yeah, so what are you going to do? What are you going to see for the rest of South Australia? How long are you going to stay here?
I'm going home on Friday.
Oh, really? Well, what about if they're in the final?
Well, I have to go home.
Oh, no, it'll be over then, won't it? Of course it will be.
I think it is Friday, yeah. Thursday
Yes,
night,
yes.
yeah.
So you're then going to jump on a kite and then go back to Townsville?
No.
Oh, Byron Bay.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
go back to Sydney and then back to Byron.
Yeah.
Which is lovely. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Oh, it's been lovely. Look, thank you so much, because I did put the pressure on you to come over, and I didn't mean to do that. But in trying to work out, you know, what happens in the world,
Yeah. Well,
the best way is to ask.
Mothers and sons, especially when a son reaches that age.
Now, do you know, Wendy, the tough question is the last one. One of the Queensland players was wearing a onesie in warming up.
Oh, was he?
Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, well, I'm sharing with you.
Oh, thank you.
Apparently what happened was, when he was doing his training beforehand, he wore a Queensland cap as opposed to the caps that they're wearing in this game. So he had to put a onesie on.
Okay.
And he was running around this morning, and I thought it looked like a caterpillar out of control.
It's amazing what the boys get up to.
Oh, it is.
But isn't it all good fun?
You're laughing about it. I'm laughing about it. I'm laughing with you, and you're laughing with me, and that's what friendship's all about. Thank you, Wendy.
Meeting you.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming over and
you.
saying hello. It's
Pleasure
been a
meeting you.
delight. Take care. There you go. How's that? Thank you, Wendy. Cheerio now. Wendy goes away and says, oh, what was all that about?
I'll read about it.
Oh, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Now, Richard Anderson is coming in to have a chat in a minute. I've just got to work out what... I think I've found it now, which is good. Richard, come through. G'day, Richard. Good to see you, mate. Grab a seat. One of the Bulls bowlers, and they're in a good spot too. 3 for 26, Western Australia, chasing 178, and the man who's picked up a couple and is looking pretty good, and he's enjoying himself. Richard, thanks for coming in and saying hello. You've got yourself a pretty good Damien Meek from one end and yourself there, and it's a good opening pair, isn't it?
Oh, look, we're trying to hit good lines and lengths, Peter, I think, and look, so far it's working out well. Trying to put a bit of pressure on the WA boys. Look, wickets a little bit up and down, but I think it's a good cricket wicket. I think if you can hit the deck reasonably hard, you're going to get something out of it. But if you're a little bit too full, I think the WA boys can get on top of you as well. So it's a fine line, that line and length, but at this stage we're just trying to swing a bit of pressure back onto those boys.
How much depth have you got in your bowling?
Quite good, actually. We had 2 boys yesterday who didn't get a bowl who will be raring to go today, in Clint Keeble and Andrew Kratzman.
Yeah, we had a chat with Andrew. He came up earlier on, and all 6'4" of them, and he said, "Oh no, I might get a bowl occasionally." And he was serious. He said, "There's no walk-up start."
Oh, No, look, we've got two good spinners in Trent Ryan and Gary Eisenmunger. So we're sort of rolled through 4 bowlers at the moment, and we still haven't used those 2 boys that I just mentioned.
Tell me a little bit about Gary Eisenmunger and Trent Ryan. Trent Ryan, the captain today.
Yeah, Trent's the captain. Off-spin bowler, top order bat. Bowled very well yesterday. And Gary's our leg spinner. And Gary's
a leg spinner? We haven't seen many of those in this competition.
Right. So Gary was fortunate enough to be selected in the Australian side a few years ago that went to South Africa before the COVID hit.
Yes.
And bowled very well yesterday, 4 wickets. So I think it'll take a little bit of spin. It'll be interesting to see how he goes. But Trent's skipper, so he's got to make the decisions.
Yeah. Didn't take you long to find your length, and you know when you talk about partnerships in batting, that's one thing, but partnerships in bowling, just as equally important. And when you get together with Damien Meek, you know what he's doing, he knows what you're doing, that's half the battle.
Peter, you're spot on, and we spoke about that before we went out there. And bowling in partnerships is very important. And it doesn't matter who gets the wickets, but the guy who's fortunate enough to get them, it can also be because of pressure generated from the other end.
Yeah. What does this do for your cricketing life?
Look, it's probably rejuvenated my cricketing life a little bit, veterans cricket. I think it's a fantastic concept. It's about camaraderie, getting around the boys, as well as that sort of work-life balance, because we're all busy these days.
But what did it need for you? Why did you need to be regenerating your cricketing life? What was going wrong?
Oh, there was nothing going wrong with it. It's just life got in the way. Two great kids, and I'd moved away from grade cricket when I was sort of mid-30s. Not completely away. I sort of tried to put back into the game by jumping on the executive at our cricket club, and sort of moving into more of that administration type role as well, and enjoyed that for a number of years. And then I suppose once I turned sort of 50, I had a few really good friends who sort of said, why don't you come back and roll the arm over? And ever since it's just been great fun.
Seems like it's pretty healthy. There's a lot of cricket teams in Queensland who, when you go through all the names of those that are available, you've got a few teams.
Yeah, we do.
And whilst you've paused, there was a big appeal. Wicketkeeper comes around. We might be able to get a look at this in slow-mo because there was an anxious moment or two. We'll wait and see. What did you see here? If you can have a look at it, my friend. We'll get a replay in a sec. Or maybe we won't.
Sounded out to me.
Yeah, there's a bit of a noise, wasn't there? Let's have a look and see. No, that was the next ball. So, well, they're still there. But when you talk about teamwork and you get together and you lob and you're standing in front of the Adelaide Oval, you're taking photos and you scratch your noggin and you think, are we really here? And you go around and you get involved, have a bit of those knaps. I can't even pronounce those, let alone eat them. And after that, you have an Indigenous lad who plays the didgeridoo and plays it so brilliantly that
funny.
Everybody just kept quiet and watched he, and I think it was his son. They were breathtaking. Then you walk back to the Adelaide Oval scoreboard to get photos. Then you've got to think to yourself, we're here to play cricket. How good's this?
Yeah, you're spot on. It's something special, I think, a national tournament like this, and not just Division 1, but right down to the Division 5 boys. We're all staying in a hotel down here. And one thing our guys have done is basically thrown all the balls in the air, and where they land is who you're going to room with.
Right.
So it's not just about Division 1, Division 2. It's also about getting around the other boys and trying to understand what they're like in life and those sort of things, trying to make friendships and support each other.
You know, look, you've made some extremely relevant points. I was given some advice, and this is many years ago, and I won't go into too much detail, but I'll say that the broadcaster who was working in a situation where I was working in Olympic Games was Norman May, who called the swimming.
Yep.
And Norman was just a wonderful person who sat down and gave you lots of reasons to smile and lots of reasons to want to come back the next day. And I said to him, I'm having so much fun. What is the next trick in my life? He said, what you've got to do is control yourself when the fun's over. You've got to go back to living. You can't live off the Olympic Games for the rest of your life. You go back to being a normal person and do that as quick as you can. Think about all the things that happened in your life that are exciting, but don't bore every other person that you see by telling them, because you have to have normality. Have you got normality after something like this is over?
Yeah, I'm still. I've just had a boy finish grade 12, so he's starting a journey for the rest of his life.
What's he doing?
He's hoping to get into physio.
Oh, okay.
And
he could work on you, couldn't he, if you got a crook leg?
Yes, he can come. He can come with us next time, because we're distinctly lacking physios.
Is he now interested in cricket?
He's actually a swimmer.
Oh, okay.
And I've also got a 15-year-old girl who's going into grade 10 next year. So
you're busy.
We're very busy life. Got myself a little engineering consultancy firm as well. So
where's that in?
In Brisbane. And we're structural and sort of civil engineers. So there's sort of that normality. I'll certainly be stepping straight back into that. That's no question.
But you're back away from here. Is there then Veteran 60? Do you look for that, or what do you look for next?
Well, I'm 51, so hopefully I've still got a few more years in the 50s.
Yep.
I'm actually playing a little bit of... I have gone back to play a little bit of grade cricket this year.
Oh, okay.
And have been quite motivated just with the younger guys as well, and trying to help them, trying to put a little bit back into some of the bowlers and things like that. And I found that really has energised a little bit of the cricket, and tried to help me get a few Ks into legs for what's now going to be sort of 4 games in 4 days.
Yeah. Now, the final question, because you've been kind enough to spend some time with us, and the reason you've been kind enough is someone's let you come up here into the commentary box and talk whilst someone's been out there substituting for you. How'd you do all that?
Well, you bowl your overs and you get off. No, you've got to be on the field for a minimum of 25 overs, so we try and rotate the boys around, and just fortunate enough probably just to have a little rest after my spell.
It seems like a good bunch that you've got.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Really good. Even though the result didn't sort of go our way yesterday, and we're probably in a little bit of trouble early, I think we hung tight, and that's the main thing. And it's also, Peter, it's also about a bit of fun, taking the mickey out of each other.
No, good call. You've been very honest and upfront. Richard Anderson, opening bowler for the side that is in the box seat, because Western Australia at 3 for 32 and Queensland, who had the speed wobbles at one stage, finished up getting to 178, thanks largely to Mick getting 61, Roach getting 38 and Shaw getting 13. Thank you so much for spending some time, Richard. All the best to you and your very busy family life, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your time in South Australia and beyond.
Peter, thank you very much.
Thanks, Richard. Another class act too, Queensland up. Richard Anderson joining us in our coverage. Now he's going to go and hide so he hasn't got to go back on the field. Thanks, Richard. Oh dear. Now, Kate, you can keep writing, because then I'll stop talking for a minute, and you can give us some scores. And I'm going to ask you about Anthony Telfo.
Yes, well, I would give you information, except I just don't even know how to read this thing.
Right, well, I think that's a no. I think that is a response which says, not working, thank you. Won't worry about that.
Which says we could just do wishful thinking about it all. But considering we had a Queenslander on the
Yeah, that's good. What have you got for us?
I thought I'd give you some Queensland information. So taking it down a notch to Div 2. Oh, got a few runs going on here. Oh, close up. Queensland, 4 for 46 off 24.3 overs against Victoria in Div 2.
Now, you might have heard someone calling out from the stand about, it wasn't a 4. One of the spectators has obviously seen the ball roll towards the fence, but it didn't creep over, so it's not regarded as being happy. No, come in, sir. Don't be. Now, I've spoken to you before, haven't I? No, you haven't. No, I haven't. Well, turn your back around, please. Well, there's no name on your back or no number, So how can I talk to you? You are the...
That's when it just got out.
Yeah, can I...
Gnarly, Dominic.
Dominic, can I get you to sit down here for a sec, please? Thank you. And Dominic, I will just find where your name... Oh, number 43. Now, just whack that on, please, Dominic. We don't need you to prepare too much. We just need you to put those on. Either way, mate. Just, yep, that's it.
Thank you.
Dominic Granali has joined us at short notice. He's from the Western Australian team. He was the third man to fall and got 3 for 35 after 18. The target's 178, and Dominic was halfway through that cup of coffee. Now, I had one of those cups of coffee earlier today, and it tasted like sump oil. I'm not in the habit of drinking sump oil, but I'm saying if you don't drink any of that, you're not missing out on anything. Thanks for popping in and saying hello.
Pleasure.
Didn't stay out there long enough?
No, disappointing.
What happened?
Just impatient and chased a wide one and nicked it.
They bowled well as a partnership,
Yes.
the two fasties, didn't they?
Yeah, we were looking at trying to rotate the strike, but we sort of got bogged down and we sort of just got stuck on one end, and we just couldn't rotate. And I went big and hard and nicked it up.
Got the tick. What about the track out there? What's it like?
Oh, look, the ball was swinging, but I didn't think it was any. I felt comfortable. They just didn't give us a lot of balls to hit, and the opening bowlers bowled very well.
Yep.
And we've just got to consolidate now and get a bit of a partnership and get back on track.
Well, earlier on, it looked as if Queensland might be knocked over for something well shy of 178, yet with Meek doing so well at the finish, they got up to that score. Are you capable? Is there enough depth in your lineup to push for that score?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we bat fairly deep, and it's just one good solid partnership.
Yep.
And back on track. Hopefully use the short side boundary when we want to look to score in the back end.
Yep.
And I think the deeper we go, and two guys get in, bit of a partnership.
That's what I was going to say. You need a partnership, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bit of a steadier and sort of worry about our next. We'll get to the next drinks break at 30, and then assess it there, and hopefully we can get a couple of guys getting in and maybe one to retire at 50.
Have you got in your lineup, and I'm always interested to know when you see who the captain is, and Brad Papato.
Yep.
Is there enough variation from, let's change it around now, we're not going to go with 4, 5 and 6, we have got the versatility, so you can loop around with the order?
Yeah, we can, definitely. We still got Steve Gollan. He bats the back end, solid. He's played a lot of cricket.
Yep.
And I think we've just got to assess the situation and just take it. We'll get to the 30 overs and see how
what happens.
Yep.
Now, Dominic Crognali is with yours truly, Peter Walsh, and we're at the cricket here at Goodwood, and Western Australia just nudging along. There's a strike, the stumps then that just misses, but the score is 3 for 35, chasing 178. Give us a bit of a heads up as to how you're involved in the WA unit and what it does for you, this sort of cricket.
I'm a curator by trade.
Yeah.
And
at where?
I do Willetton, Burrender.
All right.
In Perth, in Premier League, and I've got Kent Street, the school, and then I got a little side one at Monash in North Beach, Kareem.
Okay.
So that keeps me busy.
Now, when I'm talking to curators like yourself, obviously I'd like to know, how do you reckon things got sorted out with all this weather as it was now? And you missed a day, I know that, but you're out there playing. That's pretty good.
Oh, look, Dave, it's a very tough job when the weather's not too kind, with covers and continuous rain. I think the rain that we're getting here now was what we had last week in Perth.
Oh, okay.
We had 2.5 inches of rain.
Yep.
And 90% of the cricket on the weekend just gone was washed out. They've been abandoned.
The tracks that you prepare, I was at a fundraiser for prostate cancer during the week, and Les Burdett was
the great Les
the
Burdett,
speaker.
yes.
Yeah, and Les is a good friend of mine, and we're both working through some health issues, and he's a wonderful man. And he was talking about bouncy wickets, and he was talking about the whacker, and about how much bounce is there. Do you think there's a lot of difference as you travel around to wicket to wicket?
Yeah.
Is there?
Yep.
What's the main difference?
Just a lot of the wickets are very slow and tight.
Yep.
I come from Harvey, where the Harvey clay comes from. That's what.
Where's that?
That's just 2 hours south towards Bunbury from Perth.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a spot called Yarloop where they dig all the black clay, and it goes to the whacker. And originally you'd have to order the clay from the whacker at the end of the season, where now the farm you can just directly buy from the farm. And it's called Black Gold.
Black Gold. What was that song? Black Gold, Texas Tea. That was the Beverly Hillbillies song.
Yes.
That's going back a while. So how long have you been in curating?
I've been doing it for about 23 years.
And you can still learn the tricks of the trade?
You're always learning.
Yeah.
I think good curators are disappearing.
Yep.
I think you got to have a thick skin. You got to be able to handle the criticism, and sometimes we get it wrong.
Yep. What about drop-in pitches? Do you like those?
They're all right. They're a bit simple.
Do you get the choice to put one in?
Well, we've just done the practice nets at Burrunda, and the clay's about 300, about a foot, where a lot of the drop-in pitches, the slabs are about 150.
Who makes that decision?
Depending on cost and...
Yep, okay.
Optus.
Yep.
All being drop-ins because of the footy.
Yeah, of course.
I looking at that block, they play footy here in the winter, and that doesn't help with the football.
Is that what happens to you? Do you have...
No, we don't play footy at Burrunda.
It's just
some of the
purely and simply summer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. And it just gives time in the winter for it to just regenerate, repair, get the grass back into it.
Yeah, fair call.
And
I'm with you.
And I'm all for hard and fast and bouncy wickets.
What's the fastest in Australia that you've worked on?
At the whacker.
At the whacker, yeah.
Beautiful place to work. A beautiful strip, and you can get them nice and fast and bouncy. And I think pace, consistent bounce, and I like to see spinners get involved.
Yeah, okay.
Where a lot of the venues pace off, the ball's slow, hard to hit, and you can see as we get older, a couple of guys that bowl off 2-3 steps can just sort of nibble around a bit, bowl a good spot, set a good field.
Understood. Tell me, Dominic, is Lily the fastest you've seen at the whacker?
Jeff Thompson.
Thompson? Yeah.
Yeah. I was there one day where he bowled a ball that bounced over the keeper and hit the side screen.
The next bounce into the side screen. Yeah. I was reading a book the other night, and it was on Thompson whipping one down at 160k an hour, which is 100 miles an hour, and that was the fastest ball at that time. And you talked about people like Malcolm Marshall and Joel Garner and Michael Holding. And then others names came in, Wakar Yunus, Wasim Akram, but they weren't speedsters. They swung the ball around.
Yeah, at speed.
Yeah, but when Lily got rid of it, or Thompson got rid of it, you ducked for cover.
In the early days, yeah. Then Lily sort of backed his pace off a bit and started to bowl those cutters. But Jeff Thompson was just raw speed.
Yeah.
A sling in action. And could bowl a really fast Yorker. That would just come at your feet.
True enough. 3 for 48 is the score, with Western Australia chasing 178 for victory. We're very fortunate to have Dominic Crognale, who is the man of the moment here. He's been kind enough to pop up and say hello and talk about what's going on in his life, as he was out just recently, so we're not talking too much about his runs. We're talking more about, as we prepare to let you go, what can you see will happen now for the rest of this game?
Our goal here would be bat the 45 overs. Take it to the death. I think they were a bit further in front after 20 overs.
Yes.
I don't know what they were, about 70 or 80.
Something like that.
But we sort of dragged them back.
Hmm.
They sort of went very hard early, and 7 for 117. Maybe I think we're chasing a bit too much.
Yeah.
They got away a bit at the end.
So what does it do for you now in this competition if you don't win today?
Then we're going to beat South Australia tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that won't be easy.
No.
And that's another Div 1 game?
Yes.
Yeah. All good.
Yeah, it becomes, as the days go by, it's virtually a knockout now.
Yep.
You lose, it puts you on the back foot.
Yep. And where do you go when this is all finished? What's next step for you?
Back home, back to work.
Back to the real world.
Yeah, preparing wickets for
Yeah,
Saturday.
yeah.
For Saturday competition.
Yep.
It's day 2 at Burrunda, and which becomes now, if you win the toss, you can bat all day and kill the game.
Oh, okay.
Or they work out and set a chase.
Mm.
And Willetton are playing South Perth, and I don't think Bancroft and Darcy were playing. I think Hilton Cartwright, they were available last week.
Yep.
But I think the second week they have a shield match.
It's hard to keep up, isn't it? There's that much cricket going on.
There's a lot.
Yeah. All right, Dominic, thank you. It's very kind of you to pop up and say hello and to give of your knowledge and to pass it on. I appreciate it very much. And so too, I hope, to the viewers who are watching our coverage on YouTube. We like to bring as many of the personalities to you as we can. And we've got another one in the system, Dominic Crognale from Western Australia. Thanks, mate.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Pleasure for me too. Now you can take that coffee with you because it won't be tasting any better now.
No, it's cold now.
It's cold now, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you.
Dominic Crognale, thank you for joining us on our coverage here. As he heads off into the distance and takes the coffee with him, which is a good idea.
Yeah, there were no slurps on the broadcast during that. And so the SA Silverbacks are at the top of the ladder in the B pool.
Yes.
That might be a difficult one to conquer tomorrow.
I'm not sure where we are tomorrow. I'm not sure whether... I think the match, the Div 1 game is New South Wales and New Zealand.
Yes.
I'm just not sure if we're back at this venue.
Yeah, New Zealand and
not.
New South Wales playing at Goody, and SA Silverbacks versus WA at Summit Recreation Park.
Where's that?
Somewhere on a summit, maybe higher up.
We'll have to find out so we go to the right place. Mount Barker, way out there. I haven't got my passport with me.
Up the hill.
Oh, well, we'll have to sort that out. Anyway, I'll just give you the score here and give Kate the chance to embellish on what's happening in the other games. The setup here is we had Queensland in the speed wobbles early, but Meek got 61 off 82, Roach 38 off 29, and Shaw 13 off 27, and they reached 178. Rourke 3 for 24, Marcus 2 for 40, and Connolly 2 for 43. So that's the good news. 21 overs gone, 3 maidens. Hang on, it's 3 for 52 with Barranca, Anderson and Lovett, the 3 who are out. And the score at 3 for 52. It now creates in my mind the fact that Western Australia just pushing and starting to build a partnership, heading towards the end of the 21st over. Lots of time remaining in this game, no problems about the weather. It's a bit fresh, but it's okay. Kate Johnson, what have you got for scores, please?
And speaking of fresh, heaps of the crowd are bringing out the frothies. It's getting to that point
Have
of
they?
the day. You know, we've got some nice cold beer on tap.
We haven't got any down here, but I haven't had a beer for 11 years, so I'm okay.
That's good.
Good.
H2O is imported.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we'd keep it on the theme of Western Australia after that little interview, so we'll take it down to Div 3 being played at Woodville. Victoria defeated Western Australia. And then in Div 4, WA Sharks 5 for 120 off 27.5 overs against Queensland. And in Div 5, WA Dewgites versus Silverbacks 1 for 24.6 overs. Now, what's a Dewgite?
That's the name of something from Western Australia, am I guessing?
Yeah, it sounds like a sort of underwater animal.
Right, sounds like an underwater animal.
It's a dugong.
I don't know. How do you spell it, please?
D-U-G-I-T-E-S.
Yep. Now, you can Google there. I'm sure you've got that much information in front of you in terms of iPads, iPhones, computers, technical assistance to your left.
Yeah.
It's now being looked up. A snake. Thank you. There you go. That was a Western Australian. I wasn't quite sure. I think that might have been Trent Ryan, who was acting captain, and I'm not sure. But anyway, it's a snake. Did you get all that?
Yep, it's potentially lethal.
Oh, okay.
Western Australia have really trademarked that one.
Well, the sad part about it is that they must be attentive enough to be listening to our coverage and responding to the questions that we have. And whilst they're responding, boundary's been struck wide of backward square leg, and it rolls across the turf and into one of the pink witches' hats. And that boundary, the first to come in a while, we might just have a look and see where that one went. It was on leg stump and flicked very neatly and deftly away down to the fence for 4 into the 22nd over at 2 for 63. The mirth that I need to share is that we're getting hand signals from those down below us who are Western Australians who are prepared to come into bat. But they're watching and listening to our coverage, and some of the questions that we're asking, we're looking for answers, and they're giving them to us. Can't be any more than helpful about that. No. Now, let's see. I'm working to see. Oh, there's a significant field change. What's happening now is Queensland a little bit concerned about what's going on out there and looking for a wicket. Let's see what they can do as we see the start of a new over with the score 3 for 63 after 22. Just outside the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper. This is bowler number 102, John Short. Right, John, welcome aboard. 102. I hope he treasures his top forever and a day. And he's doing the bowling. Queensland would like to buy a wicket. Short in. Tap behind point. They start for single and stop. Now on the move. But the keeper in there quickly. Shane Drummond-Hills got across and they decided against it. It's a coolish afternoon. The sun's gone away. But no rain around. And I think we'll be able to check the bureau for us. Kate, if you don't mind, please, for the next few days. This ball is cut away for 4. Short outside the off stump. Hit with precision, but most importantly, the ball on its way into terra firma immediately, and the skipper gets a boundary. Nice shot there. Papato gets a 4, and the score up to 3 for 67.
It's currently 16.3 degrees in Goodwood, and over the next few days, tomorrow, top of 20.
20 tomorrow.
Thursday, bit of sun coming out, 24. And Friday, you wouldn't guess it, whopping 31 degrees.
31.
Almost like we're in Queensland or WA.
Oh well. That's all we can do, is we can do what we have to do. And in this situation, it has followed the cricket. The next ball, a slower ball, driven back down the ground on the offside. They run onside one, shot the stumps. Just misses. They were quick, not quick enough. And all of a sudden now, extra pressure being applied to the side that has the runs in the bank. That's Queensland 178. Western Australia now 3 for 68. Next ball in. Slower ball hit in the air. It's going to be safe. It'll bounce all the way out to the fence for 4. Of course it will. It disappears. A lusty blow. Safety, because nothing out there to protect on the leg side. And in the last couple of overs, all of a sudden, Western Australia making a significant move. 45 overs to be bowled in this game, and 23 are down already, 3 for 72. And there's to be a what? Change? They're having a chat. Not sure what's going on. I think we've got a snippet of information for you, Kate. The man that was jogging around earlier was that Clint Keeble, who wore that unusual apparel.
I see.
I think he's out there now, number 131.
He's showing his face after all that.
I think, yeah. I think he was the one who had the, what do you call it?
A onesie.
A onesie, that's it.
You know what, Peter? You can't get any more embarrassed than that. So
He's going to bowl.
Got to let it all go now.
Yeah. This is an important time for the onesie bowler. With the score at 3 for 72. And this game really tightening up. Chase of 178. Clint Keeble wearing number 131. In, bowls, wide of the off stump. That was wide, but unfortunately no timing in the shot. Just splatters out to forward of point and there's no run. Didn't go too quickly and ran straight across to David Roach, who did the fielding. Next ball, wide of the off stump, and it's called a wide. So the single's up by 1. That's 73 now for 3. In the 23rd, we've in the 23rd over now. And Clint Keeble, he's our man. What can you do, Clint? That ball shorter and flatter, but just outside the off stump. And through it goes to the keeper. Twist and a turn, and now a run. Keeble in, right arm over the wicket. Cut neatly, and it's through the cordon. And that is a chance, a big chance for 4. It rolls and rolls and rolls and stops a metre before we reach the boundary rope. Didn't quite go all the way. Running back with pace, the ball has been returned, but whilst they were running, so too were the batsmen. And this partnership now gathering significant momentum. Last wicket fell with a score of 25. It's now 76. This ball, the attempted cut through to the keeper, and there's no run. I should give credit to the fieldsman down there, David Roach, who did the chasing back. He stands there. And Keeble in. Bowls. Wide of the off stump. Not taken cleanly. It bounces through for the wicketkeeper to knock it together. There's some relatives of players who are wandering past, and I'm just not sure whether they should have name tags or not so we could talk to them. This next ball is punched down the ground up to mid-on, and they get through for a single. Good work from Damien Meek, who picked it up. Held onto it, didn't need to get rid of it. 33 gone, 3 for 79. 3 for 79. The request to speak to one of the players' wives has been met with a, "You gotta be joking."
Yes. Very strong rejection.
There was, yeah, I can cope with rejection, that's all right. It's okay. This ball from Keeble. Forced away on the offside. They go through for the single, and they're able to get through quite easily because Trent Ryan, the captain, wasn't all that quick off the mark. And he's going to do some chatting too. He's talking to the wicketkeeper, Shane Drummond-Hills. End of the over, 23 down, 3 for 80. So the target now is under 100 in this game.
So this is Western Australia versus Queensland.
345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans, 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Now, Lois Lane, and you might be thinking, who's Lois Lane? Well, Lois Lane is Kate Johnson, because in the story The Superman, Lois Lane and Perry White and Clark Kent, they were Superman, Lois Lane, and the man who was in control of the newspaper. Kate's gone for a wander to see whether or not there is anyone who can be chatting there whilst we see this game develop, and we, in effect, I think I'm starting to think this could be a lot closer than first anticipated. We're going to have a bowling change. Gary Eisenmenger is going to be brought into the attack. He's a leg spin bowler. Haven't seen him so far. And we have a backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a wide-ish and deep mid-on, a mid-off, a mid-wicket, and a man at deep backward square leg. So a spread field. Gary Eisenmenger. And the attempt to drag the ball around on the onside is unsuccessful, and there's no run. Getting in to take it there is Shane Drummond-Hills, the wicketkeeper for Queensland. Queensland made 178. Western Australia, after 24, with 45 overs to be bowled in this match, a 3 for 80. And they have a scent in their nostrils, without question. Eisenmenger in. And that's smacked away on the onside out to the boundary for 4. Or will it get there? It will. Hit with precision and with significant authority. That was given a decent tonk. And the boundary is recorded. And the score up to 3 for 84. That was short, loose, and hit very well. Good shot. Let's see what can happen. Next ball to be delivered by the spinner, Gary Eisenmenger. On the move, in now. Tosses up and it's pushed away for a quick single. They'll run it and do it well. Just tapped away behind square on the onside, and they ran through quickly and they were able to make that run. So it's 3 for 85 in the 24th, chasing 178, and they need a wicket big time. That's Queensland. I'll be talking to Michelle Keeble, who is the wife of Clint, and we had a chat. We were talking about Clint just a few minutes ago from memory. I think we were. And I'll talk to another friend who's joined to us in just a moment. As this ball pulled away behind square for 1, perhaps 2. The running is provided for by Andrew Kratzman, and his throw is very powerful, very strong and very accurate, and gets back. And they get through for a couple. So it's 3 for 87. Michelle Keeble, welcome aboard, and thank you for popping up and saying hello.
Thank you.
How are you enjoying yourself?
I'm loving it. I wish Queensland was a bit further ahead, but
yes,
that doesn't matter. There's still time.
Now, give us a bit of a heads up as to your background and what brought you here such a long way from home.
My husband, Clint, who is number 131, we met at a cricket club in Victoria. He played district down there and has moved up to Queensland with work.
Yes.
Found the passion again.
All right.
And got back into cricket.
So what part of Victoria were you?
He played down at Hawthorn.
Hawthorn, oh, that's my football team.
Ah, okay.
Look out.
Yeah, so played for Hawthorn District down there. So, yeah, he loves...
And you've got the bug, have you?
I love watching cricket.
Right.
So, yeah, I follow him around every game.
That's good. And being able to come here and away from home and to have an affinity with Hawthorn, just how lucky are you in your life?
Ah, excellent, isn't it? Not at work, which is good.
So how do you get off work?
I pleaded with them.
So what's work? Where is it?
At Brisbane State High School in Brisbane.
You're a teacher, are you?
No, I work in the uniform shop there, and just said to the manager, may I take time off? And she said, yes, of course.
Is this the first time that you've taken... it's a big shout for
Yes.
LBW!
Oh.
Settle down. Just control yourself, Michelle. The umpire says no. Is this the first time that you've been able to get here and have not just Adelaide, but to travel around?
No, I went with Clint to Gunnedah, although we were escorted out of New South Wales very quickly due to COVID.
I was going to say, you better give me a reason why you were escorted out of somewhere, but that's all right.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
and he also captained the other
team
up in Queensland, and fortunately they came away with the shield. So,
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, you know I'm going to ask you the hard question.
Mm.
You do know that?
Mm.
Well, how do you know?
The young lady said you might.
Okay, the young lady said I might. It might have something to do with uniform or some clothing that you wear.
Mm.
Could it be that?
No, I'm not sure.
Tell me what Clint wears normally when he goes to a cricket game.
His maroon pants with his maroon top.
Yes, as we see there, backward point, powerful play, and it's gone straight to the fence for another boundary into the 25th. It's up now to 3 for 93. What did Clint do when he ran onto the ground today? What sort of clothing did he have on?
He had a beautiful onesie on,
Right.
a maroon onesie that he was given to as part of taking one's cap off and putting another cap on.
So he took his Queensland cap off, and there's a cap that he wears that, of course, is this veteran's, but then he swapped them around. You're not allowed to do that.
Well, I don't know why.
Yeah. So what he's done, what's happened in his life
yesterday.
is that he's changed. And there is a big shout. No, umpire says not quite going down the leg side. And he's copped it all day then.
Yeah.
And have you been?
I'm sewing the cap up.
Where's the onesie? We should be. I work for prostate cancer, and we should get access to that onesie and auction it off. I reckon we make $1 or $2.
Definitely.
So you're going to organise that, are you?
Yes, I can get it for you.
Oh, well, there you go. We've got a few people here who've heard that. We've heard that. As there's a big noise from the umpire. Can we see a replay of that one? Western Australia at 3 for 93 at the end of 25. And they just are on the move as that ball hit with power and precision, and that has whistled into the trees and scared the living daylights out of a few magpies down there. They've scurried in different directions, and that is a big 6. 3 for 100. Where are we at with this game now?
They've still got to get 78 runs, and it's not finished till the fat lady sings.
No.
So they say, so I haven't sung yet.
Now, how have you enjoyed being in South Australia?
I've loved it. We've
First
done a
time?
lot of... yes, we've done a lot before cricket started, so we came down early.
And you're going to stay for a while?
We leave Saturday.
Oh, the days go too quickly, don't
Yeah,
they?
they do, unfortunately. But it's beautiful, except the weather.
Oh, well, the weather's getting better. It appears as if, and we think that Kate Johnson is working beside me, saying we're going to be in the early 20s, and that's coming up too, which is good to look forward to.
Yeah. We've got a bit of a winery tour booked for the end of the week, so that's how we'll finish it off.
What sort of winery? You staying there for a while?
No, we're going up to the Adelaide Hills, is it?
Yeah, there's a nice place up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. So, first time you like South Australia, and what about now the next step in the life of men who like cricket, and like Clint, for example? Where's he off to for his next cricket?
Well, he plays for Toombul, back in Queensland.
Where's that?
It's just local district club.
Yeah, okay.
He captains the fours there, so he's mentoring a lot of children.
Oh, wonderful.
But hopefully another tour like this wouldn't go astray.
No, I bet. And a final one for you, because you've been so delightful to come up and have a chat at very short notice. Tell us a little bit about Clint in the background. Where's he from and where did he start his cricket and that sort of thing?
Okay, South African born. Came out when he was 5.
Right.
He played just local cricket in Frankston, Victoria.
In Victoria, yeah.
Worked his way through to sub-district and district. And then came, obviously his work moved him up here, but he's probably played for 30 odd years.
Has he really? Has he always played for, in terms of cricket, there's a misfield as I'm watching there, and that's a bit sloppy, the fielding, so a couple of runs being given away. Has it always been his favourite sport, cricket?
Yes, definitely. He plays golf as well, but prefers the cricket.
Yeah, understood. All right, and you've got friends you're sitting with down there?
My mum and dad, who've come up with us. So, yeah.
Excellent.
It's
now,
good.
there's a bit of wine down there. Have you had a taste of any?
No, not yet.
Not yet. All right, now there is a shout, and there is success, and there is extreme frustration from the Western Australian batsman who's out. We'll have a look, because just as I was talking to the charming Michelle Keeble, there is a wicket that was an absolute must. Let's have a look and see. With a score of 3 for 100, the ball in the air, and the catch was taken, and that is disappointment with a capital D. That wicket falling, and the score now at 4 for 103. Puts a bit of spice into the game, Michelle.
It definitely does.
Well, you pop back now and enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and thank you so much for having a chat to us and calling up and saying hello. And
cheers.
Don't you forget to look for that onesie for us.
I will. I'll get it.
Prostate Foundation of South Australia and of Australia will certainly...
I'll tell the boys.
Good on you, mate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a lovely lady. That's Michelle Keeble, the wife of Clint. And that wicket, and some real frustration, because the ball in the air, the catch was taken, which was quite an easy one, and the fieldsman coming off, just kicking the ball away with frustrations, because it's 4 for 103, and all of a sudden, this game, not on a knife edge yet, but that is a very much valuable wicket. Now, if you can find something on the iPad there, because trying to find out who the batsman is or who the batsman was just is bordering on almost impossible. 4 for 103 the score, and that wicket so important. Now we're going to see at the crease Brad Papato, who is the captain. We're getting some questions down below. I don't know how I'm supposed to answer those questions. Question there from Andrew Kratzman. Now we might be able to get an answer from... Now what's happened? Just hang on a minute. We might just have a quick chat.
I'm not the Mayor of Beverley.
No, it's different. All I'm doing is I'm trying to find out who the last batsman is that has been dismissed, because we haven't got that information with us.
Mark Hindle.
You talk to me loudly, please. Mark Hindle?
Yep.
And it didn't look very happy being caught.
Run out.
Run out he was. That's what I need to know. Thank you. That's what I needed to know. So 4 for 103. Now you're the legend, are you?
No, not really. I'm just a player.
Well, I'll tell you what we're seeing here, Steve Gollan, is we're seeing one heck of a game. This is a game now where there are twists and turns, without question.
Yeah, no, I think the intent's now going along well, probably our way, a little bit at the moment. And, but 1 or 2 wickets, as we all know, Pete can sort of change pretty quickly.
So what do we see of Hindle? I was trying to pick up what had happened, but we haven't got all the facilities to be able to do that. But he was so angry when he walked off.
Hit mid-on, fell short. The fielder picked it up, and it was a good throw. Hit the stumps.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 4 for 107. And when you think about it, similar position earlier on, Queensland looked as if they might stumble and not get too many, but 178 is pretty competitive.
Yeah, no, very much so. And it always is. It's one of those funny chases, isn't it? Like, you think you should probably have it under control.
Yep.
But we never know. But hopefully we get one more run than the baddies.
What's it been like for you? What do you do when you're watching? How do you cope?
Just walk the boundary, to be
Is that
perfectly
what you
honest.
do? Right,
Yeah. No, just walk
Yeah.
the boundary and, just chill out a bit.
What's your day been like, Steve?
Yeah, no, not too bad. Didn't bowl too bad today, so which is good. And, just now hopefully sit back and don't need to bat. But if we have to, I suppose.
When are you locked in to come in?
Probably 10.
Well, that's a fair way to go.
Yep.
We'll wait and see. There's going to be a quick run through for an errant effort by the wicketkeeper not being able to pick the ball up, but Mr. Bye being signalled, and the score now in the 27th, 4 for 109. Pitch has been playing pretty good?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's probably keeping a little bit low to, left of screen for us.
Yep.
But apart from that, no, I think it's a really good wicket, and we've really been pretty fortunate to play on some good wickets in the last 2 days. So it's been great credit to
that's very
curators.
true. Very true. Next ball, forward defensive and pushed down the ground on the follow through. And on the follow through, all I have to do is put the binoculars in the air, and I can pick up Damien Meek because he's got a bit of blondish hair, hasn't he?
He certainly has. Geez, he batted well.
Oh, did he? Particularly in the last little bit.
Yeah, no.
He went whack, didn't he?
Beautiful striking.
Yeah.
No, played very well.
Now, I've got some information coming through on the one-dayer. And there was a piece of paper there, but I have no idea where that is. I think Travis Head's knocked up 100 for Australia. People in South Australia in particular would be pretty chuffed about that. So he's got the ton, and we'll be able to give you the score in the Australian one-dayer in a sec, but we'll just keep on going here. I've got Stephen Gollan from Western Australia with us at the moment, and this tight game continues with moves and swirls. Meek bowls is driven down the ground, and there's no run. I give a lot of credit to the curating staff and that who've got it together. And you know, the best thing about this ground, Stephen, and I don't live here, is the size of it.
Yeah, I think it's great.
I just think it's not too big.
No, it's a good size. Good size for obviously AFL too. Yeah, because it's not overly wide.
No, you don't want balls in the air that don't go for 4, or, as you said, late in the innings, Meek just went whack, and then sorted a tree out with a few errant eggs, and then next one went whack. He kicked them clean, didn't he?
He certainly did. Yeah, no, it's a little bit funny, I suppose, this sort of cricket too. Sometimes they like everyone sort of likes the pace coming on onto the bat a bit, so... Yeah, but geez, he did bat well.
He did. Meek in, bowls. And that's edged wide of second slip. Good gather. First slip it is on the bounce. And we had Mrs. Meek came up and had a chat to us.
Okay, cool.
And she was delightful. She's, travels around a bit. And of course, the man that she keeps her eye on, her son, Damien, lives in Townsville.
Okay.
And she lives in Byron Bay. And they've organised that when he travels away with this sort of veteran stuff, she can go if she can.
Oh, that's great.
That's fantastic. Now, Meek comes in but then stops. And that's a dead ball.
Yeah, I think running through the sand...
That wouldn't help, would it?
No, affects some of these quick guys. Mm. Yeah, when Meek was bowling from the top end, I was having a yap to him over the other side, and he said the sand's...
Really?
Quite soft now. Mm. Dried out.
Now, when we get through this delivery, I need you to give us a snapshot of one of your players. This ball driven down the ground, hit hard, but along the ground all the way, and straight to Gary Lovett. Tell me a little bit about Anthony Barranco. We spoke with him as soon as the innings had finished. Gee, he was impressive.
Yeah, no, beautiful gloveman.
Oh, outstanding.
Yep, very good hands, and he's actually listening to us, so I better be nice about it.
I'll be nice to him because I think I was.
He's got some very, very good moves on the dance floor.
Has he?
Oh, yeah, very good. Him and Dommy,
on the dance floor?
Dommy Crognali.
Does he do the what a feeling? Or
he probably does do that what a feeling.
Does he do Whitney Houston, anything like that?
He can do everything. He's very good. He's very, very honest with what he does. And he keeps telling everyone that he is the best mover in the team.
See, well,
No, and
I'll
he's-
tell you what he
and
did
I tell you
do
what.
behind the stumps.
Yeah.
How clever was he? That run out for a start,
Yep.
stumpings, gee, was good.
Yeah. No, and he's a very good bat. Yeah, we didn't really get to see too much of it today,
Yep.
but no,
He's listening.
He's a very nice bat to watch too.
I don't know if ever I've worked at a outside broadcast before where so many people are listening to what we're doing and they're walking out of the dressing room down below and giving us some suggestions.
Exactly.
Stephen Gollan is joining us in our coverage with Western Australia heading towards the end of the 29th, 4 for 111, chasing 179 for victory. Last man out, that was the big wicket, and that was a run out, Hindle.
Yep.
And let's see now what can happen. Will there be any change in the order, do you think?
Probably not. We've got some pretty good hitters to
Okay.
come in, or guys who can hit the ball and play good cricket. Just go through
Let's
this.
see what can happen. This ball, wide of the off stump. What sort of a delivery was that? It was a wide delivery.
That was his wrong.
Yeah. We haven't seen too many spinners out there. I think this is the first leggy that I've seen for the last few days.
Yeah. Yeah. No, like with our side, we're pretty fortunate. Like everyone can sort of bat down the order. So our number 11 is a pretty handy bat, Jared Marquisic.
This ball is worked wide at first slip. Good shot. They'll run one. That's all. The ball just runs along the ground down towards where that very picturesque scoreboard is down there. I like that.
It's not bad, is it?
It's good.
No, nice and clear.
That's what you want, Steve. When you come to a ground like this, you like to walk in, and the first thing you look for is the scoreboard, so you know what's going on.
Yep. Exactly.
28 overs, 4 for 113, chasing 179 for victory. This ball pushed away on the onside, and there's no run. So, what's been happening in your life apart from cricket since you've been here?
Not a lot. Lots of wind. Lots of rain. But no, look, we've just all stuck it well together. We've had quite a few injuries out of our whole squad.
Right.
Yeah. I think we can get through all that sort of stuff. And
Can you win the tournament?
If we win here, we're always a chance. As long as we can get over then South Australia tomorrow.
So you play South Australia tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah, we're playing that up at Mount Barker, I think.
Mount Barker. What are you leaving this afternoon to get to?
Yeah, but somewhere over there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's there. You just put it into the sky then, so it is somewhere there. Actually, it's a beautiful spot.
Yeah.
It's up in the hills.
Yeah.
And look, so many teams playing, it's a bit hard to follow. How many did you bring over from Western Australia?
We brought 6 teams.
6?
Yeah, so they've done really well.
Mm.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is, we've had a heap of injuries yesterday, so I think one guy's snapped an Achilles.
Oh, really? Who was that, do you know?
Sean D'Souza. And
Oh,
unfortunately, one of the other guys' father died suddenly, so he had to fly back a day ago. So, which is pretty sad. Very sad, actually.
Yes, unfortunate when those sorts of things happen.
Yeah.
So the lads are through for a single to complete the over. 28 down, 4 for 117.
Yeah.
Just watching us.
It's probably pretty even at the moment.
It
Really,
is.
the Queensland boys would just if they could get 1 or 2 wickets, I would think. And obviously, if these Plug and Brad can keep going, we can get up.
Well, who's the best of these two?
Batting.
Yep.
Yeah, Brad Papoto, our captain.
Yep.
Yeah, a very good player. And then Plug out there bowled very well. I think he got 3 for not many, and but he can hit the ball. So.
Well, we just chatted with Papoto before the game, and I think what the message was that he delivered to me was that there's versatility in the lineup. It's not that you have to bat in the order that you've been given. You can swap it around.
Yeah. No, I think there's 2 or 3 boys all padded up down there. So.
Yep.
Yep.
Let's see what Meek can do. And that ball swung away on the onside out to the boundary for 4. It was a clink, as we heard, and that ran all the way over to where the dogs are being looked after by their owners. And that's 4.
And that's, I think he's retiring.
Is he up to 50?
Yeah.
Well, there you are. Didn't seem to have been there for that long, but well played to the skipper. Well played indeed to Brad Papato, who retires on that total, and Heyman is the new batsman. So Heyman comes out with a score now at 4 for 121. Gee, they've crept up now. It's 57 runs and plenty of artillery in the shed.
Yeah, no, it's hopefully now these two boys can get the job done, and because Phil's a good bat if he can hopefully get going, and just see how they go.
Now I've got to work this out because it does appear to me that Darren Rourke could give the ball a fair whack. He's a big man.
I think you're right. Mm-hmm. No, you are right. He can hit it very well.
Yep.
And if he can get away with a few clean hits, especially the boundary on the onside, he's in danger.
Isn't it amazing, the sport that we love to be able to broadcast or do whatever. This, of course, going out on YouTube. And earlier on, Steve, we were talking to Andrew Kratzman, the tennis player.
Yes.
And Andrew, of course, was over here, and he's right down there in front of us. He reckoned that he might have got a bowl, but at this stage, no. He's 6'4", and as he waits, this ball taken on the pad outside leg stump. And he was talking about Mark Kratzman, his brother.
Yeah.
Then he was talking about Simon Ewell, David Ewell, all these tennis players that he'd met in the last few years because he'd been travelling around.
Oh, gee whiz. Well, with the veterans cricket.
Yeah, and he was over there yesterday,
Yeah.
and he got into trouble because he was talking to the tennis players supposed to be putting the covers on. But, remarkable.
Yeah.
Now, next door, that's a good take down leg side. A good take. That was a wayward delivery and called a wide.
Yeah, no, he's got a beautiful arm.
Yeah.
Throwing it from down in front of us over the stumps, which would be some 60, 70 metres. Yeah, lovely.
Competitor number 167. It's your chance, Damien Meek.
Oh.
Attempt to just edge the ball really wide of the keeper. There's a slip there, assisting, plus a second slip, but no touch and no change to the score, which is 4 for 122 in the 28th. I don't know if you're I'm not going to say if you're a punter or a betting man, but it's anybody's game.
Yes, very much so. Very much.
Meek unloads, good ball, driven back down the ground.
Oh, well
a good
fielded.
save there, Kratzman. We talked about him.
Yeah,
put the big body down. He was like a roller, a heavy roller, and he just ran and dived across and did very well to stop any runs.
Yeah, that was a great save, that.
Yeah. That's the sort of save that Queenslanders need at the moment. Now they brought a man in close on the offside at silly mid-off, and that ball just outside the off stump, and through it goes to the keeper. 4 for 122. Conditions here have been pretty good. Have you had to drag out any winter gear whilst you've been here, Steve?
Yeah, we brought over a few jackets, and this woolen jumper has probably been one of the better purchases I've made. Yeah, no, it has been cool, hasn't it?
Yep, that's true. Meek delivers. Oh, edge just shy of the man at forward.
Yeah.
Just a second slip. We think there was an edge here. It's very hard from where we are because we're on
I think
a
he's
different
edged
angle.
I reckon just fallen short of, I think it was Roachy.
It wasn't far away.
Yeah.
So that's the completion of the over. 30 down. Now, what's happening?
Drinks.
Okay, we get a drink.
Yeah.
30 down. 4 for 122, chasing 178. So, Steve, for the rest of the day, and I'm really appreciative of you popping up and saying hello, are you one of those superstitious cricketers that gets to a certain spot, sits there and won't move?
No.
You don't care, you walk around?
Yeah, it's just easier. I'm getting too old, mate. I get stiff.
Right. Well, thanks for coming up. Now this is a big if you happen to wander past downstairs and see Brad Papato, and if he wants to come up, he's more than welcome to.
Okay.
Good on you, mate.
Good day, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for coming up and saying hello.
No problems.
That's the call there.
Yeah, that's like you just dropped that cat. No.
Steve Gollan joining us on our coverage. And, it's 4 for 122.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
He's just gone to the toilet.
No worries. Thanks. Thanks, Mayor.
Oh dear, what a day. What a day, and it can only get better, particularly if you can eat twisties and drink Gatorade at the same time as talking.
I don't think you have. You've been carrying the team, Peter Walsh.
This is a really good finish, and we can even look better tomorrow. Even the games tomorrow are spectacular, and I'll get you, Kate, to talk to us about the scores that are up and running at the moment. But I'll tell you, the Australians at the MCG, heads 112, Warner's 81, and Australia are none for 200. Now, I've got to be careful about this because I love promoting sport. Australia are playing England in a 50-over game. Pause. My thoughts? Big deal. I shouldn't say this because Australia's playing England. They've just finished a 2020 competition, and now they're into a best of three, which the Australians will win. I'm not too sure what it proves. Anyway, I'll be quiet now because this game could go either way. It's 30 overs down, 4 for 123.
That is Western Australia. With a little bit of luck, we'll be talking to Brad Papato, who is their captain. He has had to retire because after 50, that's what you do. 123 to 178, 55 runs shy, and that will make it 54. Ball turned around the corner, and it runs along the turf and is collected in the Queensland area by Richard Andresen. And the man who's doing the running down below, warming up for a run, one of our special guests, who I would genuinely say this ball just beating the bat outside the off stump. Man who wanted to talk about personal health, men's health, and issues that one has to endure and not enjoy, was quite outstanding in being able to do that, sitting beside someone that I'd never met before and he'd never met me, and Andrew Kratzman, you spoke very well. This ball in the air. Andrew, can you take a catch? No, you can't. It bounces beforehand, and he lost it. And a dog almost ran out and took it. It's gone over the boundary line for 4. He looked for a brief moment as if there was a chance. Then, of course, it bounced in some sticky mud down there and trickled away from the dog. And the young girl who's got Robbie Gray Port Adelaide football jumper on, well, I'm sorry, young lady, he's retired. So she's going to have to get another one. This next ball, driven off the front foot, lovely shot from Heyman. They'll get a run. They do that. And the score moves to, let's have a look, 129. And it's a thrill for me to welcome Brad Papato, who was good enough to join us at the toss. And now, after being unbeaten on half a century, Brad calls up to say hello. Well done, Brad.
Thanks, Walshy. How are you?
Good. Well batted.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It was a good fun. It was a wicket you had to, I was saying to the guys, that you've just got to trust the bounce, learn the bounce, learn the pace, and once you've got that, then just play your game and just be you. And that's, that was a plan. We want to take it deep, and as I said at the start of the day, and keep busy, and so far so good.
You did say too, when we were chatting, that you did dig deep and you did bat deep and you did bowl deep. It was a very even combination, and this has turned out to be a very even game.
Yeah, absolutely. The guys for Queensland at the very end batted superbly, and the fellow that got 50
Meek went crazy in the finish, didn't he? Slapping them all over the place.
Oh, look, he took advantage of his strength, and he had that hidden for a while.
Yeah.
And then he let it go, and it was good cricket. It was. I said to the guys at the break, I said, I don't think we've done anything wrong. I think they just batted really, really well, and that's what they did, and they pushed it up to 178. So they'd be happy with themselves.
Did the track surprise you in any way?
No, look, I would have batted first. I think it's there's no demons in it. It's doing what it's going to do as a cricket wicket. There's a little bit in for the bowlers. If you bend your back, it is getting a little bit trampoline-y, so to say. You can hear it's a little bit hollow underneath.
Yes.
But they're not doing anything really silly. There's a little bit of turnout there. But other than that, it's pretty straight.
If I had have said to you before the start of the game, let's fast forward our lives and let's look at 178, and you're at 4 for 130 after 30 overs, would you be saying that you are in the best position of the two teams?
Oh, I don't want to say that.
You can say it if you want to.
What I want to say, it's a really good even contest right now.
Yep.
And our focus is to take it to 45 overs.
Yep.
And we believe if we get to 45 overs, we'll do the job.
How long's
and
the
that's
tail?
the plan. Golly's at 10. Goes all right. And then our opening bowler, Jared Marquis, is at 11, and I think he put on 16 yesterday. So, yeah, he's...
You're so honest with the questions I'm asking you, and one of those was, we were chatting and we're doing the broadcasting here, and we were yelling out as players came off and on, etc. We were getting responses and a bit of banter from your mates, and they were listening to a bit on the radio and all that sort of stuff. But to me, it typified the spirit of cricket. All right, this is a game where, of course, you want to win, but there was something that was energising me because I was seeing enjoyment out there.
Well, that's the thing, right? You don't do it because you hate it. You do it because you love it. I'm new to veterans cricket. This is my first year, and I'm loving playing with guys my age. It's really, really good fun. As I said before, we've met a heap of 11 sort of new guys.
Yes.
I didn't know before. A chance to play cricket. And I think that's a really good thing, to play cricket with guys you've never played with before. Is really good. But we're enjoying each other's company. I think we talk about enjoying it, the positivity, it's celebrating successes, and keep smiling, because at the end of the day, we just want to enjoy and have fun.
Yep. If you were someone who could change the rule, I'm not trying to be controversial in any way, would one of the rule changes that you'd look at would be, why do I have to retire at 50?
Yeah, you'd like to go on. You kind of get in.
Exactly, you were in the zone.
Yeah, and then you're kind of thinking, right, short boundary, let's attack it, go hard, play to your strengths. And then, you'd want to keep going. I'd like to keep going. And that would create, I think, some really different scores, really high scores.
How would you describe your innings today?
It was enjoyable. You had to work hard again at coming in at 3 for nothing.
Yep.
You couldn't really play your natural game. We had to. Mark Hindler and I, we talked about just getting in and taking the wind out of the sail, so to say, and then turning that round back towards us. At the start we had to just push, nudge, get ones and twos, get momentum, and all of a sudden I think we went from, I think it was almost 2 and over to 3 and quickly to 4 and 5, and then gain control. So we certainly achieved what we want to do by taking the win. So we had to start, but then you play natural game and accelerate where you have to.
I haven't asked anybody except the question I'm going to ask you now, and I've done a lot of interviews in the last few days, and I'm not looking to dig up anything. I'm fascinated to know about the friendships out there on the cricket field when you are playing against people that you've probably never seen in your whole life. And we talked about the spirit of cricket, and we talked about how important is it to walk off with a smile on your face. I've seen no dissent. I've seen no questions as to umpires' decisions. All I've seen has been, well done for a good catch, or bad luck you missed that one. To me, from a fair distance, it does appear as if this is the true spirit of cricket.
Yeah, look, absolutely. It's good to. It's it's good to meet not only sort of 11 new, or play cricket with 11 new faces from your own team, but to meet 12 new faces from Queensland. Guys you've never met before, or we met them on Sunday when we got abandoned. But it's good, and you build and you keep building that. I think the memories on this tour and the friendship you create are kind of lifetime. You'll always run into someone somewhere and be able to talk about it, and then that's what cricket does. It brings people together.
How are you going to cope now, Phil? Because we'll let you go. You've been kind enough to stay with us. But do you become a good watcher? Do you head down to a chair and sit there and say, don't anybody come near me, this is my chair, let me watch the finish?
No. I'll have a chat, a bit of a laugh, because let's not get too serious. Let's keep enjoying it. But no, I was a little bit hesitant yesterday. I wasn't a good watcher yesterday. We were bowling, and I was off in the last 15. It's a little bit stiff in one of the legs, so I was off the last 15. But I didn't enjoy watching yesterday.
Yeah,
it was cold too. But today we're really relaxed. We're talking, so I'll probably just go for a little walk with Fuzz, our keeper, as he does a couple of laps, and just keep the legs moving, just in case I am called back and don't want to get too cold.
Well, that's the crazy part about it. I mean, we did that with a Tasmanian yesterday, who made the half century and had to leave his gear on because he might have had to have gone back on. That didn't happen. But your situation, when do you put the gear on, just in case?
Oh, look, I'm hoping, to be fair, I don't.
Fair enough.
But, if I get back out there, I get back out there. And, look, there's, Golly and Jared, our number 10, 11. Look, they'll go hard and they'll play their natural cricket. They won't do anything silly. They know that there's there's room in the bank, so to say. And they'll go hard and try and take it on themselves.
Well, you're a very honest man, someone who's given of lots in the interview to be able to have a chat to you, particularly coming off and being warmly applauded by your teammates and by those that are here too. There's friends and relatives, and that's good to see too. And I thank you so much, Brad, and for the rest of this game and the rest of the tournament. Thanks for being such a good guy.
Fantastic. Thanks for having me.
Good on you, Brad.
All the best.
Brad's going to take off in one direction. And we're going to warmly say well done to him too, the captain of the Western Australian team who did so well. Good on you, Brad. Thank you.
Now, Peter, you've been itching to find out.
Oh, hello. What's he done?
What's going on?
What's he done?
International. I'm not sure. You tell me.
Well, has he done something? We're talking about our mate?
The dogs on the oval?
No, Telf.
Oh, Telf.
I was getting all excited and you were going to give us some information. I'll give the score. 33 down, 4 for 138. Chasing 178, so 40 runs. Outside the off stump, through it goes to the keeper and there's no run. And do I detect...
A bit of rain.
Is there a little bit of rain?
A little bit of a drizzle at the end of the match.
Oh, now tell me what you've got news. What have you got?
Yes, we're going a bit more wider scale than the Telf game. Australia 0 for 117 off at 34 overs against England.
Now tell me that again. 34 overs gone.
Yep, and 0 for 217.
None for 217. That's extraordinary.
It's a big difference in numbers. 0 times 217 is still 0.
That's no wickets falling. That's a big one. Now, what else have you got, my friend?
More Div 1 results. New South Wales defeated Tassie.
Yep.
Played at PAC. New Zealand 5 for 119 off 32 overs. South Australian won the match against ACT. Still up the top of the ladder there. And that was 3 for 130 off 18 overs.
You've done well. Thank you, my friend. And don't forget the Telf factor.
The Telf factor.
Yeah, Anthony, I think he played in Division 4.
Now, is he a household name?
Well, he is in this tournament because he organised it all. And he was the one who was at the function last night. And I made a shirt for him through a friend of mine. He wore it.
Oh,
It was a big effort.
What was the shirt about?
Everything. I'll get a look. I'll get you to, because he was pretty pleased about it because I told him he needed to be or I'd give it back. 4 for 138. I can't believe this, but I'm going to say it. I just get the feeling there might be just a little bit of precipitation. Not a lot. But the target is 179 and we are 33 into. And this game is very tight. Another wicket would be handy for Queensland. This ball is a wide outside the off stump. And the score up to 139. Fresh, it is. There's a lot of noise coming from a smallish gathering. Still, this next ball is going to do what? It's pushed away forward of second slip and they go through for a single. Nice shot from Heyman. Go through for one. Score up to 140 for the loss of 4. What have you got there?
In Div 4, Victoria is 8 for 174 over 36 overs against South Australia.
Now, nothing from... He's the wicket keeper, so there's no report from Telf. We'll have to make it up as we go along.
It says Telf is fielding. I'm correct.
I'll give you more details when I can. Now, there's a problem with one of the players, I think, here. I think one of the players has injured himself. Now, I could be wrong, but I just have a feeling that one of the players who actually came up here for a chat, and I'm reckoning that is Richard Andresen, and I reckon he can't bowl the next ball. He's walking away there with the cap behind him. Now he's stopped. Now he's turned. Now he's walking back. Now he's jogging back. No, he's not. He's not jogging back. He's walked away. Can you see who I've got? I've got him walking now with the red cap, and I don't think his gait indicates that he's too fully fit at the moment. So I reckon they've changed bowlers, middle of over. He can't continue on, and he's now, yeah, that's what's happened. He's leaning forward, and I'm reckoning that one of his body parts is saying, I'm not really happy being here at the moment. And that being the case, they can change bowlers and bring on another one to complete the over. I think that's what's happened. He's doing a few stretching exercises now.
Perhaps
And
this,
he looks a bit forlorn. He's going to wait, as this is bowled by the man who came up for a chat earlier on, Andrew Kratzmann. Now what we'll do at the end of this over, we can have a look closely as to what Richard Anderson does. He's walking back away from where that last ball was delivered, and we'll have to wait and see what's happened because someone else has gone in and grabbed the ball. Andrew Kratzmann has walked past to the opposite end of the ground, so a lull in proceedings. Apologies for that, folks. We can't get all the details, but we can tell you now that there is an injury out there, and their injury has been sustained by Richard Anderson, who's not walking at all now. He's just standing there and he's doing a few little stretches. He's talking to one of the umpires out there. He's got the ear of Stephen Field, and whilst they're having a chat, they're organised now for another bowler to come on. And the other bowler for Queensland might be Gary Eisenmenger. It is. Gary Eisenmenger at 34 overs down, 4 for 140. That is the score from Western Australia. Queensland made none for 178. First ball of the new over, tossed in the air and pushed away on the offside. Gentle nudge, and there's no run. So Gary Eisenmenger, the leg spinner, he's got some things to sort out. Darren Rourke is the man who is waiting. And he attempts to drag the ball away on the onside, takes him on the pad, bounces away, and there's no run. That one could have actually landed in my bottle of Gatorade. Gary Rourke, a very solid citizen. If he gives this a tonk, I would suggest it will go a fair distance. He waits. He attempts to drag it away on the onside, misses, hits the body, no run. So he's had a go. And the protection out here, let's have a look. We've got one of my favourite people, Damien Meeker's just down below where we are. And that's the protection on the onside. Two big swipes or attempts. And this time he pushes backward of point. They run, a hit, he's gone. Oh, he might be out, he's out. Oh, brilliant fielding. And that was superbly done. That wicket came from nothing. Played backward of point. They head off of the single. Fieldsman in quickly. Flick over the stumps was oh so accurate. And the bails went flying. Let's have a look. There it is. There's the flick backward of point. They start for one. And the throwback is good. And so too is the acceptance in the gloves from the wicketkeeper. The catch is taken. And it's 5 for 140. What a wicket that was. And some significant frustration, after 34 overs that is, with Western Australia just building themselves into a position of looking the goods. And Wong is the new batsman. He walks out briskly. And that's the wicket now. I'm not saying it's a game changer, but 5 for 140. The target now still 39 runs, and we've got just over 11 overs to go. What have you got there? I'll just wait, Kate, for you to scratch out some more info, because whilst that's happening, I can get things sorted here. But good piece of fielding. Ball thrown back, and Shane Drummond-Hills, the wicketkeeper, gleefully taking the ball. Now here's our man who's injured, running back onto the ground for Queensland. That's Gavin Brown, but I'm reckoning this was the guy that we saw, and he's definitely limping from my point of view. And the frustrations that are experienced when your body says, I've had enough. And he's coming from the ground now and will sit down. And the good thing is there's medical staff all over the place. That's Richard Anderson, who came up for a chat, who was kind enough to call. And he's been given some snippets of information that might render assistance from Damien Meek, as Wong hits very hard into the covers and they walk through for a single. And that rain, I don't think it's getting any heavier, but the single is taken. Don Queensland's the call, 5 for 141. The target is 179 for victory. That's 38 to go. This ball, nicely tickled. Just leant forward, let the ball run onto the bat, and they walk through for one. And there won't be any crazy stuff done now. There's still plenty in the bank. I've still got 5 more wickets.
Some Div 2 information
please.
for you here. New South Wales, 7 for 127 off 32 overs against WA. Queensland, 6 for 119 off 41 overs versus Victoria. And today we got a win for the SA Silverbacks, who defeated ACT Fireballs of Gold. Do you like Great Balls of Fire, Peter Walsh?
I do. Yes, I might put the fire on tonight because it's cold here. Now, all of a sudden, it has got a bit fresher.
That is definitely out of character for the players playing today, not used to the Adelaide weather.
No, it's been good. We've had sunshine and that, but you had a look at the Bureau of Meteorology and it's not too bad, as this is Kratzmann who bowls, and it's worked away out onto the onside. And there's no run. There's a good call there in the background, listing dot ball's a good ball here. The interaction from the players off the ground to the players on the ground, exactly what we want to hear. This ball, a ball of full length, hit hard, back down the ground. Can't score. Each dot ball now is crucial. And I do see out there Gary Lovett, who's the captain, who's back out there. Didn't toss the coin today. This ball, forced to where Gary won't pick it up. Oh, it's going to be a run out, is it not? Should have been. Should have been the ball thrown back to the wicket keeper. Waiting there, Shane Drummond-Hills, but unfortunately the return was errant. The return coming in from Gary Eisenmenger, and there was no one there to take it, so they got through. Oh dear. 5 for 143. Into the 34th over. Target 179. We wanted a tight one. We've got a tight one. Who has got the patience? I'd suggest this bloke has. Wong. Drives down the ground, hits cleanly, but wasn't able to create any extra space. And there is no score. I just have to get this gentleman to lean forward. Go to the 8 there. Mark Hindle has been kind enough to call in and say hello.
Hey Walshy.
How are you, Mark? Thanks for coming up and saying hello.
Good. If my dear departed old man was still around, he'd be frothing this because he loved listening to you and Jim Maxwell and the boys on the ABC.
Oh, that's a lovely thought. A lovely thought. That's one of the frustrations, and I haven't got many, but which you don't know if there's anyone out there listening. You don't know if they're receptive to what you're trying to do, and then someone nice like yourself walks up and says hello, and I can say hello to you and appreciate
He's always
that
been
feedback.
a bit left to my dad, so it's always the government broadcaster. So
is that right? Hey, what about this game? You prepared to take a dabble?
No, there's no wood around to touch, so not prepared to make any rash early calls here.
It's been a good scrap.
It's been very good.
Yeah, that's a good shot too. Backward a point. That's going to go away. That is hit magnificently. You're a big man, and that's a big blow. Oh, he lined up there, and he's given that a tonk. Is he the biggest man in your team?
I think he's just got Sambo covered, yeah. But Sambo will kill me if he hears this on the coverage. Yeah, he's been probably the find of our team. So, obviously, quite a few of us been looking forward to this for 3 years. We've been around for a bit.
Of course. You've been patient, though, haven't you?
No, very impatient.
Yeah.
If you'd seen my first over full of full tosses early on, you'd see I was probably a little bit nervous.
Well, how do you settle down? And that's you're honestly, you're very straightforward in talking about how your feelings are. You have to settle quickly, don't you?
Yeah, I think without getting a few runs this afternoon, I think I'd probably still feel a little bit nervous tomorrow. I'm hoping, now that I've sort of contributed positively to the team,
Yep,
that I
yep.
can sort of settle down a little bit for the next little bit. Next few games. Hopefully they're heading towards finals.
Yeah. Now tell us about your dismissal.
Yeah, I was probably a little bit annoyed for not belting it over the top for 6, saying I got to it on the full. Then I was probably a little bit guilty of ball watching. Nearly ran into the pots in the middle. And then I knew I was short on my ground, but apparently a few of the boys reckon it may not have been gathered clearly or not. So, anyway.
Look, I'm not trying to raise any issues that don't need to be raised, but you can mention that, can't you, if you're not sure that it's out?
I think that I was looking at the crease and the umpire gave me out, so I'm out.
Okay. Well, that's... No, look, I'm being honest with you. You said, okay, and this is Mark Hindle talking to us very openly. The situation with cricket, and we love our cricket here, is that if there is to be a question and the umpire might decide, yes, I might have given the wrong decision, or umpire went to one of the fieldsmen and said, did you catch that? And I'm not sure. There's some flexibility if necessary. If there is a big call and I'm waffling whilst the call was, let's give him out, that didn't happen, so the score stays at 149. Yep.
Yep. The Queenslanders aren't looking right happy, I don't think.
No, they're not looking quite happy. I can tell you that Trent Ryan is captain today. He's at slip and he's not happy. But still, come on, fellas, get on with the game. 5 for 149, chasing 178. This one pulled away on the leg side. That's going to go all the way for 4.
Ooh, that's a little bit of salt in the wound there, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Has there been much lip out there?
No, I think it's all been good-natured.
Yep.
Actually, because you were involved with the discussions we had at the start about spirit of cricket and that sort of stuff. And what do you think about leaving the decision to be made by the umpire if you nick? Are you a fan of walking?
That's a good question. I'm supposed to ask the good questions. My attitude is that if the umpire makes the call, that's it, full stop, you don't have to worry about it. If the umpire makes a call and it happens to be a call afterwards where you're having a beer and you say that might have been the wrong one, well, big deal.
Yeah.
No one makes a decision incorrectly on purpose. I just like there to be an adjudicator who has got that power to do what is necessary. Let's not take that power away from him.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you got the end of a long career like a lot of us have had, and you could think about every ball that you ever bowled or faced, you could probably... I think the decisions going for and against the columns would be pretty even by the time of it. You'd sort of finished up. So...
No, good call. Now, it's 5 for 154 after 37. The target is 178, so we've got, in effect, 25 runs and heaps of overs. So lots that can happen. We've all talked about the spirit of cricket. We've all talked about this is going to be played the way we want it to be played. And when the announcement was, forget the rest day, we're going to play cricket, everyone was so excited, and that's why we're excited. Because that's why we're here, as there's a big call. And he's out! Kratzmann's broken through! The umpire took a fair amount of time to give the decision, and there is a breakthrough. And the man that we talked about, who we thought perhaps could have turned this game around, is out. It's 6 for 154. The target is 179. A key wicket. And the man who came up and had a chat to us earlier on today, I'm reckon that was Andrew Kratzmann.
Yeah, I didn't face too many. He was finishing his spell when I got out there, but yeah, been pretty much stump to stump. I'm assuming he was one of the opening bowlers, was he?
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't?
No, he was up here chatting with us.
Okay.
And what he did say was, it was extraordinary, Mark. He said, I'm 6'4", I'm the tallest player. I might get a bowl, well, might be 5th or 6th, but I don't really know.
Oh, good on him.
So, 55 comes in. That's Ferdinand Pinheiro.
Yeah. Wait till you see him play a back foot cover drive, Walshy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's, yeah.
Should I write that in the book already?
Oh, barely calls. But, yeah, that's probably one of our strengths that, anyone from in the top 9 could bat in the top 3 easily.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just a very sweet timer of the cricket ball.
Yep, gotcha.
And he just looks gorgeous doing it. So
now this is where we
hopefully
have
he
to
can just give us a little cameo here.
Yeah,
get us over
that's
the
what you
line.
want. Help me with this one, and I admire your knowledge and being forthright. We had Brad Papato, who came over as soon as he'd retired, and he came up here and had a chat and was wonderful, just like yourself. Plenty of information to pass on, as Kratzmann will start in and deliver, and it's driven back down the ground and there's no run. 6 for 154, chasing 179 for victory. When does he put his gear back on?
Knowing Potts, he's got it very close to hand.
Has he? Yep.
And as a captain, he'll be very torn between, I want the boys to get me over the line and I'm not going to have to go back out.
Yep.
And he loves batting that much.
Okay.
That if he had to do it, it wouldn't sort of worry him all that much.
Now, this ball has gone for 4 byes. Down the leg side, not taken by the keeper, and that's gone all the way 4 wides.
4 wides. We'll have 5 for that.
And I tell you what, from where we are, it's very hard to pick it up, but the wicketkeeper standing up, it's always going to be a tough call when you've got a speed bowler coming in.
He's been really tidy. I've been very impressed. He took a ball, I think it could have come off Potts' hip or something like that, and he still, he took the deflection, he still took it cleanly and got it back to the stumps, yeah.
Hey, Anthony Baranka's not a bad keeper.
Yeah.
How good was he?
Yeah, I played some Premier... He dragged his toe, I think.
Now, there is ball taken by keeper who flicks off the bails. Gave the impression he just thought it was out. He's walked away.
Ferdy doesn't look too distressed though, does he?
No, that was quite interesting because when the keeper, that's Shane Drummond Hills,
look at the replay.
Can we pick it up here? Because he looked as if he just walked away and thought that's it and kept on walking. He was halfway down the wicket. You've brought controversy into this coverage. Well, there's no result. 37 gone. It's 6 for 159, chasing 178.
And I nearly talked Ferdy up and got him out, I think.
Yeah, Kratzmann in. Oh. And that is in the block hole because it's virtually nudged the pink ball into just above the popping crease and it sat there and didn't move.
I think that's the definition of playing the ball under your eyes. What do you reckon?
Close enough. This tight game. Another turn maybe. Kratzmann in. Bowls and the attempted drive. It's come off the edge. It will go all the way. It's rolling. It's rolling. And it is still rolling. No. It's been given the boundary.
Very honest.
Yeah, very honest. So it's been given a 4. So obviously there was some splinter in it. And good work down there because the guy running for Queensland, he was in another postcode from where we were, but he kept on running. We can just see a replay there of the actual dive and then the pickup. But no, that's not for me. That is a boundary now. It's 6 for 163, chasing 178. Kratzmann needs a wicket. He doesn't get one. That's on leg stump, and that will be punished down towards deep, fine leg, and they walk through for a single. So this, in effect, turns out to be an expensive over. Kratzmann walks away and dons the cap. 6 for 164, chasing 179 for victory. Match continues to be pretty tense.
I keep talking over you. That's bad, isn't it?
No, you're talking about me and then you're talking to me. That's what I like.
Yes. Yeah, when we're doing a lat, we were just thinking, just a sneaky little over where we got 10 or so would just take a bit of pressure off. So
yep.
Hopefully that can just mean the boys are pushing ones from now on.
Now, I'm afraid I don't know the answer to this question that I'm going to ask of you, Mark. I'm sorry, but I know that you will. We'll just wait for the next over. Is this Isamenga, Gary Isamenga again? I'm pretty sure it is from where we are.
Like must be getting close to buying his overs through now.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to see from here. That's a poor excuse, but it's probably because it's hard to see.
Isn't that the same excuse that the...
Caught behind, maybe! They want the call!
I think it bowled him, mate.
Well, he's still there. Now he's turned. Now he's walked, so he's out. Let's have a look. Can I see the bails that have been removed? We can.
I think it flicked the top of off.
We can. So it's 7 for 164. 7 for 164 in the 38th, chasing 179 for victory. My question, help me please, my friend. When can the boss come in? He sits in the shed at the
It
moment.
can only be after the 9th wicket.
So he's got to wait for... He can't come in now. It's 7 down.
No.
The next wicket, let's say the next wicket falls, that's 8. Can he come in then?
No.
He's got to wait just for one to go.
Yep.
Wow.
Unless one of our guys is that injured that he can't bat, and then that's effectively a wicket anyway, I think. So.
We need a draw. We need a draw, do you reckon?
No.
You don't think so?
No, let's get it settled today.
Mark Hindle joining Peter Walsh here.
So hopefully you can't get a more experienced batsman going out than Golly. Or cricketer, let's say. Maybe not batsman, but...
Stephen Gollan waits, leads forward, beaten outside the off stump. Now, of course, where we're sitting, we've got no idea at all whether the ball is tweaking a little bit or doing something out of the ordinary. There's a bit of animation out there.
So, yeah, the word we got on him was, decent Chinaman bowler, and he had a good wrong-un on him. But when Potts and I were batting, the wrong-un said he bowled were quite short, so we could sort of still pull it towards the mid-wicket side. But looks like he's got his length sorted out now, and drawing the lads forward. And
well, the game squeezes up.
This is his 9th over, because I hope it is.
Well, we could tell you if we knew. But we are restricted by some things that we have got access to and others not. This ball, tossed up and beaten outside the off stump. Just a little dab forward. And so this has been a good over. This has been a productive over. And an over where you get the feeling Gary Eisenmenger reckons there's a wicket round the corner. What about it, Gary?
Length now, hey?
He's on his way in. He bowls and it's worked away with caution up to short cover. And there's no run. He gets near the end of his over, which has been very good over. Plenty left, though. We're only 38. We've got 45. And it's 164 to 178. And it stays on those two totals because for the next ball it's pushed away on the onside. No run. Don't even think about moving if you don't mind, my friend, from where you're sitting. That's the end of the over. It's 7 for 164, chasing 178.
That's it.
Boundary, a big B. Western Australia score a 4 at the start of the 39th over with 7 down for 168. They need 179 for victory. Peter Walsh in the chair. Let's get some quick scores now from Kate Johnson before we continue this thriller.
An update for the Div 3 round. All games completed here. Let's do this bowl.
This ball from Kratzmann pushed away on the offside, straight to point, no run, no change to the score. 7 for 168, plays 178, 11 to get.
Div 3 Victoria defeated WA, Tas Deaf New Zealand, WA won against Queensland, and New South Wales beat
Kratzmann, that's whacked away behind point, and that's 4. What a bold shot that was. Gave himself some room and has cuffed the ball away neatly. And it's screeched across an outfield where it's a bit bumpy at the moment. That's gone for 4. In the 39th, it's 7 for 172. The target is 178. 6 runs to draw and 7 to win. Mark Hindle, you just look like you're a little bit more comfortable.
A little bit more comfortable. Did Potts tell you that Wongi's our regular opener? And he slid down the order today because of he pulled a bit of a groin. And I think his Achilles, and I think everything below the waist is not going well for him.
Now this ball turned away down towards fine leg. They run 1. They don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. They can walk through. They can do a Willie Sewell, who used to be an Australian walking champion, and that's all that was needed there. He just walked through for the single. 7 for 173. 5 to draw, 6 to win in the 39th over. It won't be a draw, there'll be a result. Plenty of deliveries left, and this is one of them from Kratzmann, who's in. And outside the off stump, well taken, and the ball not only well taken by the keeper, that was Shane Drummond-Hills, but he flicked the bails off, but there was no possibility of any decision. Getting a bit dark here now, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, you wouldn't expect the Queenslanders to do anything less and fight it all the way out. So,
no.
Yeah, I don't think they're surprising us at all here. They're really having a crack.
Kratzman rushes in, delivers. It is dark. It's cut for a run. You'd better hurry. Ball back over the stumps. The ball was delivered so well, straight to Shane Drummond-Hill. Wicket keeping of all of the teams that we've seen in action has been, Mark, quite really brilliant. Just the way they've collected, and there's been stumpings and run-outs and good catches. So they've done well. 40 gone, 7 for 174. The chase has been in earnest from Western Australia, with Queensland getting 178. You nervous?
I'm feeling a little bit more confident now. The rain's getting a bit heavier, though.
I know. The rain is precipitating down.
You'd like to think on Duckworth Lewis would be sort of tending in our way.
Eisenmenger starts a new over. Pushed away to the man who's seen. It's pouring down.
This is where you'd love the umpires just to say, let's just leave it out there for another over. Well, it's getting pretty heavy, though, isn't it?
It is heavy. Umpires are looking at each other now. Oh, please, umpires, please. It's too cold to sit here for too much longer. It is very heavy rain, and we are 5 runs away from a victory. This ball pulled away in the air. He could be caught. He is caught. Caught on the boundary by Damien Meek, who stood there and waited for the pink ball to fall into his mitts. He took the cap. It's 8 for 174. The target is 178 for a tie, and it is 179 for a win. Now the umpire's having a chin wag. The umpire's having a chin wag and getting across and rendering assistance.
I think the
is
rain's
Trent
backed off
Ryan.
a little bit since, hasn't it?
Sorry?
The rain's backed off a little bit. Since
Oh, yeah, it's not too bad. Catch was good from Meek, got in perfect position, but still, it's easy for us to call those. It's a slippery ball, but he did so well with the bat earlier on, and the umpires, I think, have rendered that it's okay. 8 for 174.
So I'll help you out a bit here with the vest on. This is Jared Marquis coming out.
Thank you. Jerry, it's your move. Good gathering. Good sporting effects
twist in the
here.
tail, eh?
Hmm?
Another little twist in the tail.
Oh, right. He made good contact, but just hit it down the throat of the man who stood there, and Damien Meek's done nothing but good things today.
Well, that was clearing by 10 metres on the other
Yep,
side. And
yep.
just hit it the wrong way.
So there's a fair gap on the onside. Jerry Marquis is the man who is on song, but there's plenty of terra firma out where we are. He leans forward in the air, it'll bounce shy of Meek, who gets in. It bobbles around, he picks it up, and with care and caution, bounces the return in, and they get 1 run. 8 for 175. The target is 179 for victory. Who's going to be the hero? Will it be a bowler or a batsman?
Well,
Wong's there. What do you think?
I'm biased, mate, but I'm hoping Wongy's just going to tuck something around behind, maybe a sweep shot. He's all right on that.
Wong chases, gets ready. Eisenmenger waits. Wong pushes away with very much the caution. Just dabbed it away. No possibility of any score.
No panic.
8 for 175. Western Australia. Queensland made 178. We're in the 40th over. 4 to win, 3 to draw. This ball tossed in the air. He leans forward, edges the ball just shy of the man at slip, but I think it would have hit the turf first from where we are. And Mark, we're not in a perfect position, but I don't think that was going to be a catch.
It wasn't a catch, no.
And these
Especially
teams,
judging by the fielders.
these teams are in crucial times because WA is second on the leaderboard.
8 for
Queensland
175.
How did SA and ACT go today?
South Australia, New South Wales beat South Australia in Div 3. We were after Div 1 though.
And you worked that out for us, Kate, whilst I just see whether or not anything will happen off this delivery to be taken by Gary Eisenmenger. 4 to win. This ball is taken on the pad out. Oh, we've got the skipper in. We've got the skipper in. We've got 9 for. And what a climax. 9 for 175. That's the score that WA have in the book at the moment. And Queensland all out for 178. And the man that we spoke to on our coverage earlier on, Brad Papato, has got some things to sort out. Retiring because he reached a half century. He wasn't sure what would follow. He now knows, Mark Hindle, what would follow. He's got to walk the walk.
Yep, it's in. You couldn't have it in better hands, but yeah, obviously we wouldn't like it to get to this point. But fingers crossed. We've got everything crossed at the moment.
Have you got goosebumps? You got shorts on.
Yeah, it was a bit of a poor choice, but then yeah, I got interrupted on the boundary line. I didn't know I'd be heading upstairs.
True. Now, who have we got? We've got Andrew Kratzman. Now, hang on a minute. Andrew he's just wiping the ball. That's all right. He's having a bit of a chat to Gary Lovett. So, Andrew Kratzman, who was chastised by his teammates yesterday for playing tennis over there with his mates when he should have been putting the covers on. But he's a good man. He really has got a lot of spirit.
We are here for a holiday, Walsh, aren't we?
There's communication, and it's not communication breakdown. There are chin wags on all over the place. The only 2 people that aren't talking are the 2 batsmen.
Yeah, they're calm. So Jared's played a lot of cricket up in the Pilbara.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's a pretty calm, cool, calm and collected character.
So on strike at the moment is... Let's put my glasses up. We've got Kratzman, who's going to be bowling.
To Jared Marquis.
Thank you. Jared Marquis, 4 to win, 3 to draw. This ball. He tries to drag it away on the onside. He does. They'll get 1. Goes down to fine leg. Didn't make some significance. It's a wide. Oh. It's a wide. So the score now is 177. 1 to tie, 2 to win. And the man who deserves all the plaudits, and there have been plenty of them today, he stands tall. He might be diminutive, but he does stand tall out there. Brad Papato, the captain of Western Australia, waits for Kratzman, the big fella. He delivers. And he's taken on the pad. There's a call. There's a shout. There's a plead. Give me a finger. Stick your finger in the air. Do something, Mr. Umpire. He doesn't have to. There were pleading going on out there, was there?
I think that was going over, mate. But then again, I'm biased again. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, high.
The poor old umpires. Here's Kratzman. What have they got for us, Andrew? He delivers to Papato. He pushes away on the onside. It rolls gently out to... Well, the man is fielding a short mid-wicket. There's no run.
It's good captaincy. He's brought all the field up.
Yeah.
So he's going to make us work for it. That's for sure.
No issues with the amount of balls going because we're into the 41st. Now we've got 45 to go, and there's 1 run the difference. Kratzman.
How good's cricket, Walshy?
This is what it's all about. A bit of spirit. Now there are some changes to the field that are being adjusted. Seats too. In there is Gary Lovett from Queensland, and we're really pleased that Gary's up and about now. He's turning around and he's not quite sure where we're going to send them all. Kratzman's ready to go. He says, I've got the ball, give me a chance. And the umpire says, well, you can have your chance now. Pardo waits. Kratzman delivers. He drives away for a winning run. It will run away for 1, for 2. They don't have to run anymore. They won't run anymore. And Western Australia will finish up at 9 for 179, defeating Queensland 178 in an absolute rib tickler here at the Goodwood Oval. A thrilling finish. Could have gone either way right through until the end of the second last over. Mark Hindle, a few thoughts from you. You've been kind enough to be here. What a way for this game to finish.
What a What a game of cricket, hey? I think we said a couple of times the Queenslanders aren't going to give up, and they certainly gave us a run for our money. It swung wildly through the whole innings, didn't it?
Thank you, mate. It's been a real thrill for me to be able to have you up here whilst we've been broadcasting. Congratulations on a much performed effort.
It's been an honour, thank you.
Brad Papotto.
So you grab him and Liam down there. Yep. Where am I going? Which way? John? Which is the way to get out? No, you go out the back. Let's go. I've got him. And then Wilson is about to come in right now. And you can go. And you can go out a little bit so then you line of sight if you want to go outside. Yeah. Yep. Just make sure Walshy brings him right out. He knows this. And then Liam, tell Walshy to wrap it up out there too. And say thanks for the day. Yep. We'll just go, and then we'll just do whatever. Tommy, after he wraps it up.
Anyone with a camera that can send it to John.
Take a photo.
No, we'll do it this way so we get You can jump in while she... Yeah, that's good.
Doesn't do that. Liam, you might be able to get this. You might sort of the side on. Tommy, you might be able to go to his vision and get him side on you whether you get the photo. Tell him to get out of the way, Liam. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's it.
Everybody there? Hey. Righto. Yeah, boys.
Here he goes. You and me? He can go to him anytime he wants.
No, he was already saying that. Keep going, I think.
Putting bums on seats.
Yeah.
Well, when did your bum get off the seat? Because you, in the finish, had to go out. When we talked to you earlier today, you weren't too sure, and I saw you walk out, and I thought, what's going through your mind?
Let's just finish this politely and quickly, and just see what happens. I think, I was kind of concerned with a bit of rain we just had, and I thought it might skid through, and you might get that one that just skids on to you a little bit quicker. But look, it is what it is. It was a good game of cricket, and it's been good fun.
But what also it can conjure up is emotion, and there's nothing wrong with emotion in sport. And when that finished, when that last over was being bowled, there was a lot going on.
I think my heart's still racing. I said to Fuzz as I walked out the bat, I said, it's going pretty quick now. It's going pretty quick. But you know, it's you run an emotion, right? You kind of you bottle it and you use it to your advantage, and that's all you can do, I suppose.
Yeah. You said when we had our chat that you were going to bat deep. There was no doubt about that. And even when Wong came out, you thought, you've still got some artillery in the shed. And when you came out, did you then believe that could it be a draw? Anything could have happened. There was so much happening.
Yeah, look, Wong is our opening bat. So, you know, when we say we bat deep, we bat deep. He was a little bit sore after having a bit of a run round today, so we'll just shelve him, put him on ice for a little bit, give him a little chance to work out. But he's a good bat, and I said, look, we bat deep, and we do, and Jared and Golly at the end is great. If we can get some in the bank, we'll just keep, as I said, keep getting busy, keep him in the bank, and I think the rewards will come if we keep going.
Well done. Thanks for all the efforts today to help our coverage for your team, and also for the Queensland team. In situations like this, sometimes you think, oh, I don't want there to be a winner and a loser, but it was just a brilliant game of cricket, and well done to yourself and your team.
Yeah, thanks very much, Walshy. Appreciate it. All right.
Thanks a lot, Brad. Hey, how good was that, if you don't mind? Into the last over, the last few deliveries, and eventually we had a win to Western Australia. Look at the scoreboard. Look at 179 for 9. And Queensland made 178 all out. It was good fun at Goodwood. I hope you enjoyed it. The winners today, Western Australia.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans, 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans, 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.